Chapter 13, Part 2 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2 The Peasants Are Kings. Many of my holidays were spent more happily than this. I never tired of the wooded mountains which sheltered Barcelona, most of them having some religious significance. Portet and I went up the funicular to the top of Tibidabo, the exceeding high place where the devil tempted Jesus, showing him in a moment of time the world spread out before him. Another glorious spring day, we twisted up the 30 miles of road to Montserrat, the mountain riven in two at the crucifixion. It was the quaintest sight, to one coming from a land of subways and elevators, to watch the donkeys laden with packs on their backs of vegetables, eggs, and butter, and to see their owners straggling beside, up and down the hills, masters of at least themselves, if not of their donkeys. The breeze blew more chill as we ascended the final slope to the huge monastery at the top. Afterwards, night fell, and the moon shone over the huge boulders of towering rocks, and the whispering wind swung from mass to mass and echoed back again whence it came. It was an evening of enchantment. On making other sorties into the country, I perceived an innate intelligence in the most ignorant peasant. The average one could not tell the names of the simplest plants or flowers, but one look from the eye, one tone of the voice was comprehended in a flash. Even the gypsy children in the outskirts of Barcelona, with their little dirty feet and tattered clothing, who danced weird dances and flattered strangers for pennies, had a natural brightness beyond belief. But this intelligence was not being directed, and one reason was inherent in the rebellious nature of the Catalan. He would have preferred no system of government at all, if that had been possible, for he was restless and tumultuous under restraint. When I saw children leading the blind about the streets day after day, I asked, "Don't they have to be in school? Isn't education made compulsory by the government?" I was laughed at. If the government sent our children to school, we would know it was the wrong sort of school. Parents who could afford it, however, were willing enough to have them go to Ferrar's schools. 2/3 of the Spanish people had not been able to read or write before his time. The teacher, who worked constantly all the year round, averaged about $16 a month. "He is hungrier than a schoolmaster," was a household axiom. Since Ferrar's first school had opened 14 years previously, some 46 had begun to operate, and in addition, most towns of any size had at least one rationalist school, which was maintained by the workers and also used Ferrar's texts. The groundwork was then being laid for the children of yesterday to become the leaders in today's fight. The pupils I saw at nearby Sabadell, at Granada, and at Seville were being taught the processes of life from the cell up, and their instructors were really trying to give them a scientific instead of a theological attitude. Because of the long mental and physical isolation imposed upon them by the Church, which controlled all education, 5,000 towns and villages could be reached only by trails and tracks. The Church had objected to having roads built because, once transportation were made more accessible, women could more easily leave their homes in the country and go to the city where evil awaited them. Their morals were being safeguarded by cowpaths. Most of Spain was a gaunt, denuded, tragic country, with vast, desolate steppes and red, impoverished soil which gave the feeling it had been soaked in human blood for centuries. Certainly the spilling of blood had been a matter of indifference in Spanish history. In a sense, the whole people were lawless, hostile to rulers. Every child knew the evils of el caciquismo. Some Spaniard has said, democracy, republicanism, or socialism have in reality little to do in our country, for we do not willingly accept either king, president, priest, or prophet. The worker in Catalonia had small faith in government, no matter what the brand, and kept straight to the one issue: revolution through economic action, chiefly the general strike. He did not look upon the government as a vague, mysterious something for the deeds or blunders of which no one could be blamed. He demanded that those in authority should give accounting for the results of their authority. He never forgot a wrong, and usually those responsible paid the bill. I sometimes thought his attempts were carried out more from a spirit of revenge and individual hatred than as a social protest. At the head of the Rambla was a great square, the Plaza de la Constitucion, and there each day, from 5 to 6, the populace took its airing. Thousands of feet had so worn the pavement that it needed replacement. One noon the square was torn up. Nobody could walk there for 24 hours. The workmen were busy, ropes were placed across both ends of the promenade, and a huge sign was erected: "No trespassing allowed by order of the government." Loiterers gathered to look at the proclamation. They began talking, their gestures growing more and more vehement, until finally they pulled down the ropes and deliberately trod on the fresh concrete. They were not going to be forbidden by the government. The entire job had to be done over again, and I noticed the next night 6 mounted police were guarding all 4 sides. But nobody seemed to give either incident the slightest attention. Catalans were a race of individualists, each a law unto himself. Their most marked characteristics were independence and personal dignity. Even Pepet, the waiter at my hotel, knew how to use his freedom. Sometimes he calmly left the dining room and went down the street for a shave while we were having our soup. He eventually returned for the following course, happy and clean, his absence unreproved. Whenever the conversation of the guests interested him, Pepet entered in quite as naturally as though he were sitting and being served instead of serving. In any other country, this would have been resented as insolence, but here every courtesy and respect was shown to him just as he showed it to others. If you said you were going to go by a certain tram to a certain place to be there at 3 in the afternoon, he interrupted. "Pardon me, señora. You do not need to be there until 4:30, and it is much better to go by this other route." Like the rest, I said, "Right, Pepet, we shall take your advice." With the expulsion of the Jews from Spain vanished the driving force for commercial initiative, a quality fortunately or unfortunately greatly lacking in the country. Perez Galdós said, "The capital defect of the Spaniards of your time is that you live exclusively the life of words, and the language is so beautiful that the delight in the sweet sound of it woos you to sleep. You speak too much. You lavish without stint a wealth of phrases to conceal the poverty of your actions." I did not believe this entirely true, but without doubt the Spanish had a maddening habit of procrastination. It was, "Si, si, señora, assuredly, certainly," all gracious, promising, and then nothing happening. To an American, this was especially aggravating, because he was always in a constant hurry. He expected to see and know the whole of Spain in a month. But the Spaniard was not to be rushed. When asked what time it was, he might reply, "Perhaps 4 more hours of the sun." This defiance of clocks and the absence of strain and bustle pleased me personally. A story was told of a Spaniard going to seek his fortune in South America. After finding a position to his satisfaction, he worked 3 hours and then suddenly asked for his pay. When his employer requested the cause of his abrupt leave-taking, he exclaimed angrily, "Do you think I'm going to spend all my life working for you?" Don Quixote truly represented the Spanish temperament. The strong enthusiasm which was shown for a project and the still stronger imagination which not only saw the matter begun but also finished was Spanish to the last degree. The Knight of La Mancha thought nothing of invading cities and fighting giants, but it ended in thinking about it. I consider all that already done. Spanish character, so paradoxical, so attractive, and often so difficult to understand, fascinated me. I could exhaust myself in adjectives: fickle, impetuous, rich-souled, ascetic, passionate, realistic, individualistic. Courtesy and ceremony were second nature to the Catalans of Barcelona, supposed to be the most dangerous and lawless city in Europe, where thousands of anarchists gathered and plotted, and where bombs were thrown wrapped up in flowers. I remember how on the suburban trams, going high into the mountains, sellers of hot and cold omelets ran up and down the station platforms. Anybody who bought one, before eating it himself, offered it all to the passengers in the car, even though they might be carrying their own lunches. To accept, however, was a shocking breach of good form. The offerer protested that you must take it, and you had to think fast for a plausible excuse. "My friends are waiting for me to dine with them," or "I've just had something at the last station. You must never, never, never accept." Havelock used to tell of a grave error he had once made when traveling in Spain. When he had admired a piece of jewelry, the lady to whom it belonged had removed it promptly and thrust it upon him, saying, "I am honored to give it to you." She had been so insistent that, though thoroughly uncomfortable, he had taken it, the very worst thing he could have done. Soon it disappeared from his effects, but what was his surprise on his next encounter with the lady to find her wearing it again with no sign of discomposure. Her servants had been so indignant that one of them had immediately stolen it back. Spanish men were not only courteous to women, but also to each other, having no hesitancy at showing their regard and affection. Even the beggars addressed each other in the most high-flown phrases, "Your Highness," or "Your Grace." One might ask, "Where is your Excellency to sleep tonight?" "Under the bridge, my lord." They lacked that poverty in the soul look that existed in the same class in other countries. Assuming the condition of one tattered and ragged specimen to be temporary, I questioned him. "What do you do ordinarily?" "I saunter, I idle, I loaf." "But what work do you do?" He drew himself up with the utmost hauteur and said proudly, "I do not work. I am a beggar." Doing business with the Spaniards required a knowledge of finesse quite foreign to the average American. I, for example, saw a basket in a shop window which I felt I really must have. My escort and I went into the store. Since the proprietor did not speak English, all I could do was gaze longingly, take it in my hand, and ask my companion, "How much do you suppose this is?" He made no answer, but pointed to something else on the wall, and we left without learning the price. I thought he was a terribly stupid person. The next day I passed the same place with Portet, and I begged, "Oh, do come in and ask how much that basket is. I want to buy it." He smiled at me indulgently. "You know, in our country we cannot just go into places and find out prices. This man is a craftsman. We will talk to him." The proprietor and his wife shook hands with us and brought the best wine from the cellar. Then the former said, "The señora was here yesterday. Tell us about her." "She comes from North America," answered Portet. "Tell us about North America." After 40 minutes of this, during which I kept one eye on the wicker container, but was unable to divert the conversation to it, we said hasta la vista and bowed our way out. A week later, Portet and I, following the lodestone of my particular basket, sought the shop once more. Relations had now been established, and we were entitled to ask about it. But we still could not demand outright, "How much does it cost?" We must say, "This basket must be worth so-and-so," making the figure higher than it should be. "Oh, no, 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 no," the proprietor protested. "It is not worth that. My humble hands fashioned it. It is hardly worth anything." He endeavored to make me accept it for nothing. I had to refuse, and once more try to make him take more than its value. Never was there such a juggling before we finally arrived at the exact amount of pesetas. On my departure from the country, I had to break through a similar punctilio. I spent about 7 weeks in Barcelona and was never presented with a hotel bill. None for lodging, for laundry, for meals, or for extras such as coffee. The day was coming when I must go back to France, and I did not want too much Spanish money with me, just enough to take me to the border. From there I had already purchased my tickets for England. Each time I mentioned cuenta to the proprietor, bowing and turning up his palms, he answered, "Sí, sí, señora," until finally, on my last morning, I marched resolutely up to the desk and said, "I shall miss my train if I have to go to the American Express to get more money. You really must tell me how much I owe." He went upstairs. I waited. Finally he descended, his hair standing on end. He threw the reckoning down on the table with a most vindictive look. I glanced at it. The total was very low. It could barely have covered the cost of the food. "I have been humiliated," he exclaimed dramatically. "Whatever is the matter?" I questioned. "We are living in the most hellish country on earth." "Why? What's happened?" "A lady comes all the way from North America. She visits us. She stays here. We like her. And I must present her with this sordid bill. Some day, when the fighting is over, I shall return again to Spain." End of Chapter 13, Part 2. Chapter 14 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Oh, to be in England. When I reached London, it was spring, and beautiful as only spring in England can be. I longed to get out into the country and through the kindness of Dr. Alice Vickery, was soon lodged in a private home in Hampstead Gardens next door to her quaint, ivy-covered, red-brick house. In the large garden in back, we often had tea under the blossoming apple trees. There, dressed in gray or purple, with white collar and a wisp of lace, not quite a bonnet, on her head, she entertained the young and modern women of England who were working for reforms of no matter what kind. Still, at the age of 80, she was alert upon all questions of the day, busily engaged in writing leaflets or articles pointing out the weak spots in social programs. Dr. Vickery was so full of the living side of neo-Malthusianism that I could ill afford to forego one possible hour with her. Often when we found ourselves alone in her drawing-room, I sat at her feet and heard the story of the pioneer Malthusians, what they had had to undergo, and what they had accomplished. For my benefit, she brought out of her attic a veritable treasure of the early days, old circulars, pamphlets, and letters now, I am afraid, destroyed. Almost every afternoon, taking her walking stick and with Dr. Binnie Dunlop for a companion, Dr. Vickery boarded the tram to attend some gathering. She had been one of the first to welcome the militant suffragists, and she never missed a suffrage meeting, nor, for that matter, any other significant one on infant or maternal welfare, eugenics, or public health. She always went with the definite purpose of getting the audience down to fundamentals. In time, she became a familiar figure. As soon as she entered a hall, you could feel those present aligning themselves against her. They knew she was going to bring up a controversial subject that no one wanted discussed, such as birth control. It was like casting a boulder into a nice, quiet lake, but with an unruffled exterior and grim determination, she invariably rose just the same, asked the chairman to recognize her, and said her say on the feminist side of the question. From the lips of this Victorian old lady, it sounded strange to hear frank remarks about the importance of limiting offspring. Dr. Dunlop, with Scotch determination, was also bent on setting people straight. He followed her and expounded the medical aspects of population. In June, Dr. Vickery asked me to tell my story to a group of her friends. Among them was Edith Howe Martin, who had recently graduated from the London School of Economics. But already the zealous ardor of this small and slight person had landed her in jail for suffrage. She had now split from Mrs. Pankhurst, unable to subscribe to the militant policy. The American woman is apt to say, "Anything I can do for you, let me know," and then go away, her conscience relieved. The Englishwoman states definitely that she can get up a meeting, bring you in touch with so-and-so, give you money, or get money for you. Edith Howe Martin, in her quiet manner, said to me, "I think what you have told us today should have a larger audience. Will you give a lecture if we arrange it for you? We'll do the donkey work. All you have to do is speak." In a few days, the time and place were set. I was to appear in Fabian Hall the following month under my own name. The chairs in the auditorium were wooden, and the interior was unheated, not like an American hall. The audience was quite different from the little socialist gatherings of working women I had addressed at home. The atrocious and hideous English hats gave it an intellectual and highly respectable air. These representatives of nearly every social and civic organization in London had the rationalist attitude and preferred to listen to principles and theories. I told them what I had been trying to do through the Woman Rebel, and explained my private and personal conception of what feminism should mean. That is, women should first free themselves from biological slavery, which could best be accomplished through birth control. This was, generally speaking, the introduction of the term into England. Many came up and talked to me afterwards, among them Marie Stopes, a paleontologist who had made a reputation with work on coal. Would I come to her home and discuss the book she was writing? Over the teacups I found her to have an open, frank manner that quite won me. She took me into her confidence at once, stating her marriage had been unconsummated, and for that reason she was securing an annulment. Her book, Married Love, was based largely on her own experiences and the unhappiness that came to people from ignorance and lack of understanding in wedlock, and she hoped it would help others. She was extremely interested in the correlation of marital success to birth control knowledge, although she admitted she knew nothing about the latter. Could I tell her exactly what methods were used and how? In spite of my belief that the Netherlands clinics could be improved upon, I was fired with fervor for the idea as such, and described them as I had seen them. Later, when I came back to the United States, I brought with me the manuscript of Married Love, and tried every established publisher in New York, receiving a rejection from each. Finally, I induced Dr. William J. Robinson to publish it under the auspices of his Critic and Guide, a monthly magazine which took up many subjects the Journal of the American Medical Association would not touch. Unfortunately, even here it had to be expurgated. When I cabled Dr. Stopes, I had a publisher in New York. Her new husband, H. V. Rowe, financed an unabridged English edition which appeared simultaneously. No one can underestimate the work Marie Stopes has done. Though her other books, Radiant Motherhood and Wise Parenthood, were limited in value because they were based on limited personal experience, she has handled sex knowledge with delicacy and wisdom, placing it in a modern, practical category. She started the first birth control clinic in England, but she was not a pioneer in the movement. Annie Besant, Dr. Vickery, the Drysdales, and many others had plowed the ground and sown the seed. It needed only a new voice, articulate and clear as hers, to push her into the front ranks of the movement, where she must have been much surprised to find herself. Many people went out of their way to be kind to me in those days. I was often asked to the home of E. P. C. Haynes, solicitor, writer on freedom of the press, and a fine adviser. Around his table, one of the grandest set anywhere in England, could usually be found a large group of distinguished people. Among them was the American Civil War veteran, Major G. P. Putnam, a dapper, lively, alert little publisher with a white mustache and cold blue eyes. He was conservative and formal, but at the same time a firebrand in his fashion, and an enthusiast for certain issues. Haynes had invited him to hear my views, and himself introduced the subject of birth control. Thus, I was enabled to pave the way for having G. P. Putnam's sons eventually take over the publication of Married Love in this country, although not until 1931. Through the Major's efforts was the ban lifted which prohibited the importation of the complete edition into the United States. Harold Cox, brilliant member of Parliament and editor of the Edinburgh Review, was another delightful host at Old Kennard's in Buckinghamshire. In the review, he was constantly helping to form an enlightened public opinion on birth control, having every argument at his fingertips and never missing a chance to answer questions in the London Times. Hugh and Janet de Silincourt's place at Torrington, Sussex, where Shelley was born, always was a haven of refuge. After 5 days' work in town, I would come, tired and pent up, for a weekend. I loved the joy and simplicity of the music there, the light-hearted conversation, and tea on the lawn. From there you saw English ivy climbing up to the thatched roof, and a pond, a small one, which had been converted into a swimming pool. The general impression was of shrubbery and old walls with fruit trees trellised against them. Beyond the velvet green grass were red tree roses, beautiful borders of pink lupins and delphiniums, the tallest and bluest I have ever seen. From the dining-room window, the effect was that of a tapestry. I wanted some day to embody the rambling spirit of this home in one of my own. Here again, laughter bound me to these people. We laughed and we laughed and we laughed. Whole days were spent in gaiety over the most absurd things. Hugh could never quite accept me as a crusader. He went into roars of merriment whenever I mentioned the subject of population. It was too much for a woman in a yellow dress to bother about. But many of my weekends were spent in bothering about it. At Sunday afternoon labor meetings in London, someone was always holding forth. "Here's a chance for you to talk birth control," Rose Whitcomb once urged. It was an opportunity to reach working people, and I agreed. But lunch of that day found me trembling. Henry Serra, a young man, but old in the ways of the speaker, noticed I was not eating or drinking, and could hardly utter a word. "I say, what's the idea of all this worry? What you must think about is that everybody there comes merely to hear somebody or anybody. They've no notion what you're going to say. Anything is all right with them. Get that in your mind and stop worrying." His friendly encouragement gave me a little more fortitude, but on the way to the hall, Rose Whitcomb took me severely to task for the trembling, which I seemed unable to stop. "These are just plain people you're going to speak to. It's utter nonsense to be nervous about it." When Rose stood up to introduce me, she began, "Comrades." There was a long pause. For the second time she tried, in a less assured tone, "Comrades." Another interval, and a third time, in a voice so weak she herself could hardly hear it, she attempted, "Comrades." Then, barely whispering, "Excuse me," she sat down. By comparison, my speech was not bad. Writing at this time was a means of expression much easier than speaking. I had not forgotten my subscribers to the Woman Rebel. I had to fulfill my obligations and supply something to take the place of the 3 issues which I had been unable to furnish them. Therefore, I wrote 3 pamphlets on methods of contraception in England, the Netherlands, and France, respectively. Printing them cost me a considerable amount of money. My friends in Canada, knowing I was not affluent, now and then, when they had a little windfall or unexpected dividend, sent me small checks of from £5 to £10, saying, "To use for your work." These had come in quite often. On one occasion, I had squeezed my pocketbook dry, paying for the last pamphlet. I had not another penny to buy stamps. 10 days had gone by, and I kept wishing something might come in to help me out. That morning a letter arrived. I tore it apart, and a money order dropped out. Hurrying as fast as I could to the post office, I received the cash, spent it all on stamps, and hastened back in the hope of getting the whole edition off on the Arabic. In wartime, sailings had to be considered. One batch of envelopes had already gone into the pillar box, and I was just finishing addressing and stamping the second lot when I heard the knocker on the door below clatter through the house. It had the ring of authority and sounded so ominous that I felt it must have something to do with me. Sure enough, in a few moments a bobby and a man in plain clothes appeared at my threshold. They asked whether I were the person who had been sending quantities of mail to a foreign address. "Yes," I admitted in a small voice, wondering what on earth was going to happen now. The bobby came closer, showed me an unopened envelope, and demanded sternly, "Did you post this?" "I think so." "Madam, in England, we never put His Majesty on upside down. We do not represent our king standing on his head. Will you please, in affixing your stamps, pay attention to the customs of our country?" The care with which I stuck on the remainder right side up delayed me so that I barely made the Arabic. Only then did I have time to read the letter. I took it out of my bag, thinking how wonderful it was of my friends to send me the money, and how much good I had been able to do with it. To my consternation and amazement, it was not for my use, but to buy gifts, certain books to be sent back as soon as possible. The money was gone, and the presents could not be purchased. After all this rush and bother, the Arabic was torpedoed and went down with the entire 2,000 pamphlets. I made another effort, this time successfully completed, and shaped an article on Emerson, Thoreau, and Humphrey Noyes in the Oneida community, about whom the English were talking. Meanwhile, I had written to Canada, apologizing and saying I expected shortly to be able to fulfill the commissions. I now had an opening ahead of me for a career abroad. Portet's publishing house in Barcelona was closely allied with others in Paris. Through him, I was offered the job of choosing appropriate books in English, which could be published in both French and Spanish, especially works that would be of help to woman and labor. The salary was satisfactory, the job itself interesting, and it gave promise of permanency as soon as the war should be over. I had almost decided to take it, even selecting a little house in Versailles with sunny rooms and a garden for the children. There was only one drawback, the subtle, persistent dread that something was wrong with Peggy. Night after night, her voice startled me from deep sleep and left me in a state of agitation until I received the next letter containing news that it was all going well. I tried to dismiss this fear and would have it partially submerged, but always the same troubled voice rang in my ears. "Mother, Mother, are you coming back?" One definite, though inexplicable experience kept puzzling me. As I unclosed my eyes in the morning, or even before I was completely awake, I became conscious of the number 6, as though that numeral were repeating itself again and again in my drowsy mind. I often tried to fit it into some event of the day. 6 o'clock, 6pence, the price of tea, or anything else amusing, and as casual or silly as I could make up. This I did to protect myself against the premonition which seemed at first to come upon me with the recurrence of this number. Later, like a leaf on a wall calendar, November 6th stood out. When the publisher asked me to commit myself by signing a 3-year contract to stay in Paris, I said, "Yes, I will, if you'll guarantee to lock me up or send me to Africa or the North Pole until after November 6th. Why November 6th? I don't know, but I'm certain that something important is to occur on that day, something different and something which will affect my entire future." He drew up our plans as of January 1st of the following year. Edith Ellis was lecturing in America, and by letter we arranged for her to bring back Peggy and Grant, because it appeared I might be staying for some time. Then, since only Peggy seemed lonely and in need of her mother, and Grant was happy in school, it was determined he should be left there. Edith was to sail with Peggy on the Lusitania. When word was flashed that the liner had been torpedoed, I stood in the middle of the night in front of the Cunard office, scanning with horror the mounting ranks of missing and dead. Not until 2 a.m. was the list complete, and I could breathe once more. Neither Peggy's nor Edith's name was on it. Edith had received one of those slips warning prospective passengers that the ship might be blown up, and was one of the few who had heeded the admonition and transferred to another boat. Even so, the thought of being responsible for Peggy had been too alarming, and she had decided not to bring her. The war had sent many Americans back from Europe, and Bill had returned to New York. I had had a detailed letter from him describing the stirring events of the previous December. A man, introducing himself as A. Heller, had called upon him at his studio and requested a copy of Family Limitation, pleading that he was poor, had too large a family, and was a friend of mine. Bill said he was sorry, but we had agreed that I was to carry on my work independently of him, and he did not even think he had any of the pamphlets. However, the man's story was so pathetic that he rummaged around and by chance found one in the library drawer. A few days later, Bill opened the door to a gray-haired, side-whiskered 6-footer who lost no time in announcing, "I am Mr. Comstock. I have a warrant for your arrest on the grounds of circulating obscene literature." Accompanying him was the so-called Heller, who turned out to be Charles J. Bamberger, an agent of the New York Society for the Suppression of Vice. The three departed, but Bill soon found himself in a restaurant instead of the police station. When he protested that he wished to consult a lawyer without delay, Comstock, between mouthfuls of lunch, offered advice. "Young man, I want to act as a brother to you. Lawyers are expensive and will only aggravate your case." Here he patted Bill on the shoulder. "Plead guilty to this charge, and I'll ask for a suspended sentence." Bill's answer was that, though he had been in Europe when the pamphlet had been written, he believed in the principles embodied in it, and that therefore his own principles were at stake. He would not plead guilty. "You know as well as I do, Mr. Comstock, there is nothing obscene in that pamphlet." "Young man, I've been in this work for 20 years, and that leaflet is the worst thing I have ever seen." This sort of conversation went on all afternoon. Comstock even tried to bribe Bill to turn state's evidence by disclosing my whereabouts. It was his custom to arrive at the police station so late that his prisoner could not communicate with a lawyer or bonding office and had to spend the night in jail. He could then make a statement to the papers that his captive had been unable to secure bail. When Comstock and Bill at last reached the Yorkville Police Court, and the clerk had asked the latter how he wished to plead, Comstock spoke for him. He pleads guilty." "I do not," expostulated Bill. "I plead not guilty." He was arraigned and bail fixed at $500, but he was obliged to spend 36 hours in jail before it could be procured. In September, I had word that, after several postponements, his trial had finally come up before Justices McInerney, Herbert, and Salmon. He started to read his typewritten statement. "I admit that I broke the law, and yet I claim that in every real sense it is the law and not I that is on trial here today." Justice McInerney interrupted him. "You admit you are guilty, and all this statement of yours is just opinions. I'm not going to have a lot of rigmarole on the record. We've no time to bother. This book is not only indecent, but immoral. Its circulation is a menace to society. Too many women are going around advocating women's suffrage. If they would go around advocating bearing children, we should be better off. The statute gives you the privilege of being fined for this offense, but I do not believe this should be so. A man, guilty as you are, ought to have no alternative from a prison sentence, $150 or 30 days in jail." "Then I want to say to the court," shouted Bill, leaning forward and raising his hand for greater emphasis, "that I would rather be in jail with my self-respect than in your place without it." Although he was convinced of the justice of my cause, this was the first and only copy of the pamphlet he had ever given out. It was one of life's sharpest ironies that, despite our separation, he should have been drawn into my battle and go to prison for it. When I received Bill's letter bearing this news, I tore across the lawn to Dr. Vickery's. Dr. Drysdale happened to be there, and in his indignation his face became red and his hands were clenched. He tramped up and down the floor in a frenzy of rage that such a thing could be done to any human being. I'm still touched when I think of this mild, gentle person being moved to depths of anger over an injustice which did not affect him personally. The question before me was, should I go back? As had gone Bill's trial, so would probably go my own. I did not want to sacrifice myself in a lost cause. I was young, and knew I should be used for something. Temporarily postponing my final answer to the publishing house, I decided to return to the United States, but only long enough to survey the situation, to gather up my children. I intended, if possible, to come back to that little house in Versailles. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. High hangs the gauntlet. Quote, "Let God and man decree laws for themselves and not for me. Their deeds I judge and much condemn, yet when did I make laws for them?" End quote. A. E. Housman. The end of September 1915, I set sail from Bordeaux. I remember how interminable that voyage was across the dangerous, foggy Atlantic. The shadow of the Lusitania hung over us. The ship was absolutely dark, and tension crackled in the very air. My own thoughts were black as the night, and the old nervousness, the nervousness that came with a queer gripping at the pit of the stomach, was upon me. A dread presentiment and a foreboding were with me almost incessantly. When I succeeded in snatching a few hours' sleep, I was startled out of unpleasant dreams. One of them was of attempting to struggle through a crowded street against traffic. I was pushed to the curb and had to make my way cautiously. The mechanical, automaton-like crowds were walking, always in the opposite direction. Then, suddenly in my dream, the people turned into mice. Thousands and thousands of them. They even smelled like mice. I awakened and had to open the porthole to rid the room of that musty smell of mice. At last the lights of Staten Island, winking like specters in the dim dawn, signaled our safe arrival at quarantine. As the ship sidled along the wharf at West 14th Street on that gray October morning, a new exhilaration, a new hope arose in my heart. To see American faces again after the unutterable despair of Europe, to sense the rough democracy of the porters and of the good-hearted, hard-boiled taxi drivers, to breathe in the crisp electric autumn air of home, all these brought with them an irresistible gladness. Because I wanted the feeling to linger, I refused a taxi, picked up my small bag, and walked away from the pier, looking about. At the first newsstand I passed, I caught sight of the words, "What shall we do about birth control?" on the cover of the Pictorial Review. It seemed strange to be greeted not by friends or relatives, but by a phrase of your own carried on a magazine. I purchased it and, singing to myself, went on to a hotel where the children were brought to me. I cannot describe the joy of being reunited with them. That evening I sat down at my desk and wrote several letters. I notified Judge Hazel and Assistant District Attorney Content that I was now back and ready for trial, and inquired whether the indictments of the previous year were still pending. I was politely informed that they were. A note more difficult to compose went to the National Birth Control League, which had been reorganized in my absence under the leadership of Mary Ware Dennett, Clara Stillman, and Anita Block. To it had been turned over all my files, including the list of subscribers to the Woman Rebel. I asked them what moral support I could expect from the League, saying this would help to determine the length of my stay. Mrs. Stillman, the secretary, invited me to call a few days later at her home, where an executive meeting was to convene. I went with keen anticipation, totally unprepared for the actual answer. The committee had met. Mrs. Dennett, Mrs. Stillman, and Anita were all there. Mrs. Dennett spoke for the group. The National Birth Control League disagreed with my methods, my tactics, with everything I had done. Such an organization as theirs, the function of which was primarily to change the laws in an orderly and proper manner, could not logically sanction anyone who had broken those laws. After delivering this ultimatum, Mrs. Dennett walked to the door with me. Would I mind giving her the names and addresses of those socially prominent and distinguished persons I had found on my European trip to be interested? Heartsick as I was over my reception, I was also amused at her shrewdness. Mrs. Dennett was a good promoter and experienced campaigner, a capable office executive, an indefatigable worker for suffrage and peace, with a background that might have been invaluable. I often regretted that we could not have combined our efforts. Had we been able to do so, the movement might have been pushed many years ahead. My fourth communication was to Dr. William J. Robinson, an émigré from the land of orthodox medicine who was possessed of a sensitivity to current moods. When he had realized that Will Durant's lectures had aroused interest in sex psychology, he had stepped in to speak to larger audiences, using a more popular approach, although, as far as I know, he had never publicly discussed the prevention of conception. Dr. Abraham Jacobi, beloved dean of the profession, in accepting the presidency of the Academy of Medicine, had backed birth control, and through Dr. Robinson's endeavors, a small committee had later been formed to look into it. From the reports that had come to me, I could not discover whether any harmonious agreement that the subject lay within the province of medicine had been made. To my inquiry, Dr. Robinson replied that the committee had met only once, and he considered I could expect no support from them. He enclosed a check for $10 towards the expenses of my trial. Here were two disappointments to face. Both these organizations had seemed so well suited to continue progress. One to change the laws, the other to take proper medical charge. Neither had fulfilled my hopes, and therefore I felt I had to enter the fray again. My burning concern for the thousands of women who went unregarded could apparently find no official endorsement. Birth control was back again where it had started. I was convinced I had to depend solely upon the compassionate insight of intelligent women, which I was certain was latent and could be aroused. But these problems were suddenly swept aside by a crisis of a more intimate nature, a tragedy about which I find myself still unable to write, though so many years have passed. A few days after my arrival, Peggy was taken ill with pneumonia. When Mr. Content telephoned to say I had better come down and talk it over, I could not go. He was extremely kind, assuring me there was no hurry, and he would postpone the trial until I was free. This allowed me to devote my whole attention and time to her. Peggy died the morning of November 6th, 1915. The joy in the fullness of life went out of it then and has never quite returned. Deep in the hidden realm of my consciousness, my little girl has continued to live, and in that strange, mysterious place where reality and imagination meet, she has grown up to womanhood. There she leads an ideal existence untouched by harsh actuality and disillusion. Men and women from all classes, from nearly every city in America, poured upon me their sympathy. Money for my trial came beyond my understanding. Not large amounts, but large for the senders. From miners of West Virginia and lumbermen of the North Woods. Some had walked 5 miles to read Family Limitation. Others had had it copied for them. Women wrote of children dead a quarter of a century for whom they were still secretly mourning, and sent me pictures and locks of hair of their own dead babies. I had never fully realized until then that the loss of a child remains unforgotten to every mother during her lifetime. Public opinion had been focused on Comstock's activities by Bill's sentence, and the liberals had been aroused. Committees of 2 and 3 came to request me to take up the purely legislative task of changing the federal law. Aid would be forthcoming. Special trains to Congress, investigations, commissions, and victory in sight before the year was over. It was tempting. It seemed so feasible on the surface, so much easier than agonizing delays through the courts. Many others advised me, just as before, that, in pleading guilty, I was choosing the best field in which to make my fight. One of those to urge me towards a middle course was Max Eastman, who possessed an unusual evenness of temper and tolerance towards all who opposed him, as well as a keen mind and keen imagination which followed hypotheses to logical conclusions. This soft-voiced, lethargic poet, mentally and emotionally controlled, had too great a sense of humor and ability in visualizing events in their proper perspective to advocate direct action. Max made an appointment for me to see Samuel Untermeyer, authority on constitutional law and a person to whom liberals turned because of the fight he had put up against the trusts. He might straighten out the legal aspects. I found him enthroned in his luxurious office amid the most magnificent American beauty roses, dozens and dozens and dozens, with his piercing eyes and head too large for his frame. He appeared a disembodied brain. Though the appointment had been made with difficulty, writing and telephoning back and forth through secretaries to be verified, time now was nothing to him. He was so smooth, so courteous, so sympathetic, so unhurried. He seemed to understand and to be ready to lift the load of legal worry from my mind. Picking up the telephone, he said, "Get me Mr. Content." Then, "Harold, come on over to my office and bring your record on Mrs. Sanger." When the district attorney had arrived, Mr. Untermeyer's whole voice changed. He spoke sternly to the young man. "Why, Harold, what are you trying to do? Persecuting this little woman, so frail and so delicate, the mother of a family. You don't want to put her behind bars, do you? She's doing a noble work in the world, and here you are behaving like this. Are you representing the government, or are you merely prejudiced in your own behalf?" Mr. Content replied respectfully, "Well, Mr. Untermeyer, we don't want to prosecute Mrs. Sanger, but we want her to promise to obey the law." "Has she broken the law?" "We have positive proof that she has violated it on a very large scale." Mr. Untermeyer immediately assured him, "Why, of course she'll promise not to break any more laws. Is that all this is? You just quash that indictment and forget about it." Mr. Content left. Mr. Untermeyer turned to me genially and said, "Well, you see, we've fixed that up." "What's going to happen? The law will be the same, won't it?" "Why, yes." "What was that you said about a promise?" "Oh, yes. Write me a letter saying you won't break the law again." "I couldn't promise that, Mr. Untermeyer." "What?" "No, I couldn't do that. The law is there. Something must happen to it." "The law may not be what it should be, but you'll never get anywhere by violating it. It must be changed by legal methods. Gather all your friends and go to Congress." Again, I stated my position. The law specified obscenity, and I had done nothing obscene. I even had the best of the government as regarded the precise charge. I had not given contraceptive information in The Woman Rebel, and therefore had not violated the law either in spirit or principle. But I had done so in circulating family limitation, and that would inevitably be brought up. I really wanted this, so that birth control would be defined once and for all as either obscene or not obscene. Mr. Untermeyer took down one of his ponderous books and read over the section in question. Again he said, The evidence is that you have violated the law. We don't separate the spirit from the letter. It is all there. It seems to me that pleading guilty would let you out of your troubles without loss of dignity. You should consider yourself fortunate at the suggested outcome. You can gain nothing by trial. You cannot even get publicity in these days, when the papers are crowded with war news and the big events of history are happening. I still could not admit his interpretation. You had to differentiate between the things mentioned in that law and actual obscenity. The courts would someday have to decide on this. You have no case, Mr. Untermeyer persisted. If you have broken the law, there is nothing anyone can do or say to argue that fact away. We must prevent your going to jail, however. I'll see what I can do. I'm not concerned with going to jail. Going in or staying out has nothing to do with it. The question at stake is whether I have or have not done something obscene. If I have done nothing obscene, I cannot plead guilty. Mr. Untermeyer was upset. Instead of his former warmth, I was aware of a curt and cold politeness. I went from his office feeling I had had an opportunity to make a powerful friend, and had lost it by refusing to accept the legal point of view. Max also was decidedly angry. His attitude was, "We tried to help you, and you declined help." He wrote formally, "You could accompany your plea of guilty with a statement, both before the court and for the press, which would make it a far more signal attack upon the law to whose violation you would be pleading guilty than a plea of not guilty. It would do 1,000 times more good. At the same time, it would satisfy your pride, or your feeling that you ought to be brave enough to stand up for what you think, or whatever it is that is making you refuse the advice of counsel." I would not plead guilty on any count. They could not make me. I felt deep within me that I was right, and they were wrong. I still had that naive trust that when the facts were known, the government would not willfully condemn millions of women to death, misery, or abortion, which left them physically damaged and spiritually crippled. Clarence Darrow and other liberal lawyers from various cities generously offered to come to New York to present the case free of charge. But after my Untermeyer interview, I was convinced that the quibbles of lawyers inevitably beclouded the fundamental issues. I had to move people and persuade them emotionally. I had no practice in public speaking. Mine was the valor of faith. However, I was certain that speaking from the fullness of my heart, I would be guided by the greatness and profundity of my conviction. In spite of the old adage that he who has himself for a lawyer has a fool for a client, I was confident that any jury of honest men would acquit me. I asked Mr. Content to put my case on the calendar as soon as possible. It was called for the end of November, then set for January 18th, then January 24th. I used to go almost weekly to demand that it take place, always stressing the fact that I wanted a trial by jury. One of the judges that I came before in these various courts had previously asked me in a personal letter to send him family limitation, and I had mailed it to him with my compliments. The twinkle in his eyes was reflected in mine. We both knew that he as well as I had been technically breaking the law. As the New York Sun commented, the Sanger case, presents the anomaly of a prosecutor loath to prosecute and a defendant anxious to be tried. The newspapers were taking ever-increasing notice. A photograph of myself and my 2 young sons circulated widely and seemed to alter the attitude of a heretofore cynical public. At that time, I thought the papers were against me. But looking over these old clippings today, I realize this was merely the impersonality of the news columns. Their editorial hesitancy made them appear, like all other conservative and reactionary forces, my opponents. But the rank and file of American newspaperdom, though they must always have their little jokes, have always been sympathetic. They printed the letter to Woodrow Wilson, initiated by Marie Stopes. It begged to call the attention of the President to the fact that I was in danger of criminal prosecution for circulating a pamphlet on birth control, which was allowed in every civilized country except the United States. That England had passed through the phase of prohibiting this subject a generation before, and that to suppress serious and disinterested opinion on anything so important was detrimental to human progress. It respectfully urged the President to exert his powerful influence in behalf of free speech and the betterment of the race. This letter was invaluable by reason of its signatories: Lena Ashwell, William Archer, Percy Ames, Aylmer Maude, M.C. Stopes, Arnold Bennett, Edward Carpenter, Gilbert Murray, and H.G. Wells, whose name was news. If a group of such eminence in England could afford to stand by me, then the same kind of people here might be less timorous. As public sentiment grew, telegrams and letters showered upon Judge Clayton, demanding the dismissal of the charges against me. He piled them in wastebaskets and remarked in a bored tone to Mr. Content, "Take these Sanger letters away." That I was preparing to go to court undefended by counsel was making the matter harder for them. My radical allies were, according to their habit, collecting money for my defense, but this had no effect on my private financial status. My sister, Ethel, who was living with me, thought I ought to be considering the matter. One day she said, "I've a good case for you. Wouldn't you like to take it?" "What kind?" "Maternity. She expects to be delivered in a day or 2, probably a cesarean. She asked for me, but I'd rather you had it." "I'm not interested, thank you. I've given up nursing." "Well, Mrs. Sanger," she remarked ironically, "would you mind telling me what you're going to do to earn your living?" "I'm not interested in earning my living. I've cast myself upon the universe, and it will take care of me." She looked at me sadly and with worried apprehension. 3 days later, Ethel received the anticipated summons. On her way out, she picked up the mail at the door. In it was a letter from a California acquaintance of hers who did not know where I was but had her address. "Would you please give the enclosed $45 to Margaret Sanger from her sympathizers?" Ethel handed it to me with the resigned comment, "Well, here's your check from God." The editor of the Woman Rebel had struck her single match of defiance, but she could be of slight significance in the forward march towards women's rights. In feminist circles I was little known. With my personal sorrow, my manifold domestic duties, my social shyness, I avoided meeting new people. My attitude thus created some reluctance among those who might otherwise have hastened to my aid. Indeed, I wanted a certain type of support, but I could not take the initiative in asking for it. This was suddenly done for me. One afternoon, I was invited to a tea arranged by Henrietta Rodman, feminist of feminists, in her Greenwich Village apartment. Wells was particularly sanctified among her group, and I must be all right if he approved. As a result of that meeting, the suffrage worker, Alice Carpenter, set the wheels in motion for a dinner at the Brevoort Hotel, to be held January 23rd, the evening preceding my trial. I was to be given a chance to say my say, speak my piece before a gathering of influential people. Although I did not see her until some years after, I thanked her in my heart many times for what she had done. In the ballroom were collected several hundred people: Mary Heaton Vorse, Dr. Mary Halton, Jack Reed, Dr. Robinson, Francis Brooks Ackerman, Walter Lippmann, then of the New Republic, and Mrs. Thomas Hepburn, the Kathy Houghton of my Corning childhood. All were there. As we were about to go in to dinner, Rose Pastor Stokes, the chairman, took me aside and said, "Something very disturbing has happened. We've just been talking to Dr. Jacoby. He has a speech ready in which he intends to blast you to the skies for interfering in what should be a strictly medical matter. Remember, he's greatly admired, and he's speaking here tonight for the doctors. We meant to have you come at the end of the program, but now we're going to put you first so that you can spike his guns." My trepidation was increased. Nevertheless, I plunged into my carefully prepared maiden speech in behalf of birth control. Fortunately, I had already planned to upbraid the doctors who daily saw the conditions which had so moved me, and yet made it necessary for a person like myself, not equipped as they were, to stir up public opinion. It was like carrying coals to Newcastle. They should have been teaching me. I said I recognized that many of those before me of diverse outlooks and temperaments would support birth control propaganda if carried out in what they regarded as a safe and sane manner, although they did not countenance the methods I had been following in my attempt to arouse working women to the fact that having a child was a supreme responsibility. There was nothing new or radical in birth control, which Aristotle and Plato, as well as many modern thinkers, had demonstrated. But the ideas of wise men and scientists were sterile and did not affect the tremendous facts of life among the disinherited. All the while their discussions had been proceeding, the people themselves had been, and still were, blindly, desperately practicing birth control by the most barbaric methods: infanticide, abortion, and other crude ways. I might have taken up a policy of safety, sanity, and conservatism, but would I have secured a hearing? Admittedly, physicians and scientists had far more technical knowledge than I, but I had found myself in the position of one who had discovered a house was on fire, and it was up to me to shout out the warning. Afterwards, others, more experienced in executive organization, could gather together and direct all the sympathy and interest which had been aroused. Only in this way could I be vindicated. Since my charge had forestalled his, the venerable Dr. Jacoby either had to answer me or shift his ground. He chose the latter course and talked on the question of quality and population, which might perhaps have been construed as in my favor. Many of the women present were comfortable examples of the manner in which birth control could enable them to lead dignified lives. Elsie Clews Parsons made the suggestion that 25 who had practiced it should rise in court with me and plead guilty before the law. But only one volunteered. What surprised me most was the voice of Mary Ware Dennett announcing that she represented the National Birth Control League and that that body was going to stand behind Margaret Sanger in her ordeal. Subscriptions were urgently needed for the league. The next morning, when I arrived at 9 o'clock at the federal court building, more than 200 partisans were already in the corridors. A great corps of reporters and photographers was on hand. The stage had been set for an exciting drama. Judge Henry D. Clayton and Assistant District Attorneys Knox and Content arrived at 10:30, apparently feeling the effects of the publicity of the night before. The moment Knox moved to adjourn for a week, I was on my feet, asking immediate trial, but Judge Clayton postponed the case. Everybody went home disappointed. February 18th, the government finally entered a nolle prosequi. Content explained there had been many assertions that the defendant was the victim of persecution, and that had never been the intent of the federal authorities. The case had been laid before the grand jurors as impartially as possible, and since they had voted an indictment, there was nothing that the district attorney could do but prosecute. Now, however, as it was realized that the indictment was 2 years old, and that Mrs. Sanger was not a disorderly person and did not make a practice of publishing such articles, the government has considered there was reason for considerable doubt. Well, when an army marches up the hill and then marches down again, some good excuse must always be given. All my friends regarded the quashing of the federal indictment a great achievement. There was much rejoicing and congratulation, but they acted as though they were saying, "Now settle down in your domestic corner, take your husband back, care for your children, behave yourself, and no more of this nonsense. Your duty is to do the thing you are able to do, which is mind your home and not attempt something others can do better than you." But I was not content to have a Liberty dinner and jubilate. I could not consider anything more than a moral victory had been attained. The law had not been tested. I agreed with the loyal Globe, which staunchly maintained, if the matter Mrs. Sanger sent through the mails was obscene 2 years ago, it is still obscene. I knew and felt instinctively the danger of having a privilege under a law rather than a right. I could not yet afford to breathe a sigh of relief. The federal law concerned only printed literature. My own pamphlet had given the impression that the printed word was the best way to inform women. But the practical course of contraceptive technique I had taken in the Netherlands had shown me that one woman was so different from another in structure that each needed particular information applied to herself as an individual. Books and leaflets, therefore, should be of secondary importance. The public health way was through personal instructions in clinics. A light had been kindled. So many invitations to address meetings in various cities and towns were sent me that I was not able to accept them all, but agreed to as many as I could. It was no longer to be only a free speech movement, and I wanted also, if possible, to present this new idea of clinics to the country. If I could start them, other organizations and even hospitals might do the same. I had a vision of a chain, thousands of them in every center of America, staffed with specialists putting the subject on a modern scientific basis through research. Many states in the West had already granted women's suffrage. Having achieved this type of freedom, I was sure they would receive clinics more readily, especially California, which had no law against birth control. The same thing would follow in the East. As I told the Tribune, I have the word of 4 prominent physicians that they will support me in the work. There will be nurses in attendance at the clinic and doctors who will instruct women in the things they need to know. All married women or women about to be married will be assisted free and without question. A splendid promise, but difficult to fulfill, as events were to prove. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 1. Hear me for my cause. Quote, Speak clearly if you speak at all. Carve every word before you let it fall. End quote. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Once Amos Pinchot asked me how long it had taken me to prepare that first lecture I delivered on my 3-month trip across the country in 1916. About 14 years, I answered. I was thinking of all the time that had passed during which experiences, tragic and stirring, had come to me and were embodied therein. So much depended on this speech. The woman of leisure must be made to listen, the woman of wealth to give, the woman of influence to protest. Before starting April 1st, I tried to put myself in their places and to see how their interests and imaginations could most effectively be excited, how the pictures which had so unceasingly beset me could best be brought to their minds. I felt certain that if I could do this, they would do the rest. But the anxiety that went into the composition of the speech was as nothing to the agonies with which I contemplated its utterance. My mother used to say a decent woman only had her name in the papers 3 times during her life: when she was born, when she married, and when she died. Although by nature I shrank from publicity, the kind of work I had undertaken did not allow me to shirk it. But I was frightened to death. Hoping that practice would give me greater confidence, I used to climb to the roof of the Lexington Avenue Hotel where I was staying and recite, my voice going out over the housetops and echoing timidly among the chimney pots. I repeated the lecture over and over to myself before I tried it on a small audience in New Rochelle. I did not dare cut myself adrift from my notes. I had to read it, and when I finished, did not feel it had been very successful. By the time I reached Pittsburgh, my first large city, I had memorized every period and comma. But I was still scared that if I lost one word, I would not know what the next was. I closed my eyes and spoke in fear and trembling. The laborers and social workers who crowded the big theater responded so enthusiastically that I was at least sure their attention had been held by its content. It was interesting to watch the pencils come out at the announcement that there were specifically 7 circumstances under which birth control should be practiced. First, when either husband or wife had a transmissible disease, such as epilepsy, insanity, or syphilis. Second, when the wife suffered from a temporary affection of the lungs, heart, or kidneys, the cure of which might be retarded through pregnancy. Third, when parents, though normal, had subnormal children. Fourth, when husband or wife were adolescent. Early marriage, yes, but parenthood should be postponed until after the 23rd year of the boy and the 22nd of the girl. Fifth, when the earning capacity of the father was inadequate. No man had the right to have 10 children if he could not provide for more than 2. The standards of living desirable had to be considered. It was one thing if the parents were planning college educations for their offspring, and another if they wanted them simply for industrial exploitation. Sixth, births should be spaced between 2 and 3 years, according to the mother's health. All the foregoing were self-evident from the physiological and economic points of view. But I wish to introduce a final reason, which seemed equally important to me, though it had not been taken into account statistically. Seventh, every young couple should practice birth control for at least 1 year after marriage, and 2 as a rule, because this period should be one of physical, mental, financial, and spiritual adjustment in which they could grow together, cement the bonds of attraction, and plan for their children. Like other professions, motherhood should serve its apprenticeship. It was not good sense to expect fruit from buds. Yet, if womanhood flowered from girlhood too soon, it did not have a chance to be a thing in itself. I offered a hypothetical case. Suppose 2 young people started out in marriage, ignorant of its implications and possibilities. The bride, utterly unprepared, returned pregnant from the honeymoon. Headaches, nausea, backache, general fatigue, and depression. The romantic lover never knew that girl as a woman. She forever after appeared to him only as a mother. Under such circumstances, marriage seldom had an opportunity to become as fine an instrument for development as it might have been. I wanted the world made safe for babies. From a government survey, significant conclusions had emerged as to how many babies lived to celebrate their first birthday. These were based largely on 3 factors: the father's wage. As it went down, more died, and as it rose, more survived. The spacing of births. When children were born 1 year apart, more died than if the mother were allowed a 2 or 3 year interval between pregnancies. The relative position in the family. Of the number of second-born, 32 out of every 100 died annually, and so on progressively until among those who were born 12th, the rate was 60 out of 100. I claimed that sympathy and charity extended towards babies were not enough, that milk stations were not enough, that maternity centers were not enough, and that protective legislation in the form of child labor laws was not enough. With all the force I could muster, I insisted that the first right of a child was to be wanted, to be desired, to be planned for with an intensity of love that gave it its title to being. It should be wanted by both parents, but especially by the mother who was to carry it, nourish it, and perhaps influence its life by her thoughts, her passions, her rebellions, her yearnings. So that all babies born could be assured sound bodies and sound minds, I suggested in lighter vein that the government issue passports for them, calling the attention of the audience to the fact that adults in this country would never think of going abroad without a government guarantee to ensure them safe passage and preservation against harm or ill treatment. If this were necessary for grown persons journeying into a foreign land, how much more important it was to protect children who were to enter into this strange and insecure new world. I reminded them also that no one would consider embarking in the medical or legal profession without due preparation. Even cooks or laundresses scarcely applied for positions without experience proving they were qualified to undertake their tasks. But anyone, no matter how ignorant, how diseased mentally or physically, how lacking in all knowledge of children, seemed to consider he or she had the right to become a parent. In the same tone, I proposed a bureau of application for the unborn. I pictured a married couple coming here for a baby, as though for a chambermaid, chauffeur, or gardener. The unborn child took a look at his prospective parents and propounded a few questions, such as any employee had the right to ask of his employer. To his father, the unborn child said, "Do you happen to have a health certificate?" And to the mother, "How are your nerves? What do you know about babies? What kind of table do you set?" And to both of them, "What are your plans for bringing me up? Am I to spend my childhood days in factories or mills? Or am I to have the opportunities offered by an intelligent, healthy family life? I am unusually gifted," the baby might add. "Do you know how to develop my talents? What sort of society have you made for the fullest expression of my genius?" All babies came back to the practical question, "How many children have you already?" 8. "How much are you earning?" $10 a week. "And living in 2 rooms, you say?" "No, thank you. Next, please." I was trying to make people think in order that they might act. My part was to give them the facts and then, when they asked what they should do about them, suggest concrete programs for leagues and clinics. Many women had far more executive and administrative experience than I, and I still expected them to carry on where I left off, so that I might be free to return to Europe. My hopes seemed well-founded when many of the Pittsburgh audience waited afterward to request help in organizing themselves. Thus the first state birth control league was formed. This and all subsequent ones I referred to Mrs. Dennett's National Birth Control League to be under its future direction. That meeting had been held under the sponsorship of Mrs. Enoch Roth, a philanthropist of great courage. In the early days, almost everywhere I went, the subject of birth control was one likely to make conspicuous those who identified themselves with it. Average, well-to-do persons hesitated, except for the Jewish leaders in civic affairs, who, as soon as they were personally convinced, showed no reluctance in aligning themselves publicly. Not so did Chicago respond. Some members of the powerful Women's City Club had privately asked me to speak, but when the matter was brought up before their board, the unofficial invitation was officially canceled. Here again were conservatives enjoying the benefits of birth control for themselves, but unwilling to endorse it for the less fortunate of their sex. When they did not listen, I tried to reach the women of the stockyards directly. So many hundreds of letters had come to me, not only in English, but also in Hungarian, Bohemian, Polish, and Yiddish, clamoring for information, that I had every reason to suppose what I had to say was going to be welcome on Halsted Street. I was incredulous when I met an unforeseen resistance. Hull House and similar settlements had been established to help the poor to help themselves. But I found that although social agencies had originally striven to win confidence by opening milk stations and day nurseries, this aim had been somewhat obscured in the interests of sheer efficiency. Many welfare workers had come to treat individuals merely as cases to be catalogued, arrogantly proclaiming they knew what was best for the poor. A type had developed, and those who belonged to it were lacking in human sympathy. Instead, they expanded their own egos through domination. Their desire to build up prestige and secure a position of importance in the community had formed a civic barrier, a wall, in fact, around the Stockyards district, preventing any new concepts, people, or organizations from coming in without official permission. The Stockyards women were literally imprisoned in their homes from advanced ideas unless they went out into other sections of the city. Because this ridiculous situation had arisen in Chicago, no hall could be had in the immediate neighborhood. I could have held no meetings there had it not been for Fania Mindell, one of the many idealists of that time who threw themselves into the fight for the oppressed as an aftermath of their own sufferings and repressions in Russia. She had a devoted and self-sacrificing nature, which made her work, slave, toil for the love of doing it. She made all the arrangements, producing an audience of 1,500 from the labor and stockyards environs. These first lectures in Chicago and elsewhere attracted women in swarms, paying their 25 cents to fill the auditoriums. I remember that one offered her wedding ring as the price of admission, to be redeemed on payday. They brought their children, and more than once I had to lift my voice above the persistent cooing and gurgling of a front-row baby. There was a natural understanding between infants. If one were given a bottle, another began to cry. A third in the back joined the chorus, or a small boy on the side aisle whispered shrilly, "I want to go home." I just ached to see those many babies, because I knew what their mothers had come for, definite help to stop having more, and it could not be given them. Often at these meetings I saw some woman sitting down near the platform, holding a bunch of wildflowers, daisies, Queen Anne's lace, or butter and eggs, waiting to present me with the little bouquet, telling me that since she had received my pamphlet, she had kept out of trouble. No matter how phrased, the gratitude was genuine. Over and over again, someone popped up in front of me and extended a hand. I used to subscribe to the Woman Rebel. I got all your pamphlets from England. When I asked, "What's your name?" with the answer like a flash came the number of children and the locality, and the story sent me years earlier. And, "Didn't you live in Des Moines?" I continued. Seldom was it the wrong place. In this way I came across dozens of friends who had been among the original 2,000. I was advised by Dr. Mabel Ulrich of Minneapolis not to go there, because the Twin Cities were the most conservative in America. "You won't get 6 people," she prophesied. "Do you think I'll get 6? "Perhaps." then I'll go. I was prepared to speak wherever it was possible, regardless of attendance. 6 people, properly convinced, usually made 60 people think before very long. In spite of Dr. Ulrich's warning, hundreds of chairs had to be brought in to the Minneapolis Public Library to take care of the overflow. People were frequently surprised at the size of my audiences. I should have been surprised had it been the other way about, although I did not like too many present because the subject was too intimate for great numbers in large halls. All came because birth control touched their lives deeply and vitally. They listened so earnestly, so intently, that the very atmosphere was hushed and unnaturally quiet. Here in Minneapolis arrived a telegram from Frederick A. Blossom, Ph.D., manager of the Associated Charities of Cleveland, whom I had met there. Would I speak at the National Social Workers Conference then being held in Indianapolis? He could not get me placed on the program, but the 2 subjects that were currently arousing considerable interest were the prison reforms instituted by Thomas Mott Osborne at Sing Sing and birth control. He believed it was worth my while to come. Since I had nearly a week before my scheduled meeting in St. Louis, the time fitted in very nicely, and I seized the occasion. I did not expect definite action, but I did yearn to arouse dissatisfaction over smoothing off the top, to say to these social workers plodding along in their organizations that I thought their accomplishments were temporary, and that charity was only a feather duster flicking from the surface particles which merely settled somewhere else. They could never attain their ideal of eliminating the problems of the masses until the breeding of the unending stream of unwanted babies was stopped. Blossom, polished, educated, and clever, had a charming and disarming personality, and an ability far above the average. Part of his work had been to cultivate the rich, and in this he had been eminently successful because he was so suave, never waving a red flag in front of anybody's nose as I did. My flaming feminism speeches had scared some of my supporters out of their wits. This master manager knew exactly what to do and how to go about it. Notices were posted throughout the hotel and left in every delegate's mailbox, announcing the meeting for 4 in the afternoon, the only hour when we could have the big amphitheater. Although round-table discussions were going on at the same time, it was jammed to the doors. People were sitting on the platform and on windowsills and radiators. I was almost startled that so many of those from whom I hoped for cooperation should turn out in such numbers. Walter Lippmann said, "This will kick the football of birth control straight across to the Pacific." And indeed, the social agents, like the plumed darts of a seeded dandelion puffed into the air, scattered to every quarter of the country. Thereafter, to the west and back again, I heard echoes of the meeting. During the previous weeks in various cities, it had been hard to be alone a minute. Women with the inevitable babies kept calling on me in hotels, and so did men setting out to their jobs early in the morning, carrying their lunch boxes. I was so mentally weary with strain that it seemed I must get away from humanity for a little while if I were to retain my sanity. Worst of all was the ever-present loneliness and grief. The apparition of Peggy, who wanted me to recognize she had gone and was no longer here. I slipped into St. Louis 2 days ahead so that I could be by myself, registering at the Hotel Jefferson and asking not to be disturbed. but the telephone rang before I even had my suitcase unpacked. A reporter had seen my name at the desk and requested an interview. I replied I could not give it. I was not in St. Louis so far as he was concerned. Saying to myself, "Good, I've escaped that," I went to bed. But next morning, a ribbon on the front page of his paper announced I was hiding in the city. In my ignorance, I had violated the etiquette observed by welcoming committees, and mine was highly indignant. I had little rest. Among the group of backers was Robert Minor, an old friend, formerly an outstanding cartoonist on the New York World, who had been dropped because he had refused to draw the kind of pictures about Germany his employers wanted. It had been arranged that I was to have the Victoria Theatre Sunday night, which had already been paid for in advance so that the meeting could be free. However, at 7:45, when we arrived, the building was in total darkness and the doors were locked. The proprietor's office was closed. He was not at home. There was no means of finding out anything. Actually, he had temporarily effaced himself because he did not wish to admit that he had been threatened with a Catholic boycott of his theater, and had been promised protection against a possible suit for breach of contract. At least 2,000 people had gathered and were filling the air with catcalls, hisses, hurrahs, cries of "The Catholics run the town! Break in the door!" Minor urged me to stand up in the car and give my speech, but without its proper setting, I was lost. Here was a type of battle needing an experienced campaigner. Although I did not feel adequate, I began, but my voice could not surmount the uproar. I was barely under way when a police sergeant reached up and seized my arm. "Here now, you'll have to come down. You can't talk here." "Speech! Speech!" yelled the crowd. "Go on!" But the owner of the car, to my great relief, started his engine. I sat back in the seat with a thump, and off we went. The incident had repercussions. The Men's City Club, regarding the event as a blot on the fair name of the town, asked me to speak at their luncheon the next day, and I promised to wait over. Although 40 Catholics then resigned in a body, St. Louis would not be coerced, and more than 100 new members joined immediately. William Marion Reedy, owner and publisher of the famous Reedy's Mirror, had been at the closed theater. He printed a cartoon showing the capital of the United States with a papal crown on it, stated editorially that the Pope was now dictating to America what it should hear and think, and emphasized the consequent dangers to the country if any religious group were allowed such domination. "No idea let loose in the world has ever been suppressed. Ideas cannot be jailed in oubliettes," was his peroration. End of Chapter 16, Part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2, of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Part 2, Hear Me for My Cause. After I had left the Middle West and reached the Rocky Mountains, the atmosphere changed. I was struck even by the attitude of the bellboys and waiters at the Brown Palace Hotel in Denver. In New York, you were served by trained foreign men and boys, Italian and French. Here they were American-born, blue-eyed, fair-complexioned, strong-jawed. Without bowing or obsequiousness, they brought your food and carried your bags as if doing you a favor. You hesitated to give them a tip, though, as a matter of fact, they never refused it. I loved Denver itself. It seemed to me the women there were the most beautiful I had seen, fresh, charming, alive. They had long had the vote and used it effectively. Because they believed in Judge Ben Lindsay's juvenile court, they had kept him in office in spite of the concerted antagonism of picturesque but corrupt politicians. Although Judge Lindsay had bitter enemies in exalted places, he had loyal friends also. When Theodore Roosevelt had stopped there in 1912 on his western swing, the judge was facing opposition. The city fathers did not want to include him as a substantial citizen on their platform committee of welcome. Roosevelt peered vainly about among all these bankers and businessmen. "Where's Ben Lindsay?" he asked. "We don't talk about him around here." "Don't we? Well, he's a friend of mine. I shan't say a word until Ben Lindsay comes and sits on this platform beside me." Nor would he speak until Lindsay arrived. Everybody had to wait. It was a high point for me at this time, so soon after my own court appearance, to have Judge Lindsay preside at my meeting. Formerly my listeners, with the exception of Indianapolis, had been chiefly of the working class. Here they were wives of doctors, lawyers, petty officials, members of clubs. I was more than delighted to have an audience which had the power to change public opinion. The submerged tenth had no need of theories, nor the proof of the advantages of family limitation. They were the proof, the living example of the need. It was vitally important to have reflective hearers who not only themselves used contraceptives, but who advanced thought through literature, discussions, and papers. To them, I was telling the story of those millions who could not come, and trying to relate it as I knew it to be true. Stimulating them offered the best possibility of getting something done. Judge Lindsay invited me to sit on the bench with him the next morning, and I watched enthralled the way he handled his cases. The familiar court method was punishment, and the more punishment, the better. But he operated on the new psychology. For instance, he attempted to inculcate a sense of responsibility in one boy who had disobeyed his mother and run away from school by showing him his indebtedness to her, how he should be helping rather than causing her grief. The same tactics were employed in the case of Joseph, charged with assault on his wife, Nellie, who stood silently in the background, shawl over her head. Lindsay read the evidence and then said, "Joseph, come over here." Joseph stepped nearer, appearing somewhat guilty, as men of his status usually did when they came into court. "What's this I hear about you? Why did you strike Nellie?" "She made me mad," Joseph mumbled. "Joseph, turn your head and look at your wife. Look at her. Look! Thin, pale, weak. And you, a big, strong man, striking that delicate little woman. Aren't you ashamed of yourself to beat Nellie? You who promised to love, honor, and protect her?" The reprimanding lasted fully 2 minutes. Finally, tears began to spring from Nellie's eyes and to run down her face. She moved forward, took Joseph by the hand, and said, "Oh, he's not so bad, Judge." Joseph then embraced her. Instead of punishing him, which would in effect have also been punishing Nellie, Judge Lindsay put him on parole to report back in 2 months' time, and husband and wife went out arm in arm. One of the hardest things for a judge in a lower court to combat is the prejudice of the police against those who already have records. Judge Lindsay, when a case came up before him, never took the word of the ward heelers, but had his own secretary, employed and paid by him, go to the home and investigate, and he held the case until this had been done. But I thought then that either Judge Lindsay was heading straight for trouble, or Denver had a kingdom of its own where freedom reigned. A similar attitude of liberality prevailed on the far side of the Rockies. In many places where I had previously spoken, policemen had been stationed at the doors. Occasionally, they had even come to the hotel and read my speech, as at St. Louis and Indianapolis. But in Los Angeles, officials of all the city, even the representatives of the Women's Police Division, met me at the station or called on me in a friendly way. I was still as terrified of speaking as in the beginning. I used to wake up early in the morning, sometimes before it was light, and feel a ghastly depression coming over me. I realized it was the impending lecture which was so affecting me, and I waited in trepidation for the hour. My physical illness did not grow better until I was on my feet and well into my subject. Though this was my first visit to the West, I had no time for scenery. Whenever possible, I traveled by night and arrived during the day, and by this stage of my trip I was seemingly always tired. The dead grind went on, an endless succession of getting off trains, introductions, talking to committees, pouring yourself out, and nothing happening. Physically and psychically, it was one of the lowest periods of my life. Someone in San Francisco did a lovely thing for me. I never knew who she was, but at the end of one meeting, she picked me up in her car and swept me away into a forest of huge, tall trees where the sun broke through. There she left me for 15 minutes in the midst of a cathedral of great evergreens, with the sky overhead and myself alone. I have never forgotten the peace and quiet. I found the West Coast a lively place. Ideas were being constantly thrashed out. Every discourse had a challenging reception. Emma Goldman had been there year after year and had stirred people to dare express themselves. All sorts of individuals catechized you, and if you were not well grounded in your subject, you were quickly made aware of your ignorance. The Wobblies spent hours in libraries, not only keeping warm, but trying to find points on which to attack the next lecturer who should come to town. Often those most eager were considered cranks on diet, free trade, single tax, and free silver, so familiar that their rising was hailed with groans. I never minded having questions asked, though everything I knew was questioned. It was as well for me that, in addition to my Malthus, I knew my Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, my Henry George, Marx, and Kropotkin. It seems to me that today the tone of audiences has deteriorated. Queries rarely have the same intellectual grasp behind them. My welcome at Portland was delightful. The 60-year-old poet C.E.S. Wood, dapper and gracious, made a practice of greeting personally women speakers, dedicating poems to them on their arrival, and sending bowers of flowers to their hotel rooms. The City of Roses did much to entertain its visitors. Here I was invited by a church to address its congregation following the evening service. I had not been very well in the afternoon, but I promised over the telephone to be there if I could. I was late, and the meeting had already begun. As I slipped in at the rear, I heard the chairman refer to me as a Joan of Arc. Entirely too many Joans of Arc were floating about in those days. Not wishing to be a disappointment, I turned right around and walked back to the hotel. Since no one had ever seen me, both my entrance and exit went unremarked. I admired robust, vital women. They appeared so efficient, and I regretted the fact that I did not give the same impression. I felt that way, but could not help resembling, as someone phrased it, a hungry flower drooping in the rain. If I were in a room with 10 people and somebody came in who expected me to be present, she invariably approached the biggest woman and addressed her, "How do you do, Mrs. Sanger?" For a brief while I tried to make myself seem more competent looking by wearing severe suits, but this phase did not last. For one thing, effective simplicity cost money, and I did not have enough to be really well tailored. However, the anonymity due to my appearance was, on the whole, fortunate. I was always able to go along any street, into any restaurant or shop, and seldom be identified, and this made it possible for me to maintain a relatively private life. A dinner was given at Portland. The chairman, who had seen Susan B. Anthony and many other women with causes come and go, made a short speech of introduction. I rarely remember what people say on such occasions, but one of her statements has remained in my mind. "I would like to see Margaret Sanger again after 10 years. Most movements either break you or develop the public figure type of face which has become hard and set through long and furious battling. But her cause is different from any other I have ever known. I should like to see how she comes out of it." I have thought of this many times, how, if the cause is not great enough to lift you outside yourself, you can be driven to the point of bitterness by public apathy, and within your own circle by the petty prides and jealousies of little egos which clamor for attention and approbation. One of the first persons I met in the city was Dr. Marie Equi, of Italian ancestry and Latin fire. Definitely, she was an individualist and a rugged one. Her strong, large body could stand miles and miles on horseback, night or day. She had been brought up in the pioneer era, when medical work was genuine service. If cowboys or Indians were in fights, difficulties, jail, Dr. Equi was always on hand to speak a good word for them. It was in Portland that I realized family limitation, which had been crudely and hurriedly written in 1914, needed revising. The working woman to whom it was addressed needed the facts. It had served its purpose in its unpolished state, but the time had now come to reach the middle classes, for whom it required a slightly more professional tone. Dr. Equi gave me genuine assistance in this matter. The wider the distribution of the pamphlet, the happier I was. Since it had not been copyrighted, anybody who wanted to could reprint as many as he wished, and IWW lumberjacks, for example, transients without families who moved to California for the crop harvesting in the summer, often thus provided themselves with a little extra money as they journeyed from place to place. When they unrolled the blankets draped over their shoulders, out dropped a half-dozen or so pamphlets. An automobile mechanic of Portland had made one of these reprints and asked me whether he could sell it at my next meeting. I myself had never distributed family limitation publicly, but if any local people wanted to do so, I had no objection. Accordingly, the mechanic and 2 of his friends sold copies and were arrested. Their trial was postponed so that I could deliver my proposed lectures in Seattle and Spokane. When these were over, I came back to serve as a witness, and at another meeting held the night preceding the trial, 4 more of us were arrested: Dr. Equi, 2 Englishwomen, and myself. I was tremendously gratified by seeing women for the first time come out openly with courage. Over 100 followed us through the streets to the jail asking to be let in too. We also have broken the law. The city jail was nice and clean and warm. The girls, who were not locked in cells, scampered about talking over their troubles and complaints with Dr. Equi and receiving condolence and wholesome advice in return. The 7 of us were tried together the next day. 2 lawyers took upon themselves the responsibility of defending us, and they were splendid. We were all found guilty. The men were fined $10, which the judge said they need not pay. The women were not fined at all. The papers made a great to-do about the affair, but it was not a type of publicity of my choosing, and did little to bring the goal nearer. The year 1916 was filled with such turmoil, some of it useful, some not. The ferment was working violently. Everybody began starting things here and there. Many radicals, some of whom I did not even know, were distributing leaflets, getting themselves arrested and jailed. Meetings were being held in New York on street corners, at Union Square, Madison Square. You had to keep a steady head, to be about your business, to make careful decisions, to waste the least possible time on trivialities. It was always a problem to prevent emotional scatterbrains from disturbing the clear flow of the stream. The public, quite naturally, could not be expected to distinguish between purposeful activities and any others carried on in the name of the movement. Emma Goldman and her campaign manager, Ben Reitman, belatedly advocated birth control, not to further it, but strategically to utilize in their own program of anarchism the publicity value it had achieved. Earlier, she had made me feel she considered it unimportant in the class struggle. Suddenly, when in 1916 it had demonstrated the fact that it was important, she delivered a lecture on the subject, was arrested, and sentenced to 10 days. Ben Reitman, who used to go up and down the aisles at meetings shouting out Emma Goldman's Mother Earth in a voice that never needed a megaphone, was also arrested when the police found on the table of her lecture hall in Rochester several books on birth control. One of these was by Dr. Robinson, who had hastily published a volume purporting to give contraceptive information. The unwary purchaser discovered, when he came to the section supposed to give him the facts for which he had paid his money, that the pages were blank and empty. A far greater interest to me was the decision of Jessie Ashley, Ida Raw, who was Max Eastman's wife, and Bolton Hall, a leader in the single tax movement, to make test cases on the grounds that the denial of contraceptive information to women whose health might be endangered by pregnancy was unconstitutional, since the Constitution guaranteed each individual the right to liberty. These 3 had themselves arrested on birth control charges. They were all 3 convicted and given a choice of fines or terms in prison. They paid the former, announcing that they would appeal, but most unfortunately, as it turned out later, they did not carry through their intentions. A sympathetic thing, if not a wise one, was being done by a young man in Boston named Van Cleek Allison, who started handing out leaflets to workers as they emerged from factories. Early in the summer, he gave one to a police decoy, was arrested and sentenced to 3 years. Dear old Boston, the home of the Puritan, rose in all its strength and held a huge meeting of protest on his behalf. This was the occasion of my first heckling. A Jewish convert to Catholicism, named Goldstein, began belligerently to fling questions at me. It was not in the sense of trying to find out the answers, but as though he had them wrapped up in his own pocket and were merely trying to trap me, and he, in turn, had his answers ready for mine. But after my Western experiences, I was not unprepared, and was aided, furthermore, by other members of the audience who spoke in my defense when he became almost insulting. I never made light of questioners, and never judged any question too trivial or unworthy of an honest response. I believed that for each person who had the courage to ask, there must be at least 25 who would like to know, and I have never assumed anyone was seeking to trick me into giving illegal information, even though his inquiry might appear as intended to confuse me or be vindictively thrust at me. I usually replied, "That's an interesting point. I'm glad you raised it," and then proceeded to discuss it as best I could. Another heckling in Albany resulted in a joyous reunion. Someone in the audience insisted my work was unnecessary. I would ordinarily have paid no attention, not considering the statement at all personal. But there arose a lady, wearing a high lace collar propped up with whalebones, and a hat that sat flat on her head, a ghost out of my schoolgirl days. "I am acquainted with Margaret Sanger," she stated. "I have slept with her, I have lived with her, I have worked with her, I have delivered her, and I have named my baby for her." Here was dear old Amelia come to champion me. Her type of dress had remained the same as 15 years before, but so had her loyalty and wit. The lecture over, we went back together to her home in Schenectady. She hauled out from the attic scrapbooks and photographs and snapshots taken at Claverack, and we sat on the floor and rocked with laughter until 3 a.m. When I returned to New York, after my long trip, I took a studio apartment in what seemed like a bit of old Chelsea on 14th Street, way over between 7th and 8th Avenues. Gertrude Boyle, the sculptress, had the one below me, and my sister Ethel moved in above. Occasionally, Father came down from Cape Cod to spend some time with us. Although it was never quite warm enough, because it lacked central heating, it hardened me physically, and the open fireplaces, stoked incessantly by expansive and voluble Vito Silecchia, the Italian coal vendor, kept the air fresh and clean. The lovely high ceilings, the tall windows, and the broad doors flung wide between the rooms gave an atmosphere of space, and the marvelous carved woodwork was a joy. The windows in the rear were draped with light yellow curtains, reflecting an illusory glow of sunshine. Above one of these grew a Japanese wisteria vine. Whenever I looked up, I saw this little bit of spring. End of Chapter 16, Part 2. Chapter 17 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Faith, I have been a truant in the law. Quote, "If a woman grows weary and at last dies from childbearing, it matters not. Let her only die from bearing. She is there to do it." End quote. Martin Luther. In the fall of 1916, whoever walked along the corridor of the top floor of 104 Fifth Avenue could have seen the words "birth control" printed on the door leading to an office equipped in businesslike, efficient manner with files and card catalogs. Presiding over it was Fred Blossom, the perfect representative. He had told me at Cleveland he was tired of ameliorative charity and, wanting to do something more significant, had offered 6 months for this work. Now, indefatigably he wrote, spoke, made friends, and most important, raised money. His meals were limited to an apple for luncheon and a sandwich for dinner. He seldom left the office until midnight. Like a vacuum cleaner, Blossom sucked in volunteers from near and far to help with the boxes and trunks of letters which had come to me from all over the country. 1,000 from St. Louis alone. As long as I had had no stenographic aid, I had been able only to open and read them and put them sadly away. At last, with 15 or 20 assistants, the task began of sorting these out and answering them. The contents almost invariably fell into certain definite categories, and I instituted a system so that such and such a paragraph could be sent in response to such and such an appeal. We had only one paid stenographer, little Anna Lifshitz, who soon became far more a co-worker than a secretary. If we had no money in the bank, she waited for her salary until we did. When I met Anna's mother, who graced her hospitable home with an old-world dignity, I realized that her daughter's fine character had been directly inherited. Every Christmas I used to receive a present of wine and cakes of Mrs. Lifshitz's own make, and Anna always said when she brought them, "My mother prays for your health, your happiness, and that you will keep well." I had been encouraged by the interest aroused during my Western trip, but was by no means satisfied. The practical idea of giving contraceptive information in clinics set up for that purpose had seemed to meet general approval everywhere. Boston at this time appeared a possible place to begin. Though Allison had to serve 60 days in the House of Correction at Deer Island, the sum total of his sensational trial had been good. Before his arrest, there had been no league in Massachusetts, and with his arrest had come publicity, friends, workers, meetings, letters, interviews, all of widespread educational value. More important than the enthusiasm which had been stirred up, the best legal authorities in Boston had decided that contraceptive information could be given verbally by doctors, as long as it was not advertised. The interpretation to be put on advertising held up the actual opening of a clinic. The old spirit was there to wage battle, but it was a question of getting leadership, and this did not come about. No women doctors were willing to take the risk. If the citizens of Massachusetts had then seized the opportunity to broaden their laws, writers and speakers might now have more freedom in expressing themselves. Blossom soon organized the New York State Birth Control League to change the state law. Beyond introducing a bill, it made little headway and soon expired. It was just one of those many groups that met and talked and did nothing effective. The legislative approach seemed to me a slow and tortuous method of making clinics legal. We stood a better and quicker chance by securing a favorable judicial interpretation through challenging the law directly. I decided to open a clinic in New York City. a far more difficult proceeding than in Boston. Section 1142 of the New York statutes was definite. No one could give contraceptive information to anyone for any reason. On the other hand, Section 1145 distinctly stated that physicians could give prescriptions to prevent conception for the cure or prevention of disease. 2 attorneys and several doctors assured me this exception referred only to venereal disease. In that case, the intent was to protect the man, which could incidentally promote immorality and permit promiscuity. I was dealing with marriage. I wanted the interpretation to be broadened into the intent to protect women from ill health as the result of excessive childbearing, and equally important, to have the right to control their own destinies. To change this interpretation, it was necessary to have a test case. This, in turn, required my keeping strictly to the letter of the law. That is, having physicians who would give only verbal information for the prevention of disease. But the woman doctors who had previously promised to do this now refused. I wrote, telephoned, asked friends to ask other friends to help find someone. None was willing to enter the cause, fearful of jeopardizing her private practice and of running the risk of being censured by her profession. She might even lose her license. They had before them the example of Dr. Mary Halton, who of all the women I have known has perhaps the best understanding of the hidden secrets of the heart. She has never reached her deserts, and doubtless never will have the honors due her, though she has an unknown audience who love her, not only because she has done something directly for them, but because they have heard of what she has done for others. She has what, to my mind, is the attitude of the real physician, that it is not enough merely to cure ailments. Surroundings, heartaches, privations must also be given attention. Her office is a human welfare clinic to which women of all classes, ages, nationalities go for advice, occasionally without even return car fare. The unmarried ones, who in asking help from doctors or clinics seldom admit they are unmarried, trust so deeply in Dr. Mary that they unburden themselves freely. Dr. Mary had previously been on the staff of the Grosvenor Hospital and had held her evening clinic there. To one of her patients, who had been operated on for glandular tuberculosis, she had prescribed a cervical pessary. When, a few evenings later, the woman had come back to be refitted, Dr. Mary had been out, and her substitute, horrified and shocked, had presented the matter to the board. Dr. Mary had been called before them. She had told them in no uncertain terms that the giving of contraceptive information to patients in need of it was part of her work, and that she had a right, under the law, to do so. The board had disagreed with her and asked for her resignation. I did not wish to complicate the question of testing the law by having a nurse give information, because a nurse did not come under the Section 1145 exception. But since I could find no doctor, I had to do without. Ethel, a registered nurse, had a readiness to share in helping the movement, though she did not belong to it in the same sense as I. Then, as long as I had to violate the law anyhow, I concluded I might as well violate it on a grand scale by including poverty as a reason for giving contraceptive information. I did not see why the hardships and worries of a working man's wife might not be just as detrimental as any disease. I wanted a legal opinion on this, if possible. My next problems were where the money was to come from, and where the clinic was to be. Ever since I had announced that I was going to open one within a few months, I had been buried under an avalanche of queries as to the place, which for a time I could not answer. The selection of a suitable locality was of the greatest importance. I tramped through the streets of the Bronx, Brooklyn, the lower sides of Manhattan, east and west. I scrutinized the Board of Health vital statistics of all the boroughs, births and infant and maternal mortality in relation to low wages, and also the number of philanthropic institutions in the vicinity. The two questions, where and how, were settled on one and the same day. That afternoon, 5 women from the Brownsville section of Brooklyn crowded into my room seeking the secret of birth control. Each had 4 children or more who had been left with neighbors. One had just recovered from an abortion which had nearly killed her. Another will take me off. Then what will become of my family? They rocked back and forth as they related their afflictions, told so simply, each scarcely able to let her friend finish before she took up the narration of her own sufferings, the high cost of food, her husband's meager income when he worked at all, her helplessness in the struggle to make ends meet, whining, sickly children, the constant worry of another baby, and always hanging over her night and day, year after year, was fear. All cried what a blessing and godsend a clinic would be in their neighborhood. They talked an hour, and when they had finished, it seemed as though I myself had been through their tragedies. I was reminded of a story of a Spaniard who had become so desperate over the injustice meted out to innocent prisoners that he had taken a revolver into the street and fired it at the first person he met. Killing was his only way of expressing indignation. I felt like doing the same thing. I decided, then and there, that the clinic should open at Brownsville, and I would look for a site the next day. How to finance it I did not know, but that did not matter. Then, suddenly, the telephone rang, and I heard a feminine voice saying she had just come from the West Coast, bringing from Kate Grain Gartz, whom I had met in Los Angeles, a check for $50 to do with as I wished. I knew what I should do with it: pay the first month's rent. I visualized 2 rooms on the ground floor, one for waiting and one for consultation, and a place outside to leave the baby carriages. Fania Mindell had left Chicago to assist me in New York. It was a terribly rainy day in early October that we plodded through the dreary streets of Brownsville to find the most suitable spot at the cheapest possible terms. We stopped in one of the milk stations to inquire about vacant stores. "Don't come over here," was the reply. Many social organizations were being established to meet the demands of poverty and sickness, and we asked of them all, only to receive the same response: "We don't want any trouble. Keep out of this district." The mildest comment was, "It's a good idea, but we can't help you." Although they agreed the mothers of the community should limit their families, they seemed terrified at the prospect of a birth control clinic. It sounded also as if they were afraid we would do away with social problems and they would lose their jobs. Brownsville was not unique. Brooklyn was, and still is, dotted with such dismal villages, and even Queens, with its pretensions to a higher standard, has its share. But Brownsville was particularly dingy and squalid. Block after block, street after street, as far as we could see in every direction stretched the same endless lines of cramped, unpainted houses that crouched together as though for warmth, bursting with excess of wretched humanity. The inhabitants were mostly Jews and Italians, some who had come to this country as children, some of the second generation. I preferred a Jewish landlord, and Mr. Rabinowitz was the answer. He was willing to let us have number 46 Amboy Street at $50 a month, a reduction from the regular rent because he realized what we were trying to do. Here in this Jewish community, I need have no misgivings over breaking of windows or hurling of epithets, but I was scarcely prepared for the friendliness offered from that day on. I sent a letter to the district attorney of Brooklyn, saying I expected to dispense contraceptive information from this address. Without waiting for the reply, which never came, we began the fun of fixing up our little clinic. We had to keep furnishing expenses inside the budget, but Fania knew Yiddish and also had a bargain. We bought chairs, desks, floor coverings, curtains, a stove. If I were to leave no loophole in testing the law, we could only give the principles of contraception, show a cervical pessary to the woman, explain if they had had 2 children, they should have one size, and if more, a larger one. This was not at all ideal, but I had no other recourse at the time. However, we might be able to get a doctor any day, and consequently, we added an examination table to our equipment. Mr. Rabinowitz spent hours adding touches here and there to make the 2 shiny and spotless rooms even more snow-white, more hospital-looking, he said. Meanwhile, we had printed about 5,000 notices in English, Italian, and Yiddish. Mothers, can you afford to have a large family? Do you want any more children? If not, why do you have them? Do not kill, do not take life, but prevent. Safe, harmless information can be obtained of trained nurses at 46 Amboy Street near Pitkin Avenue, Brooklyn. Tell your friends and neighbors, all mothers welcome. A registration fee of 10 cents entitles any mother to this information. These we poked into letterboxes, house after house, day after day, upstairs, downstairs, all over the place, viewing sadly the unkempt children who swarmed in the alleyways and over the fire escapes of the condemned tenements, and played on the rubbish heaps in the vacant lots. Seldom did we see a woman who was not carrying or wheeling a baby. We stopped to talk to each and gave her a supply of leaflets to hand on to her neighbors. When we passed by a drugstore, we arranged with the proprietor to prepare himself for supplying the pessaries we were going to recommend. The morning of October 16th, 1916, crisp but sunny and bright after days of rain, Ethel, Fania, and I opened the doors of the first birth control clinic in America, the first anywhere in the world except the Netherlands. I still believe this was an event of social significance. Would the women come? Did they come? Nothing, not even the ghost of Anthony Comstock, could have kept them away. We had arrived early, but before we could get the place dusted and ourselves ready for the official reception, Fania called, "Do come outside and look." Halfway to the corner, they were standing in line, at least 150, some shawled, some hatless, their red hands clasping the cold, chapped, smaller ones of their children. Phania began taking names, addresses, object and coming to the clinic, histories. Married or single, any miscarriages or abortions, how many children, where born, what ages. Remembering how the Netherlands clinic, in recording nothing, had made it almost hopeless to measure what they had accomplished from the human point of view, I had resolved that our files should be as complete as it was possible to make them. Phania had a copy of What Every Girl Should Know on her desk, and if she had a free moment, read from it. When asked, she told where it could be bought, and later kept a few copies for the convenience of those who wanted them. Children were left with her, and mothers ushered in to Ethel or me in the rear room, from 7 to 10 at once. To each group we explained simply what contraception was, that abortion was the wrong way. No matter how early it was performed, it was taking life. That contraception was the better way, the safer way. It took a little time, a little trouble, but was well worth while in the long run, because life had not yet begun. Some women were alone, some were in pairs, some with their neighbors, some with their married daughters. Some did not dare talk this over with their husbands, and some had been urged on by them. At 7 in the evening they were still coming, and men also, occasionally bringing their timid, embarrassed wives, or once in a while by themselves, to say they would stay home to take care of the children if their wives could come. 100 women and 40 men passed through the doors, but we could not begin to finish the line. The rest were told to return tomorrow. In the course of the next few days, women appeared clutching minute scraps of paper, seldom more than an inch wide, which had crept into print. The Yiddish and Italian papers had picked up the story from the handbills which bore the clinic address, and the husbands had read them on their way from work and clipped them out for their wives. Women who had seen the brief, inconspicuous newspaper accounts came even from Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and the far end of Long Island. Newly married couples with little but love, faith, and hope to save them from charity told of the tiny flats they had chosen, and of their determination to make a go of it together if only the children were not born too soon. A gaunt skeleton suddenly stood up one morning and made an impassioned speech. They offer us charity when we have more babies than we can feed, and when we get sick with more babies for trying not to have them, they just give us more charity talks. Women who were themselves already past childbearing age came just to urge us to preserve others from the sorrows of ruined health, overworked husbands, and broods of defective and wayward children growing up in the streets, filling dispensaries and hospitals, filing through the juvenile courts. We made records of every applicant, and though the details might vary, the stories were basically identical. All were confused, groping among the ignorant sex teachings of the poor, fumbling without guidance after truth, misled and bewildered in a tangled jungle of popular superstitions and old wives' remedies. Unconsciously they dramatized the terrible need of intelligent and scientific instruction in these matters of life and death. As was inevitable, many were kept away by the report that the police were to raid us for performing abortions. Clinic was a word which, to the uneducated, usually signified such a place. We would not have minded particularly being raided on this charge, because we could easily disprove it. But these rumors also brought the most pitiful of all, the reluctantly expectant mothers who hoped to find some means of getting out of their dilemmas. Their desperate threats of suicide haunted you at night. One Jewish wife, after bringing 8 children to birth, had had 2 abortions and heaven knows how many miscarriages. Worn out, beaten down, not only by toiling in her own kitchen, but by taking in extra work from a sweatshop making hats, she was now at the end of her strength, nervous beyond words, and in a state of morbid excitement. "If you don't help me, I'm going to chop up a glass and swallow it tonight." A woman wrought to the pitch of killing herself was sick, a community responsibility. She, most of all, required concentrated attention and devotion, and I could not let any such go out of the clinic until her mood had been altered. Building up hope for the future seemed the best deterrent. "Your husband and your children need you. One more won't make so much difference." I had to make each promise to go ahead and have this baby, and myself promise in return, "You won't ever have to again. We're going to take care of you." Day after day, the waiting room was crowded with members of every race and creed. Jews and Christians, Protestants and Roman Catholics alike made their confessions to us, whatever they may have professed at home or in church. I asked one bright little Catholic what excuse she could make to the priest when he learned she had been to the clinic. She answered indignantly, "It's none of his business. My husband has a weak heart and works only 4 days a week. He gets $12, and we can barely live on it now. We have enough children." Her friend, sitting by, nodded approval. "When I was married," she broke in, "the priest told us to have lots of children, and we listened to him. I had 15. 6 are living. I'm 37 years old now. Look at me. I might be 50. That evening, I made a mental calculation of 15 baptismal fees, 9 baby funerals, masses and candles for the repose of 9 baby souls, the physical agonies of the mother, and the emotional torment of both parents, and I asked myself, is this the price of Christianity? But it was not altogether sad. We were often cheered by gayer visitors. The grocer's wife on the corner, and the widow with 6 children who kept the lunchroom up the street dropped in to wish us luck, and the fat old German baker whose wife gave out handbills to everybody passing the door sent regular donations of doughnuts. Whenever the pressure became so overwhelming that we could not go out for a meal, we were sure to hear Mrs. Rabinowitz call downstairs, "If I bring some hot tea now, will you stop the people coming?" 2 jovial policemen paused at the doorway each morning to discuss the weather. Reporters looked in, speculating on how long we were going to last. The postman, delivering his customary 50 to 100 letters, had his little pleasantry, "Farewell, ladies. Hope I find you here tomorrow." Although the line outside was enough to arouse police attention, 9 days went by without interference. Then, one afternoon, when I, still undiscouraged, was out interviewing a doctor, a woman, large of build and hard of countenance, entered and said to Phania she was the mother of 2 children, and that she had no money to support more. She did not appear overburdened or anxious, and because she was so well fed as to body and prosperous as to clothes, did not seem to belong to the community. She bought a copy of What Every Girl Should Know, and insisted on paying $2 instead of the usual 10-cent fee. Phania, who had an intuition about such matters, called Ethel aside and said warningly she was certain this must be a policewoman. But Ethel, who was not of the cautious type, replied, "We have nothing to hide. Bring her in anyhow." She talked with the woman in private, gave her our literature, and when asked about our future plans, related them frankly. The skeptical Phania pinned the $2 bill on the wall and wrote underneath, "Received from Mrs. Blank of the police department as her contribution." Hourly after that, we expected trouble. We had known it must occur sooner or later, but would have preferred it to come about in a different way. The next day, Ethel and Phania were both absent from the clinic. The waiting room was filled almost to suffocation when the door opened and the woman who had been described to me came in. "Are you Mrs. Sanger?" "Yes." "I'm a police officer. You're under arrest." The doors were locked, and this Mrs. Margaret Whitehurst and other plainclothes members of the Vice Squad, used to raiding gambling dens and houses of assignation, began to demand names and addresses of the women, seeing them with babies, broken, old, worried, harrowed, yet treating them as though they were inmates of a brothel. Always fearful in the presence of the police, some began to cry aloud, and the children on their laps screamed too. For a few moments it was like a panic, until I was able to assure them that only I was under arrest. Nothing was going to happen to them, and they could return home if they were quiet. After half an hour, I finally persuaded the policeman to let these frightened women go. All of our 464 case histories were confiscated, and the table and demonstration supplies were carried off through the patient line outside. The more timid had left, but many had stayed. This was a region where a crowd could be collected by no more urgent gesture than a tilt of the head skyward. Newspaper men with their cameras had joined the throng, and the street was packed. Masses of people spilled out over the sidewalk onto the pavement, milling excitedly. The patrol wagon came rattling up to the door. I had a certain respect for uniformed policemen. You knew what they were about, but none whatsoever for the Vice Squad. I was white-hot with indignation over their unspeakable attitude towards the clinic mothers, and stated I preferred to walk the mile to the court rather than sit with them. Their feelings were quite hurt. "Why, we didn't do anything to you, Mrs. Sanger," they protested. Nevertheless, I marched ahead, they following behind. A reporter from the Brooklyn Eagle fell into step beside me, and before we had gone far, suggested, "Now I'll fix it up with the police that you make a getaway, and when we reach that corner you run. I'll stop and talk to them while you skip around the block and get to the station first." It was fantastic for anyone so as to misconstrue what I was doing as to imagine I would run around the block for a publicity stunt. I stayed overnight at the Raymond Street Jail, and I shall never forget it. The mattresses were spotted and smelly, the blankets stiff with dirt and grime. The stench nauseated me. It was not a comforting thought to go without bedclothing when it was so cold, but having in mind the diseased occupants who might have preceded me, I could not bring myself to creep under the covers. Instead, I lay down on top and wrapped my coat around me. The only clean object was my towel, and this I draped over my face and head. For endless hours I struggled with roaches and horrible-looking bugs that came crawling out of the walls and across the floor. When a rat jumped up on the bed, I cried out involuntarily and sent it scuttling out. My cell was at the end of a center row, all opening front and back upon 2 corridors. The prisoners gathered in one of the aisles the next morning, and I joined them. Most had been accused of minor offenses, such as shoplifting and petty thievery. Many had weather-beaten faces, were a class by themselves, laughing and unconcerned. But I heard no coarse language. Underneath the chatter, I sensed a deep and bitter resentment. Some of them had been there for 3 or 4 months without having been brought to trial. The more fortunate had a little money to engage lawyers. Others had to wait for the court to assign them legal defenders. While I was talking to the girls, the matron bustled up with, "The ladies are coming," and shooed us into our cells. The ladies, a committee from a society for prison reform, peered at us as though we were animals in cages. A gentle voice cooed at me, "Did you come in during the night?" "Yes," I returned, overlooking the assumption that I was a streetwalker. "Can we do anything for you?" The other inmates were sitting in their corners, looking as innocent and sweet as they could. But I startled her by saying, "Yes, you can. Come in and clean up this place. It's filthy and verminous." The committee departed hurriedly down the corridor. One more alert member, however, came back to ask, "Is it really very dirty?" Although I told her in some detail about the blankets, the odors, the roaches, she obviously could not picture the situation. "I'm terribly sorry, but we can't change it." I was still exasperated over this reply when I was called to the reception room to give an interview to reporters. In addition to answering questions about the raid, I said I had a message to the taxpayers of Brooklyn. They were paying money to keep their prisons run in an orderly fashion, as in any civilized community, and should know it was being wasted because the conditions at Raymond Street were intolerable. My bail was arranged by afternoon, and when I emerged I saw waiting in front the woman who was going to swallow the glass. She had been there all that time. I went straight back to the clinic, reopened it, and more mothers came in. I had hoped a court decision might allow us to continue, but now Mr. Rabinowitz came downstairs apologetically. He said he was sorry, and he really was, but the police had made him sign ejection papers on the ground that I was maintaining a public nuisance. In the Netherlands, a clinic had been cited as a public benefaction. In the United States, it was classed as a public nuisance. 2 uniformed policemen came for me, and with them I was willing to ride in the patrol wagon to the station. As we started, I heard a scream from a woman who had just come around the corner on her way to the clinic. She abandoned her baby carriage, rushed through the crowd, and cried, Come back and save me." For a dozen yards she ran after the van before someone caught her and led her to the sidewalk. But the last thing I heard was this poor, distracted mother shrieking and calling, "Come back! Come back!" End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Lean Hunger and Green Thirst. Quote, "All that we know who lie in jail is that the wall is strong, and that each day is like a year whose days are long." End quote. Oscar Wilde. Looking back upon this period fraught with emotional distress, I have no regrets. But looking ahead, I am grateful that there looms no necessity for repeating those passionate, dangerous, and menacing days. Out of the raid 4 separate cases resulted. Ethel was charged with violating Section 1142 of the Penal Code, designed to prevent dissemination of contraceptive information. Fania, with having sold an allegedly indecent book entitled What Every Girl Should Know. I, first with having conducted a clinic in violation of the same Section 1142, second, with violating Section 1530 by maintaining a public nuisance. I claimed that Section 1142, which forbade contraceptive information to, for, and by anyone, was unconstitutional because no state was permitted to interfere with a citizen's right to life or liberty, and such denial was certainly interference. Experience had shown it did the case no good merely to defend such a stand in a lower court. It must be carried to a higher tribunal, and only a lawyer versed in whereases and whatsoevers and inasmuches could accomplish this. But I was still hopeful of finding one who was able to see that the importance of birth control could not be properly emphasized if we bowed too deeply before the slow and ponderous majesty of the law. The attorney who offered himself, J. Goldstein, had a background which made him more sympathetic than other lawyers, even the most liberal. He was one of those young Jewish men of promise who had been guided through adolescence by Mary Simkovich, founder of Greenwich House, and Lillian Wald, founder of the Henry Street Settlement. The seeds of social service had been planted in him. His legal training only temporarily slowed down their growth. J.J. had placed himself in a difficult position for a youthful Tammany Democrat, some day to be a magistrate. He might have been forgiven more easily had he received a larger fee. Though he had to be convinced that we declined to have anything to do with political wire-pulling, he fought for us valiantly. November 20th, we pleaded not guilty, and trial was set for November 27th. J.J. endeavored to have the three of us tried simultaneously, but the Court of Special Sessions would have none of it. Then he asked for a jury trial, which could be granted at the discretion of the Supreme Court. Application was denied. An appeal to the appellate division was dismissed. Writs of habeas corpus were dismissed. Another appeal to the appellate division was dismissed. Adjournments pending appeal were urged, but not granted. Indeed, I was being swiftly educated in the technicalities of criminal law. I felt like a victim who passed into the courtroom, was made to bow before the judge, and did not know what it was all about. Every gesture had its special significance, which must not be left out if appeals were to be possible. We had to make many more appearances than would otherwise have been necessary. Everything had to be correctly on the record. Evening after evening, J.J. rehearsed the arguments he was going to present and directed me to respond to questioning. I did not understand the technicalities and begged to be allowed to tell the story in my own way, fearful lest the heartaches of the mothers be lost in the labyrinthine maze of judicial verbiage. But he maintained if the case were to be appealed to a higher court, it had to be conducted according to certain formalities. "Why should it have to be in legal language?" I demanded. "I'm a simple citizen, born in a democratic country. A court should also listen to my plea expressed in plain language for the common people. I'm sure I can make them understand and arouse their compassion." He reiterated that I could not address a court as though I were trying to instill my views in an individual. "You can't talk to them that way. You'll have to let me talk." "But that's the way I talk, and I'm the accused." I fully expected that if I were permitted to set forth my human version of the Brownsville tragedies, no appeal would be required. But J.J. knew the courts and had no such hopes. He was still doubtful of any success before the lower tribunal, and was still unable to see my point, counting chiefly on technicalities to win the case. J.J. had formerly objected to having our trial set during the November session because Justice McInerney was due to preside that month, and at previous trials he had expressed biased opinions. This objection was overruled. The strictly legal method having failed, I resorted to my own and wrote Justice McInerney an open letter. "As an American pledged to the principles and spirit in which this republic was founded, as a judge obligated by oath to fair and impartial judgment, do you in your deepest conscience consider yourself qualified to try my case? In those birth control cases at which you have presided, you have shown to all thinking men and women an unfailing prejudice, and exposed a mind steeped in the bigotry and intolerance of the Inquisition. To come before you implies conviction." Judge McInerney made application to the district attorney to be taken off this case. Trial was marked for January 4th, 1917, but the first case, that of Ethel, was reached so late in the afternoon it had to be postponed. 4 days afterwards, in spite of our attempts to be tried together, she appeared alone. She freely admitted that she had described birth control methods, but denied the district attorney's accusation that our 10-cent registration fee made it a money-making affair. This and other sensational charges, such as the clinic was intended to do away with the Jews, were often inserted in the records for reporters to pick up, make good stories of them, and, in consequence, influence newspaper readers against us. They were great stumbling blocks. Our most important witness, Dr. Morris H. Kahn, physician in Bloomingdale's department store, who also maintained a private clinic where he gave out birth control information, was ready to testify, but his evidence was ruled out as irrelevant, incompetent, and immaterial. To be sure, the charge against Ethel was as a layperson. Nevertheless, it was extraordinary that we could get no hearing for a doctor. J.J. was allowed only 15 minutes to present his argument on the unconstitutionality of Section 1142, and the presiding judge decided that the court was bound to hold it constitutional on precedent, regardless of argument. Ethel was found guilty. In the 2 weeks before sentence was to be pronounced, we debated what she and I should do. Perhaps it could be stayed, which would settle everything, but we each had to be prepared for either a short term of imprisonment or a long one. In case of the former, submission was the wiser course, because the public would not consider it of sufficient moment to bestir itself. In the latter event, a hunger strike seemed indicated, but again, only if sufficient attention could be called to it. The New York World had the most liberal policy of all the leading morning dailies, and therefore appeared to offer the best likelihood of being favorably disposed. I approached one of its editors and asked whether he would print our entire story if I were to give him a scoop and guarantee accuracy. He agreed and assigned us a special reporter. Ethel was sentenced January 22nd to 30 days in the workhouse on Blackwell's Island in the East River. In spite of our discussion over this possibility, she was utterly shocked and exclaimed, "I'm going to go on that hunger strike." After spending the night in the Tombs, she was returned the next morning to the Federal District Court of Brooklyn on a writ of habeas corpus as a means of suspending sentence pending appeal. Daylight had brought no change in her determination to continue with the hunger strike. "I haven't had anything to eat yet," she declared, and remembering the tale that one hunger striker had received nourishment in her cups of water, she added, "And if they send me back, I shan't drink anything either." Neither J.J. nor I considered such a short sentence worth breaking your life for. Furthermore, the cause did not mean to Ethel what it did to me. "Think this over very carefully," I reminded her. "A hunger strike is not necessary, and if you once start, you'll have to keep it up." She insisted that she was ready to die if need be. She had made her will and arranged for the disposition of her 2 children. The hunger strike was to go on. The writ was refused, and she was remanded to the workhouse. On her way there, she told the women with whom she shared the patrol wagon the salient facts of birth control. When Commissioner of Correction Burdett G. Lewis was asked to comment on Ethel's decision, he scoffed, "Others have threatened hunger strikes. It means nothing." At first, no food at all was brought to her, but after the publicity began, the authorities were in despair to make her eat. This was a case they did not know how to handle. They were mentally unprepared for prisoners who were guilty of performing a legal wrong in order to win a legal right. Ethel had gone 103 hours without eating when Commissioner Lewis established a precedent in American prison annals by ordering her forcibly fed, the first woman to be so treated in this country. He stated optimistically to the press how simple the process was, consisting of merely rolling her in a blanket so she could not struggle, and then having milk, eggs, and a stimulant forced into her stomach through a rubber tube. He stressed how healthy she continued to be, how little opposition she offered, how foolish the whole thing appeared to him anyhow. He was going to charge her for the expense incurred in calling in an expert to feed her. As soon as I heard my sister was passive under the feeding, I became desperately anxious about her. Nothing but complete loss of strength could have lessened her resistance. After one interview, Commissioner Lewis had barred all reporters and given out a statement of his own. "I have not much patience with Mrs. Burns' efforts to get advertising for her cause, and I won't help such a campaign along by issuing bulletins." But bulletins were being issued, nevertheless, and printed. From prearranged sources, I was receiving messages and notes each evening, and reports on Ethel's pulse and temperature. Thus I learned her vision was becoming affected, and her heart was beginning to miss beats, due to lack of liquids. Going without water was pretty bad, she said herself. At night, the women whose duty it was to go up and down the corridors to give the prisoners a drink if they wanted it stopped right by my cell and cried, "Water! Water!" till it seemed as if I could not stand it. And on the other side of me was the sound of the river through the window. Nobody was allowed to visit Ethel but J.J., who, as her lawyer, could not well be refused. But reporters have their own mysterious ways of getting what they want. The World man succeeded in reaching her. It was not on the whole a successful interview, because she did not know who he was. But it did have one important result. It confirmed at first hand our statements as to the seriousness of her condition. In the midst of my anxiety over Ethel, my own trial opened January 29th in the same bare, smoky, upstairs Brooklyn court in which she had appeared. Justices John J. Freschke, Italian, Moses Herman, Jewish, and George J. O'Keefe, Irish, sat on the bench. Judge Freschke, a rather young man, presided, and on him we pinned our hopes. We did not expect anything of old Judge Herman, except that, because he was Jewish, he might be broad-minded. As to Judge O'Keefe, we had no illusions. No less than 30 of the mothers of Brownsville had been subpoenaed by the prosecution, but about 50 arrived, some equipped with fruit, bread, pacifiers, and extra diapers, others distressed at having had to spend car fare, timid at the thought of being in court, hungry because no kosher food could be obtained nearby. Nevertheless, all smiled and nodded at me reassuringly. Formerly, a few women of wealth, but of liberal tendencies, had been actively concerned in the movement, but now some who were prominent socially were coming to believe on principle that birth control should not be denied to the masses. The subject was in the process of ceasing to be tagged as radical and revolutionary, and becoming admittedly humanitarian. In this room, side by side with the ones to be helped, sat new helpers. Among them was Mrs. Amos Pinchot, chairman of the Women's Committee of 100, formed to lend support to the defense. Her reddish hair betrayed a temper quick and easily aroused in the cause of justice. Aristocratic of bearing, autocratic by position, she was one to command and be obeyed, and was easily a leading personality in the philanthropic smart set of New York. Among her valuable services was the bringing into the fold of the mothers and aunts of the present active junior leaguers. Mrs. Lewis L. Delafield's limousine stood in front of the doors at almost every trial, and it meant a great deal to the defendants to have the wife of one of the most eminent members of the New York bar in the courtroom. By her very demeanor and looks, white-haired, a fragile countenance, you knew she could touch nothing that was not fine, and that she had the spiritual courage to stand by her ideas and ideals in both her public and private life. Always she opened her home and her heart and her arms to those she loved. Phania was called first. She was a girl with a pale and delicate face, and was too worried to bear the strain. She should not be punished for cooperating, and I told J.J. to notify the court that she was not well, though I strictly forbade him to say anything about my health. Her trial was brief, narrowing itself down to whether what every girl should know was to be classed as indecent. A few days later, she was found guilty and sentenced to $50 fine, a decision which was eventually reversed on appeal. It surprised me that in my trial the prosecution should be carried on so vehemently, because the prosecutor had little to prove. To me, there seemed to be no argument at all. The last thing in my mind was to deny having given birth control advice. Certainly I had violated the letter of the law, but that was what I was opposing. I grew more and more puzzled by the stilted language, the circumlocutions, the respect for precedent. These legal battles, fought in a curiously unreal world, intensified my defiance to the breaking point. I longed for a discussion in the open, on merit, and in simple, honest terms. I thought I might have my wish when Judge Freshke, holding up a cervical cap which the prosecuting attorney had put in evidence, said, "Who can prove this is a violation? The law states that contraception is permitted for the prevention of disease. May it not be used for medical reasons?" This question raised my hopes high. At last the law might be interpreted according to the definition I so desired. Ill health resulting from pregnancy caused by lack of its use might be construed as disease. Then, one by one, the Brownsville mothers were called to the stand to answer the district attorney. "Have you ever seen Mrs. Sanger before?" Yes, I know Mrs. Sanger." "Where did you see her?" "At the clinic." "Why did you go there?" "To have her stop the babies." The witness bowed sweet acknowledgment to me until she was peremptorily commanded to address the court. "Did you get this information?" Yes, thank you. I got it. It was good, too." "Enough!" the district attorney barked, and called another. Time after time they gave answers that were like nails to seal my doom, yet each thought she was assisting me. J.J. saw how their testimony could be turned to our advantage. He asked, "How many miscarriages have you had? How much sickness in your family? How much does your husband earn?" The answers were $7, $8, $9 a week. At last one woman, more miserable and more poverty-stricken than the rest, was summoned. "How many children do you have?" 8, and 3 that didn't live." "What does your husband earn?" $10 a week, LibriVox." Judge Freshke finally exclaimed, "I can't stand this any longer," and the court adjourned over the weekend. J.J. was jubilant because he said there was nothing for him to do. The court was arguing his case for him. I myself was feeling a little conscience-smitten. A mass meeting of sympathizers had been organized by the Committee of 100 for that evening in Carnegie Hall, and I went straight there from the courtroom. I had a speech ready in which I said we were being persecuted, not prosecuted, that the judges were no better than witch-burners. It was unfortunate, but copies had already been released to the press, and the wording could not be changed. Helen Todd, the chairman, a grand person who had been trained under Jane Addams, had given the mothers of Brownsville places of honor on the platform to let everybody see what kind of women we were fighting for. She asked for 20 volunteers to follow the example of the English suffragettes who had gone on hunger strikes en masse, but no women whose names registered socially in the public mind were willing thus to join in protesting against the law. Only working girls came forward. 3 days later, Jessie, Ashley, and I took the train for Albany with Mrs. Pinchot, who was a close friend of Governor Charles S. Whitman, to ask him to appoint a commission to investigate birth control and make a report to the state legislature. The governor, who was fair and intelligent, quite distinctly representing a class of liberal politicians, received us cordially. Ethel and her hunger strike had been front-page news for 10 days. In the subway, on street corners, everywhere people gathered, she was being discussed. In Washington and Albany, congressmen and legislators were sending out for the latest details. Governor Whitman naturally asked about her, and we seized the opportunity to try to impress on him the outrageousness of making her suffer for so just a cause. He said directly her incarceration was a disgrace to the state. He was entirely out of sympathy with the courts and judges, and offered a pardon conditional upon her ceasing to disseminate birth control information. But I had not come to ask that favor. "My sister wouldn't take a pardon," I replied, much to the distress of Mrs. Pinchot. However, I accepted gratefully his letter to the warden at Blackwell's Island authorizing me to see her. The next morning I appeared again before the court. During the 3-day interim, the effect of the mother's testimony had evidently been effaced from the judges' minds, and they were infuriated by my Carnegie Hall denunciation. But far more detrimental to my hope of a new interpretation was the prosecution's introduction of a federal agent who had once confiscated a copy of Family Limitation, in which was the picture of this same cervical cap. He read aloud my advice to women to use it as a means of preventing conception. Not even the most friendly judge could get away from the fact that I had intended a far broader definition than any permitted by the existing law. The prosecution argued further that the constitutionality of Section 1142 could not be challenged, because the exception for physicians in Section 1145 already guaranteed liberty to citizens. And since I was not a physician, and consequently did not come under the exception, the court must, in any event, find me guilty. This they did. The day had been so full that I was not able to avail myself of Governor Whitman's permit to visit Ethel until evening, when Mr. and Mrs. Pinchot took me in their car to the workhouse. I remember how cold it was. The trip on the ferry seemed to go on forever. But when we finally arrived, at the name of Pinchot, the friend of the governor, doors swung open. Officialdom turned polite and courteous and salaamed us on our way. The Pinchots remained below, while I was sent up to Ethel's cell, where she was lying on her iron cot, dressed in readiness for her release. Her appearance shocked and horrified me. She had grown thin and emaciated. Her eyes were sunken and her tongue swollen. High red spots stood out on her cheeks. She could not even see me, even across the narrow cell, knowing me only by my voice. Hers was muffled as she whispered me to come nearer, her mind confused. "Liberty," she kept repeating. "I want my liberty." Her life was all that mattered to me now. I had to eat humble pie, and said to the matron I was going to telegraph Governor Whitman that she was too ill to accept the conditions of the pardon for herself, but I would promise on her behalf. I was told that he had already signed the pardon, was on his way to New York, and to wait downstairs, please. After about half an hour, we were informed Mrs. Byrne was coming down. I went along the hallway to meet her. She was being held up by 2 attendants, the matron following with wraps. Her head was rolling from side to side, and I could see from the pallor of her face, especially from the pinched look of her nose and mouth, that she was losing consciousness. I protested to the matron, but orders had been given and were being obeyed. Commissioner Lewis wanted the newspaper pictures to show her coming out on her feet. Running back to the room where the Pinchots were sitting, I exclaimed, "She's fainting!" Then Mrs. Pinchot clapped her hands imperiously and directed the attendants to lay Ethel down immediately and bring a stretcher. A command from her worked like magic. She wrapped her own fur coat around the pathetic figure, and as soon as Ethel felt the softness and warmth, she knew she was safe. We carried her over to my apartment to begin the protracted period of recuperation. Only after a year's convalescence was she able to take up a normal life again. Being the real instigator, I had every reason to expect a longer term than Ethel. Logically, her hunger strike had served its purpose. That form of strategy was closed. But personally, I decided that, if I should receive a year, I should do the same. On the other hand, if I were given 3 months or less, I could study and make use of my time. J.J. had heard on reliable authority that if I were to change my plea to guilty, I could have a suspended sentence. To his mind, freedom alone meant victory, and he urged me to accept it if it were offered. This, it developed, was the intention of the court when on Monday I was called back for sentence. Having Ethel off the front page had brought a sigh of relief of almost national scope. But all the publicity had had its effect on public opinion, and doubtless influenced the judges also to a certain extent. Since they could not agree to change the interpretation of the law, they had been obliged to find me guilty, but they did not really want to inflict punishment. They were, however, extremely suspicious of our assertion that we were going to carry the case higher. Jessie Ashley, Ida Raw, and Bolton Hall had all been let off with fines on the understanding they proposed to appeal, and then they had not done so. Courts were beginning to assume this was just a trick of birth control advocates, not meant in good faith. I sat listening to what seemed an interminable discussion between J.J. and Judge Freshke over whether the appeal were going to be prosecuted in a quick and orderly fashion, until I was nearly lulled to sleep. Suddenly, my attention was caught by hearing J.J. declare that I would promise not to violate the law. My mind clicked. It was not in my program to bargain for freedom. J.J., knowing full well I would make no such promise, had planted himself in front of me so the court could not see my belligerent face. He was trying to act as a buffer, and at the same time, for fear of what I might say, to avoid having me summoned to the stand. I tried to peer around him, but he shifted from side to side, obscuring my view. I tugged on his coat like a badly brought-up child, but he took no notice. Finally, one of the judges interposed. "Your client wishes to speak to you, counselor." I could be ignored no longer, and was called. "Margaret Sanger, stand up." History is written in retrospect, but contemporary documents must be consulted. Therefore, I have gone to the official records for the facts. After all, one courtroom is much like another, and the attitude of one justice not so dissimilar from that of another. I was combating a mass ideology, and the judges who were its spokesmen merged into a single voice, all saying, "Be good, and we'll let you off." This is what I heard. "You have been in court during the time that your counsel made the statement that pending the prosecution of appeal, neither you nor those affiliated with you in this so-called movement will violate the law. That is the promise your counsel makes for you. Now, the court is considering extreme clemency in your case. Possibly you know what extreme clemency means. Now, do you personally make that promise?" The defendant, pending the appeal. The court, If Mrs. Sanger will state publicly and openly that she will be a law-abiding citizen without any qualifications whatsoever, this court is prepared to exercise the highest degree of leniency. The defendant: I'd like to have it understood by the gentlemen of the court that the offer of leniency is very kind, and I appreciate it very much. It is with me not a question of personal imprisonment or personal disadvantage. I am today, and always have been, more concerned with changing the law, regardless of what I have to undergo to have it done. The court: Then I take it that you are indifferent about this matter entirely. The defendant: No, I am not indifferent. I am indifferent as to the personal consequences to myself, but I am not indifferent to the cause and the influence which can be attained for the cause. The court: Since you are of that mind, am I to infer that you intend to go on in this matter, violating the law, irrespective of the consequences? The defendant: I haven't said that. I said I am perfectly willing not to violate Section 1142, pending the appeal. Justice Herman: The appeal has nothing to do with it. Either you do or you don't. The court to Mr. Goldstein: What is the use of beating around the bush? You have communicated to me in my chambers the physical condition of your client, and you told me that this woman would respect the law. This law was not made by us. We are simply here to judge the case. We harbor no feeling against Mrs. Sanger. We have nothing to do with her beliefs, except insofar as she carries those beliefs into practice and violates the law. But in view of your statement that you intend to prosecute this appeal and make a test case out of this, and in view of the fact that we are to regard her as a first offender, surely we want to temper justice with mercy, and that's all we are trying to do. And we ask her, openly and above board, will you publicly declare that you will respect the law and not violate it? And then we get an answer with a qualification. Now, what can the prisoner at the bar for sentence expect? I don't know that a prisoner under such circumstances is entitled to very much consideration after all. The court to the defendant: We don't want you to do impossible things, Mrs. Sanger, only the reasonable thing, and that is to comply with this law as long as it remains the law. It is the law for you, it is the law for me, it is the law for all of us until it is changed, and you know what means and avenues are open to you to have it changed, and they are lawful ways. You may prosecute these methods, and no one can find fault with you. If you succeed in changing the law, well and good. If you fail, then you have to bow in submission to the majority rule. The defendant: It is just the chance, the opportunity to test it. The court: Very good. You have had your day in court. You advocated a cause. You were brought to the bar. You wanted to be tried here. You were judged. You didn't go on the stand and commit perjury in any sense. You took the facts and accepted them as true, and you are ready for judgment, even the worst. Now, we are prepared, however, under all the circumstances of this case, to be extremely lenient with you if you will tell us that you will respect this law and not violate it again. The defendant: I have given you my answer. The court: We don't want any qualifications. We are not concerned with the appeal. Mr. Goldstein: Just one other statement, Your Honor. One final statement on my part. Your Honor did well say that you didn't want anything unreasonable. With all due deference to your honor, to ask a person what her frame of mind will be with so many exigencies in future, that is, if the Commission did nothing or the legislature did nothing. The Court. All we are concerned about is this statute, and as long as it remains the law, will this woman promise here and now unqualifiedly to respect it and obey it? Now, it is yes or no. What is your answer, Mrs. Sanger? Is it yes or no? The defendant. I can't respect the law as it stands today. The Court. Margaret Sanger, there is evidence that you established and maintained a birth control clinic where you kept for sale and exhibition to various women articles which purported to be for the prevention of conception, and that there you made a determined effort to disseminate birth control information and advice. You have challenged the constitutionality of the law under consideration and the jurisdiction of this court. When this is done in an orderly way, no one can find fault. It is your right as a citizen. Refusal to obey the law becomes an open defiance of the rule of the majority. While the law is in its present form, defiance provokes anything but reasonable consideration. The judgment of the court is that you be confined to the workhouse for the period of 30 days. A single cry, "Shame!" was followed by a sharp rap of the gavel, and silence fell. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. This Prison Where I Live. I sat in the front row while the court routine continued. The room buzzed with conversation. J.J. was busy with formalities. Reporters were leaning over to ask me questions. Through the nearby doorway, I saw several young men awaiting their sentences like actors in the wings listening for their cues. One was propped against the wall, smoking a cigarette. At the sound of his name, he raised his head, signifying he had heard, and yet kept on smoking. When it was called a second time, an attendant shoved him forward roughly. I could almost feel the hardening of his soul under this brutal attitude and the physical handling. He gave still another puff, then deliberately dropped the stub, stepped on it, and sauntered leisurely forward to receive his sentence. I was led into an anteroom where other prisoners were being put through the regular fingerprinting procedure. I refused. There was a definite connection in my mind between admission of guilt and fingerprinting. Both, in their different ways, placed me in the category of criminals. My refractoriness was reported to the court, but the judges, poor dears, had worn themselves out trying to avoid sending me to jail, and were exasperated and cross. One more rebellion was too much for them. "Don't bother us with that. It's not our job. Take her away." We were then herded through the rear of the building into an open yard where the van was standing. The careless youth who had answered the court's call with such unconcern was waving farewell to friends who loitered outside. "How long, Alf?" asked one. 5 years, and he laughed as he said it. 2 more boys, their arms fraternally flung across one another's shoulders, shouted 3 and 4 consecutively. Were they normal? Could liberty be of so little account? The muscles in my throat contracted as I pictured the maternal love once spent on their infancy, And now the reckless disregard for freedom culminating in this ride. 30 days seemed to me the end of the world, but they made light of marking time in life for years, calling this their sleeping time. They paid no attention to me. I was entirely out of their realm. The women huddled beside me were more serious. An hysterical and tearful 1-monther had been obliged to leave her small 4-year-old son sitting on the veranda watching for her return. She had not even been allowed to go back to see him and arrange for his care during her absence. Some experiences, though unexpected, are nevertheless partially anticipated in the subconscious. I had believed fully and firmly that some miracle would occur to keep me from going to jail. There had been no miracle. The doors banged shut. 2 blue uniforms stared stolidly at each other. The automobile jerked forward. The trip to Raymond Street was short. We were ushered into a waiting room. A thin-lipped attendant of huge size callously pushed one weeping girl through the door. "Get ready there, you!" she tossed over her shoulder at me. "For what?" "For the doctor." I sat still. She repeated, "Do you hear me? Go in and get your examination." I resented this attitude with every fiber of my being and replied, "I'm not being examined." "Oh, you're not? You're one of the fighting kind, are you? Well, we'll soon fix you, young lady." She swung her heavy, massive frame out the door, leaving me wondering but quivering with excited determination. I was not sure what would happen to me. Within 5 minutes, however, she came back with an entirely different manner and tone. "Oh, you're Mrs. Sanger. It's all right. Come this way, please." The next morning I was given a cup of bitter, turbid, lukewarm coffee, and then placed inside the van, which set off for the workhouse. There all my possessions were taken from me. A long wait. The men were sent somewhere, and the women somewhere else. I did not know where. I just sat. After what seemed hours, my belongings were returned, and a woman in coat and hat told me to follow her. I did. A man added himself to our party, and the 3 of us climbed into another van. We were driven some distance down the island, then put into a boat and ferried over to New York. I had no idea where we were going. I asked, but could elicit no answer. We took a streetcar, and after various transfers I caught sight of a loose Wiles biscuit sign. But it did not help me because I had not seen it before. The section was unfamiliar to me. In early afternoon, we reached the Queens County Penitentiary, Long Island City. Evidently, the workhouse authorities had had enough of the Higgins family and wanted no more responsibility of this nature. Warden Joseph McCann, who met me, was a jovial young Irishman who had risen from the police ranks. "Have you had any lunch?" he asked. The cause of his solicitude emerged when he inquired anxiously whether I intended to go on a hunger strike. Remembering my morning cup of coffee, I replied, "Not unless your food is too bad." He introduced Mrs. Sullivan, the motherly matron. I answered the usual interrogatory about where I was born, how old I was, etc., etc. When the clerk came to what religion, I replied, humanity. He had never heard of this form of belief, and rephrased the question. "Well, what church do you go to?" "None." He looked at me in sharp surprise. All inmates of the penitentiary went to church. 98% in my corridor had been reared as Catholics. The prison clothing which I was handed was much like a nurse's uniform and did not disturb me. But when I was recalled to the warden's office to be fingerprinted, I said flatly I would not submit. He sent me back to my cell. The floor was arranged rather on the order of a hospital ward, with little alcoves of 10 or 15 cells running off the gallery. Mine, number 210, was small but clean. I had a bed, toilet, and washstand. There was no chair. I sat on my bunk. All the prisoners were at work, except Josephine, a German Catholic who had lost her husband and 3 children within a short period. She was eager to tell me her story. A few days after they had died, she had gone to their graves and covered those of the children with blankets to keep them warm. Someone saw her, decided she was insane, and had her committed to jail. It was a spring day when she was let out on parole. She was pleased and happy. A hurdy-gurdy was playing her favorite tune, just as the sun went down. She paid the man a nickel to play it over, then another, and another, and another. The policeman at the corner, hearing it, looked her over and arrested her again. During her next 10 days in prison, she nursed a grievance against this injustice, and as soon as she came out, had several drinks, went after the policeman, scratched his face, and tore his buttons off. Thereafter, Josephine drank whenever she could, and each time she drank, she fought. And, since she had developed a complex against policemen, she landed back in jail in short order. She had been in some 70 times. I found Josephine a kind, big-hearted person, and though erratic, fairly intelligent. She had a terrible tongue and a terrible temper, and undoubtedly had periods when she was of unsound mind. Most people were frightened of her. She was supposed to put curses on her enemies, and they came true. Once a person who had treated her badly and been cursed in consequence had promptly contracted pneumonia and died. At another time, the matron of a certain jail had kept her 3 weeks in a dark cell on bread and water. After the 5th day, when bread was handed into the hole, she said it tasted like cake, it was so sweet. From the 2 or 3 cups of water daily, she had to assuage her thirst, wash her face, and clean her teeth. When she came out of this Stygian place, she could scarcely see, but she managed to distinguish the matron sufficiently to put the curse of God upon her. The next night, someone forgot to close the door of the elevator shaft, and the matron walked through the open gate, fell to the bottom, and was instantly killed. Now Josephine was let alone. In spite of my depression, I was intensely interested in Josephine. She begged me to help her, and I said I would try. The rest of that afternoon was consumed in this tale of woe until at 5 o'clock I began my initiation into the prison routine of hours and meals. The dining room was filled with long tables and wooden benches. No one had a knife or fork, only a tablespoon, edge blunted so as to be unserviceable as a weapon. Supper consisted of tea and molasses, stewed dried peaches, and 2 slices of bread which tasted queer. It was said to have saltpeter in it. We were locked in an hour later. Lights were out at 9. Bells began ringing at 6 the next morning, and the cells were opened at 7. For breakfast, we had oatmeal with salt and milk. Again, 2 slices of the same bread, and coffee without sugar. Dinner was more bread, a boiled potato with the skin half on, and a sorry hunk of meat. Because of my active tuberculosis, the prison doctor soon put me on what was called a diet. This meant I could have crackers and milk and tea in my cell instead of going to the supper table. Due probably to the influence of the Osborne innovations at Sing Sing, the men at the Queen's Penitentiary were better treated than the women. Their food was of higher quality, and they could buy tobacco and even newspapers. The sole reading matter available to women were 2 Catholic weeklies and the Christian Science Monitor. Our only other news came from the 2 visitors a month allowed. So fine a mesh screen was placed in the reception room that inmates could with difficulty distinguish, as through a veil, the features of those to whom they were talking. This was a hardship not even imposed at Sing Sing. After morning cell cleaning, we took a 15-minute walk in the yard with our hooded capes over our heads. During this cold tramp, the women scanned the ground avidly for butts of cigarettes tossed away by the men. It was tragic to see human beings forced to such a low level as to dig with their fingers in the frozen earth to retrieve these mangled stubs. Each used to grab her little bit and hide it. When the matron went to her lunch, we were locked in our corridors, but not in our cells. Ordinarily, she took a nap afterwards, and the girls could usually count on her not being back until 3 or perhaps 4 o'clock. This gave them an opportunity to dry their shreds of tobacco under the radiator, then wrap them in toilet paper ready for smoking. That night, when we were all locked in, they struck the steel ribs from their corsets against the stone floor, and thus ignited pieces of cotton to give them lights. I could see tiny glowing points in the darkness as they puffed away greedily. Somehow, with the ingenuity born of necessity, these women also managed to have smuggled into them occasional small news items. The first day one of the girls approached me and in a stage whisper demanded, "Cross your heart and hope to die you won't tell." I crossed my heart and hoped to die. She slipped into my hand a short clipping about my trial. Apparently others had been keeping up with events, because a few minutes later, Lisa, a little colored girl, called out, "Yous eats, don't you?" A third asked me to explain to them what sex hygiene was all about. Accordingly, I sought permission of Mrs. Sullivan to be allowed in their corridor during her dinner hour. "What for?" "The girls want me to tell them about sex hygiene." "Aw, go on wid ye," she laughed. "They know bad enough already." Some of the most lovely-looking girls were drug addicts. It seemed monstrous that the state could take such liberties with human lives as to convict them as criminals and sentence them to as much as 3 years for something which should have been considered disease. Other women were pickpockets, embezzlers, prostitutes, keepers of brothels, Tiffany or high-class thieves, accomplices of safe-blowers, and a few transatlantic flyers who assisted in big hauls from Paris or London. The class snobbishness among the offenders interested me beyond words. No one cared how or where another had been reared, what kind of family background or education she had. The nature of her offense was the key to her social position. The one who picked pockets was scorned by the girl who helped herself to pearl or diamond necklaces. The shoplifter did not sell her body. The prisoners sometimes slid their arms in mine as we paced along in the yard. One took me to task. "I saw you walking with Gracie. You mustn't associate with her." "Why not?" "Do you know what she's in here for? She's a petty thief. Whenever she gets out, she rides in streetcars and steals money from the pocketbooks of poor people going to pay their rent, or women coming home with their husbands' wages." And what are you here for?
Oh, I steal from the rich. I take only from people who have jewelry and bank accounts.
I never did the regular work of cleaning, not even my own cell. Nor was I sent into the workshop to sew or to operate the machines with the others. When I asked Mrs. Sullivan why, she replied jollily, "Oh, you look better over there, with a pen in your hand." She had fixed up a table to serve as a desk, and there I sat the entire day with my papers and books, planning ahead and reading countless letters. The tenor of all was much like this from Sarah Goldstein. "The women here in Brownsville need help very bad. Mrs. Sanger has got put away in the penitentiary for being friends with us, but she said we was to use her place while she was gone. If we can have a meeting over here in the clinic, I will put a fire in the stove and ask the women to come Saturday. We women here want to find out what the president, the mayor, and the judges and everybody is trying to do. First they put Mrs. Sanger in jail for telling us women how not to have any more children, and then they get busy for the starve of the ones we've got. First they take the meat and the egg, then the potato, the onion, and the milk, and now the lentils and the butter, and the children are living on bread and tea off the tea leaves that is kept cooking on the back of the stove. Honest to God, we ought to call a meeting and do something about it." Part of my time also was devoted to helping some of the girls to read or to write the 2 letters a month permitted them. I had not believed that any American born of 16 to 18 years of age could be illiterate, but there were at least 10. I had been in the penitentiary for several days before I noticed a tall, erect woman with white hair and a face which obviously did not belong there. I had never seen her in the yard or at table. Although she had been over 9 months sharing the other prisoners' food and working beside them, she had not become one of them. Because of her aloofness, I found it hard to make her acquaintance, but ultimately the Duchess, as she was called, told me her story. After having been a teacher for 15 years, she had married a minister who lived on a pension. They stayed in hotels, always spending more than their income, while he steadily drew on his insurance money. His sudden death left her practically penniless. Due to her age and the fact she had not taught for so long, her application for a teacher's job was refused. She continued in the hotel until she had used up everything and was forced to move. Thereafter, she went from hotel to hotel, fleeing each time angry looks and bills. Finally, she was arrested and given an indeterminate sentence of from 1 to 3 years. Her constant brooding over her past was not preparing her for any future. I suggested she might keep her hand in by instructing the illiterate girls, and asked J.J., my only visitor, to have his friend William Spinney send some primers and lower-grade textbooks from Henry Holt and Company, where he worked. This was done free of charge. The Duchess was contentedly happy from the day she began teaching again. In the desire to learn whether the girls' background might not be related to the causes of their imprisonment, I asked Warden McCann whether I could see the records, especially as to the size of the families from which they came. He said it was against the rules, but he was willing to give me such facts separately, assuring me I was going to be surprised and disappointed. I was. When I inquired, "How many brothers and sisters does Rosie have?" the answer was, "None." "And Marie?" "She had a brother, but he's dead." It appeared from the entries that all these women had been single children, or, If a brother or sister had been born, he or she no longer survived. This was difficult to believe, but I had to accept it at first. However, when I became better acquainted with the old-timers, they told me quite a different history. The registers were merely evidence of the unwritten rule among them to keep their families out of it. The madam of a house of assignation was putting her daughter of 17 through a fashionable boarding school. To prevent the child from knowing anything about her occupation, she wrote letters, sent them west, where she was supposed to be traveling, and had them redirected to the school. Many other prisoners were mothers also, and the scheming and planning to hide the painful knowledge of their whereabouts was worthy of the deepest admiration. One after another admitted she had given false statements to save her relatives from disgrace or constant annoyance by the police. The result of a poll of the 31 in our corridor showed an average of 7 children to each girl's family. I was always interested to know why the pretty ones were there. Frances, one of the loveliest, had a radiant color, rosebud mouth, and the most innocent eyes. She even managed to wear her apron with a Gallic chic. It did not seem possible she could have committed a crime, but she turned out to be one of the rogues who made a practice of frequenting gatherings where careless people offered opportunities to pickpockets. She told me how she, with 2 other girls, had once gone to an upstate fair. After making a grand haul of watches and purses and anything they could lay their hands upon, her 2 companions said, "We've got enough. We're clearing out." But Frances had spotted an easy-looking wallet. It was not quite easy enough. Unfortunately for her, the owner shouted, "Someone's stolen my money." A bystander pointed, "She did it. I've been in 3 places today where things have been lost, and she's been there every time." Other people gathered round. Frances began to cry, because the friends of the man who had been robbed and he himself insisted she must be arrested, the police were called. Frances continued to weep until several lusty young farmers were ready to defy her accusers. How could they say such things about such a sweet girl? It looked as though a fight were imminent, and she hoped to slip away during the excitement. But the police arrived too soon and took her to the station. They found nothing on her. Somehow she had rid herself of the wallet. Frances's new-found allies were ready to go her bail, but it so happened that a police chief from a neighboring town, who had come to the fair for the express purpose of identifying possible petty criminals, recognized her from his sheaf of photographs of habitual offenders. He said to her supporters, "Boys, you're crazy. This girl's as crooked as a snake. Here's her picture." "Why, you're crazy yourself. Your girl's a blonde. This one's dark." The chief snatched at Frances's hair, and off came her wig. As she told me this great joke on herself, she shook with merriment. But this was not the end of the story. The station captain had been influenced by her attractiveness, and since the wallet had not actually been discovered on her, wanted to let her off. He made a compromise. "I'm going to give you a ticket to Montreal. You either go to jail or take it and get out." She accepted the ticket, but left the train at a nearby point and rejoined her friends at another fair. There, wearing a different costume, she continued her trade. Although to look at her ingenuous face, I could hardly believe it. Pitting her wits against the police was to her a type of game. Gertrude had been equally clever. She was of German origin, very stylish, moving in good circles when not in prison.
She had learned that the officers of the submarine Deutschland, which had just crossed the ocean, were to be entertained at a party. Having secured an invitation, she devoted herself to a lieutenant, who she had discovered was carrying $700 in his pocket. When the gathering broke up, she took him back to his hotel in her car, suggesting they stop at a nightclub en route. There, she put a drug in his glass. It took a bit of time to work, but after they had started on again, he fell asleep. She gave $5 to the doorman to take him to his room, saying he had drunk a bit too much, and then went home. At 7 the following morning, while Gertrude and her little girl were still in bed, the police raided her apartment. They could unearth nothing except what she could honestly account for. Her effects were turned upside down, and still no money was to be found. "Then how could they send you to jail?" I queried. "You didn't take it, did you?" "Of course I did," she asserted, looking at me as if I were dull-witted. "They couldn't pin it on me, that's all." Even though Gertrude had been brighter than the police, she, like many of the others, had been convicted on her past record and the present suspicious circumstances. Josephine was another case in point. After I myself had been released, I had her paroled under her own recognizance and secured a place for her as chambermaid in a hotel. Fate so arranged that in the very first room she entered on her first morning's work, she was confronted with the corpse of a man who had died in his bed during the night. She rushed out immediately, got drunk, and went directly back to jail again. The resentment thus engendered in these caged women was like a strong, glowing flame, of a depth that I scarcely had believed possible. The shivers ran up and down my back when I heard the details of their unguided and loveless childhoods, which explained in large part the curious manner in which their minds worked. They thought only in terms of getting away with their crimes, of beating the system, although their presence here was proof that it could not be beaten. 3 of the younger girls, too old for Bedford Reformatory, but almost too young for the penitentiary, definitely shocked me with their plans for wrongdoing without being apprehended. They asked me about my case. Was it true the judge gave you a chance not to go to jail if you'd promised not to break the law? Yes. Well, why didn't you do it? I couldn't promise that. But you didn't have to keep your promise. The ever-present bitterness arose, not from being caught in the act, but from being convicted without having been, according to their own belief, proved guilty. It was the woeful mental attitude, rather than the actual physical condition of their imprisonment, which so appalled me. Not one of them intended to go straight. They hated the police, who were drawing good salaries from the state and getting credit for putting them in jail. Yet all the time they had been smarter. This sounds inconsistent, but it was their peculiar psychological twist. I talked it over later with several judges to whom it was rather a new point of view. Among other cases, I cited that of a brothel keeper who conducted her house as a club and did it so carefully that no evidence could be obtained against her. Therefore, a detective had put opium in the plumbing, and she had been sentenced on a narcotic charge, although it was well known this was not her offense. "The prisoners were guilty, weren't they?" said one of the judges. "You know that, don't you?" "Yes," I rejoined, "but to my mind that doesn't end the state's responsibility. It seems to me your detectives should be more intelligent than the criminals they are set to catch." The girls at Queen's Penitentiary were unaware they were entitled to bring a far more serious charge against society than clumsy and inept police methods. I have never since visited an institution for juvenile offenders without thinking how stupid people are not to recognize that most adolescents are subjected to temptation on some occasion or other, that anyone, in an emotional fragment of time, when young and when the consequences are not clear, may do some forbidden thing. More often than not, it is merely incidental, and in no way warrants a life of penance. The only brutal treatment I received was during the last 2 hours. Since my fingerprints had not been taken on arrival, Warden McCann first tried to talk me into compliance. His argument that all prisoners' prints must be on file, that not having them was unheard of, got us nowhere. I refused to submit, even though it postponed my release. He then turned me over to 2 keepers. One held me, the other struggled with my arms, trying to force my fingers down on the ink pad. I do not know from what source I drew my physical strength, but I managed to prevent my hands from touching it. My arms were bruised, and I was weak and exhausted when an officer at headquarters, where J.J. was protesting against the delay, telephoned an order to discharge me without the usual ceremony. March 6, 1917, dawned a bitter, stinging morning. Through the metal doors I stepped, and the tingling air beat against my face. No other experience in my life has been like that. Gathered in front were my old friends who had frozen through the 2 hours waiting to celebrate Margaret's coming-out party. They lifted their voices in the Marseillaise. Behind them, at the upper windows, were my new friends, the women with whom I had spent the month, and they too were singing. Something choked me. Something still chokes me whenever I hear that triumphant music and ringing words, "Ye sons of freedom, wake to glory." I plunged down the stairs and into the car which stood ready for me, and we swept out of the yard towards my apartment. At the entrance were Vito, the coalman, and his wife, beaming and proudly pointing to the blazing fire they had made on the hearth to welcome me home. End of Chapter 19.
Chapter 20, Part 1 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 1. A Stout Heart to a Steep Hill. Quote, "When a thing ceases to be a subject of controversy, it ceases to be a subject of interest." End quote. William Hazlitt. The noisy clamor of the world could not reach me through thick stone walls. Prison had been a quiet interim for reflection, for assembling past experiences and preparing for the future. The tempestuous season of agitation, courts and jails, and shrieking and thumbing the nose should now end. Heretofore there had been much notoriety and but little understanding. The next 3 steps were to be, first, education, then organization, and finally, legislation. All were clearly differentiated, though they necessarily overlapped to a certain extent. I based my program on the existence in the country of a forceful sentiment which, if coordinated, could become powerful enough to change laws. Horses wildly careering around a pasture have as much strength as when harnessed to a plow, but only in the latter case can the strength be measured and turned to some useful purpose. The public had to be educated
before it could be organized, and before the laws could be changed as a result of that organization. I set myself to the task. It was to be a long one, because the press did not want articles stating the facts of birth control. They wanted news, and to them news still consisted of fights, police, arrests, controversy. One of the early essays in education was a moving picture dramatizing the grim and woeful life of the East Side. Both Blossom and I believed it would have value, and I continue to be of the same mind. He had not approved of the clinic and had declined to have anything to do with it, but was eager to join me in capitalizing on the ensuing publicity. Together, we wrote a scenario of sorts, concluding with the trial. Although I had long since lost faith in my abilities as an actress, I played the part of the nurse, and an associate of Blossom's financed its production. But before it could appear, Commissioner of Licenses George H. Bell ordered it suppressed. To prove the film mirrored conditions which called for birth control, we gave a private showing at a theater, inviting some 200 people concerned with social welfare. All agreed the public should see it, and signed a letter to that effect. Justice Nathan Bajor issued an injunction against interfering with its presentation. The moving picture theaters, however, fearful lest the breath of censure wither their profits, were too timid to take advantage of this. Of infinitely greater and more lasting significance than this venture was the Birth Control Review, which from 1917 to 1921 was the spearhead in the educational stage. It could introduce a quieter and more scientific tone, and also enable me to keep in touch with people everywhere whose interest had already been evoked. Emotion was not enough. Ideas were not enough. Facts were what we needed, so that leaders of opinion who were articulate and willing to speak out might have authoritative data to back them up. The first issue of the review, prepared beforehand, had come out in February 1917, while I was in the penitentiary. It was not a very good magazine then. It had few contributors and no editorial policy. Anyone, sculptor, spiritualist, cartoonist, poet, freelance, could express himself here. The pages were open to all. In some ways, it was reminiscent of the old days of the woman rebel, when everybody used to lend a hand, always with this vital difference, that we held strictly to education instead of agitation. I had learned a little editorial knowledge from my previous magazine efforts, and now obtained a more professional touch from the newspaper men and women who gradually came in. Among them, William E. Williams, formerly of the Kansas City Star, Walter A. Roberts, who later published the few issues of the American Parade, and Rob Parker, editor and makeup man. Among the associates were Jessie Ashley, Mary Knobloch, and Agnes Smedley. That extraordinarily shy and mysterious woman, Agnes Smedley, had been born in a covered wagon of squatter parents, and though she had become a teacher in the California public schools, her early habits of thought remained with her. She was consistently for the underdog. The British government had suspected her of connection with the seditious activities of a group of Hindu students and persuaded the federal authorities to investigate. All they had been able to find on which to charge her were a few copies of Family Limitations. This brought her within our province, and when she was arraigned in New York, John Haynes Holmes procured her $10,000 bail. After her acquittal, she worked with us at various times until she left for post-war Germany. On this and other occasions, John Haynes Holmes, a speaker second to none, brought the convincing force of his arguments and mind to our aid. By the shape of his head and the honesty of his eyes, you could recognize the practical idealist in this Unitarian minister. He never straddled issues. During the war, he said if one flag were to be hung out his church windows, then those of all nations should be flown. No peoples were enemies of his. 2 numbers of the review had appeared when the United States entered the war, and Blossom and I fell out. He was an ardent Francophile, and like most masculine members of the intelligentsia, threw in his lot with the Allies. I wrote a pacifist editorial. He refused to run it and resigned. To Blossom, as to so many others, pacifism was automatically labeled pro-Germanism, on the old theory that he who is not for me is against me. I had already seen in Europe what propaganda could do to build up a war spirit, and prayed every morning when I awoke that I could keep my head clear and cool. I had heard the plaintive pleas of French mothers, but had talked also with German mothers. In the hearts of none had there been hatred or desire for their sons to kill other sons. I knew what I thought about the war. It was so outrageous I would not be mixed up in it. I still believe it was not only a dreadful thing in itself, a slaughter and waste of human life, but even more disastrous, it exterminated those who ought now be ruling our national destinies according to the pre-war liberality of thought in which they had been reared. We started at that time to walk backwards instead of forwards, and have retreated steadily ever since. A fear of expressing opinions which then began to seep in has gradually helped to impose censorship and further intolerance. I was neither pro-Ally nor pro-German, but, using common sense, was distressed at seeing German achievements torn into shreds. Intelligence in Germany had been focused on all fronts. She had the lowest illiteracy of any country, and had invested heavily in mass education from which the rest of the world was benefiting at little cost. She had offered the best training for graduate students in medicine. Foreign travel had been accelerated by German linguists. Commerce had been able to carry on international contacts through German interpreters. Any foreign industry which had needed technical advice had usually employed a German scientist, engineer, or chemist who knew how to do his job and do it well. Germany could not continue this policy without wanting to receive some tangible return. I was convinced the primary cause of this war lay in the terrific pressure of population in Germany. To be sure, her birth rate had recently begun to decline, but her death rate, particularly infant mortality, had, through applied medical science, likewise been brought far down. The German government had to do something about the increase of her people. Underneath her rampant militarism, underneath her demand for colonies, was this driving economic force. She could hold no more, and had to burst her bounds. Blossom's defection was one of the heartbreaking things that can creep into any endeavor, even the most idealistic. I have seen so many young crusaders come galloping to show me the way, joining the procession and blowing horns for the cause, panting with enthusiasm to reform the world, willing to teach me how to put the movement on a social or sound, practical, and economic basis. They were going to get vast contributions so that money would roll unceasingly into our coffers. But if they lacked the necessary patience and forbearance, or were there for personal aggrandizement, they became discouraged at the first show of thorny, disagreeable obstacles, retreating or deserting rather than fighting through. In the birth control movement, supporters have come and gone. When they remained, they found work, and little recognition, reward, or gratitude. Those who desired honor or recompense, or who measured their interest by this yardstick, are no longer here. It is no place for anything except the boundless love of giving. Blossom was the first illustration to me that the ones to whom authority is handed over are likely to expand and explode unless they have selflessly dedicated themselves. Now, I believe the three chief tests to character are sudden power, sudden wealth, and sudden publicity. Few can stand the latter. Nothing goes to the head with more violence. Seeing this all around me, I did not subscribe to a clipping bureau until it seemed necessary for historical purposes. I did not even read the papers when unsought advertisement was great, remembering that this could be but a 9 days' wonder. Furthermore, news items were often distracting because the facts were constantly embroidered just to make a good story, to paint a situation according to the policy of the paper, or because they reflected the inhibitions of the reporters. Ours could have been entirely given over to denials and contradictions. In the midst of any emergency, such as a police raid or the stopping of a meeting, my own emotions generally kept an even tenor. They did not go hopping up and down like a temperature. A nurse cannot afford to lose her head, and the control I had won in that training helped me, as did also my father's philosophy, since all things change, this too shall pass. Consequently, during this feverish period, neither public praise nor public blame affected me very much, although the type of criticism that came from friends was different. Just because they were friends and I wanted them to understand, I was unhappy if they did not. But since persons one likes can have great influence and friendships take time, I refrained from making many new ones. Nevertheless, those I had then are as good today. When we meet, we pick up the threads where we dropped them. The war halted the progress of the birth control movement temporarily. The groups that had before been active now found new interests. The radicals were convulsed and their own ranks torn in two by the opposition to conscription. Influenza swept over the world, and in its passage took off many of our old companions. Governor Whitman's promised commission blew up. One bright bugle sounded when I learned that the section on venereal disease in What Every Girl Should Know, which had once been banned in the New York Call and for which Fania had been fined, was now, officially but without credit, reprinted and distributed among the soldiers going into cantonments and abroad. At home, all felt there was little to do but wait until people came back to their senses. The review was the only forward step I could take at the time. Late in 1917, a new recruit was enlisted. Nobody ever knew Kitty Marion's true name. She had been born in Westphalia, Germany, and when she was 15, her father had whipped her once too often, and she had run away to England, where eventually she had headed a turn at a music hall. The London slums had aroused Kitty's social conscience, and she had abandoned her own career to enroll with Mrs. Pankhurst in the suffrage crusade, becoming one of the most determined of her followers. When put in jail, she set fire to her cell, chewed a hole in her mattress, broke the window, and upon being released, threw bricks at Newcastle post office. 7 times she went to prison, enduring 4 hunger strikes and 232 compulsory feedings, biting the hand that forcibly fed her. Since it was distasteful to the government to have any suffragette die in prison, Kitty, under the so-called Cat and Mouse Act, was once released to a nursing home until she should have strength enough to return to confinement. Friends visited her there, exchanged clothes with her, and she escaped. On another occasion, the Bishop of London personally begged her to give up her struggle. At the outbreak of war, the Pankhurst forces hustled her over to America rather than have her run the almost certain risk of deportation or internment. Selling the Suffragette on the streets of London had been part of the initiation which duchesses and countesses and other noble auxiliaries to the Pankhurst cause had to undergo. Kitty had stood side by side with them. Since we had so experienced a veteran ready for service, we began to offer the review on the sidewalks of New York. Our more sober supporters objected because they considered it undignified. But men and women from here, there, and everywhere passed through the commercial centers of New York, and this was a real means of reaching them. All of us took a hand, but Kitty was the only one who stood the test of years. Strong, stoutish, tow-headed, her blue eyes bright and keen in spite of being well on in her 50s, she became a familiar sight, morning, afternoon, and until midnight, workdays, Sundays, and holidays. Through storms of winter and summer, she tried every street corner from Macy's to the Grand Central Terminal. But her favorite stand was 7th Avenue and 42nd Street, right at Times Square. In her own words, she was enjoying the most fascinating, the most comic, the most tragic, living, breathing movie in the world. Many people still think I must be Kitty Marion. Everywhere they say to me, "I saw you 20 years ago outside the Metropolitan Opera House. You've changed so, I wouldn't know you." Street selling was torture for me, but I sometimes did it for self-discipline and because only in this way could I have complete knowledge of what I was asking others to do. In addition, I learned to realize what possible irritations Kitty had to encounter. Notwithstanding the insults of the ignorant, the censure of the bigots, she remained good-humored. They said to her, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You ought to be arrested, to be shot, to be in jail, to be hanged." Or, "It's disgraceful, disgusting, scandalous, villainous, criminal, and unladylike." When someone asked, "Have you never heard God's word to be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth?" Kitty replied, "They've done that already," and knowing her Apocrypha as well as her Bible, retorted in kind, "Does it not say in Ecclesiasticus 16:1, desire not a multitude of unprofitable children?" During the war, it was astonishing how many men, in and out of uniform, mistook birth control for British control. "We don't want no British control here," they exclaimed. Kitty would correct them, "birth control." Then someone would call, "Oh, that's worse." Who bought the review? This question was invariably asked, and the answer was radicals, the curious, girls about to be married, mothers, fathers, social workers, ministers, physicians, reformers, revolutionaries, foreigners. A psychological analysis of reactions of passers-by when they saw the words birth control would have been interesting. I never could credit the power those simple words had of upsetting so many people. Their own complexes as to what sex meant to them appeared to govern them. Many were disappointed at its staidness. Some were highly indignant, others highly amused, regarding it as a joke. Some bought with the set faces of soldiers, going over the top. Some looked and then strolled on. Others walked by only to return with the money ready, hastily stuff the magazine in their pockets, and move away, trying to seem unconcerned. The majority bought with the utmost seriousness in the hope that it might solve their personal problems. Jail was the instant reaction of every new policeman on the beat. Kitty, who knew she needed no license, would contest the point with him while a crowd gathered. But few of her arresters were familiar with the law, in the name of which they hauled her off to the station. Time and again, my night's slumbers were broken to go and bail her out. J.J. was always able to have the case dismissed, but only after it had been argued and proved in our favor. Once, Charles Bamberger, the agent provocateur of the Society for the Suppression of Vice, who had brought about Bill Sanger's arrest, worked much the same ruse on Kitty. His society was supposedly designed to promote purity, which was to its members synonymous with good. But in order to do this, they induced people to break the law by appealing to their deepest human sympathies, a form of trickery not to be condoned by any moral code. Bamberger, on repeated visits to Kitty at our office, poignantly described the condition of his unfortunate wife, whose health depended absolutely on her getting contraceptive information. Anna's sense, like Fania Mendel's, was unfailing in recognizing such decoys. I never went against it. But in vain did she warn Kitty, who gave him the information. He had her arrested, and she was not allowed to tell in court the means by which he had obtained his evidence. She had to serve a term. Kitty's sentence did not have adequate publicity, but so violent was the war temper that in view of her German birth, even well-disposed newspapers practically ignored it. End of Chapter 20, Part 1. Chapter 20, Part 2, of Margaret Sanger, by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 2, A Stout Heart to a Steep Hill. In addition to selling the review, we tried another experiment in street propaganda. During the warm evenings of one summer, Kitty, Helen Todd, and I, often accompanied by George Swayze, a friendly Englishman, proceeded to the neighborhood of St. Nicholas Avenue above 125th Street, where many white-collar families lived. We used to buy a soap box at the nearest delicatessen, and Helen, who had a lank, swarthy picturesqueness which attracted attention, mounted it. Swayze, standing behind, held aloft an American flag. Though not a soul might be in sight, except our little group with its bundles of literature and Kitty with her reviews, Helen began in her beautiful voice, "Ladies and gentlemen," bowing to the trees, "we welcome you here tonight." When nobody appeared, she began again, "Ladies and gentlemen," and this time One or two strollers usually lingered. Immediately, we raised our pasteboard banners with birth control printed in black letters. She was off in full swing, and in a few minutes we had our audience. In the course of our various trials, people had sent checks and made donations to the Special Defense Fund account, and we sent anybody who gave money, no matter how much or how little, a mimeographed report of all contributors. We had also accepted almost 2,000 paid-in-advance subscriptions, and had therefore incurred an obligation to continue the review for 12 months. One May morning, when I put my key in the office door and swung it open, Anna Lifshitz and I stood and gazed at each other. Only the telephone, perched forlornly on top of a packing box, relieved the bare and empty room. Files, furniture, vouchers, checks, and business records were gone. We still had to supply the subscribers with 9 issues more, yet we had no equipment and not 1 cent in the bank account of the review. It was a challenge. We hurried over to 3rd Avenue and for $20 refurnished the office. The loss of the contributors' cards, however, was irreparable. I could never, in spite of my best efforts, recover either them or the missing funds. The strain to finance the review was so great that after June no more issues came out until December. The printer trusted us as far as he was able from month to month. Often the bank account was down to the last $100, just enough to hold it open. Yet it might be necessary to mail letters. The call might be urgent. I was hesitant to spend that last amount, but I believed faith could bring anything to realization. Invariably, when I operated on that principle and did what I was impelled to do, money poured in, perhaps 10 times over. Always we cleaned the slate at the end of the year. This was one of the periods of getting roots in and waiting for the organism to grow, of quiescence before the new beginning and quickening. I kept going, conscious that with every act I was progressing in accord with a universal law of evolution. Moral evolution, but evolution just the same. This belief seemed at times to force locked doors. It enabled me to dictate hundreds of letters, to interview dozens of people, to debate or to lecture, all in 24 hours. Day after day, I attended parlor meetings, night after night, open forums, returning home too tired to eat, too excited to sleep. Frequently at 7 a.m, the telephone started ringing. Somebody wanted to catch me before I left the house. For the purpose of having a more solid and substantial basis on which to operate the review, the New York Women's Publishing Company was incorporated in May 1918. Shares were sold at $10 each. The women who gave both monetary and moral support were the wives of businessmen who advised them how to conduct this organization in the proper fashion. Each month, Mary Knobloch opened her charming apartment for the regular meetings any corporation was required to hold. The movement can never be disassociated in my mind from Frances Ackerman, who, at the suggestion of Mabel Spinney of Greenwich House, came to us as treasurer. She was exceptionally able and was soon one of our bulwarks, remaining with us 11 years. Her family was wrapped up in orthodoxy, church and Wall Street, and the status quo in politics. But Frances's interests were much broader, and she was not content to lead the usual type of life ordained by her social and financial standing. Tall, very thin, wearing her clothes with an air, Frances was one of the finest persons I have ever known. To her, fair play amounted to a religion. She was so highly sensitive that she lay awake at night after merely reading of an injustice done to anybody. To hundreds of conscientious objectors who were incarcerated during the war because of pacifist or strike activities, she sent cigarette money, magazines, stationery, always anonymously, assisting their families and suggesting plans for their own futures. Her death was not only a blow to us, but a blow to any endeavor that was seeking understanding. Many lifers who depended on her for brightening luxuries must now wonder what has become of her. In 1920, Anne Kennedy came to help boost the circulation of the review and gain further financial aid for it. She was a Californian with wide club experience and had 2 children. Fair, in her 30s, cheerful, and a good mixer, she was most maternal-looking with her soft gray hair and sweet face. You felt you could lay your head on her bosom and tell her the story of your life. The incorporation had heralded a new trend wherein we could have a recognized policy. When the review had first been started, I had had to beg authors to write. Free speech was their favorite theme, and their pieces were inferior, but they were the only things I could fall back upon. I used to ask possible contributors, "Don't you agree that these poor mothers should have no more babies?" "Of course, but where's there any article in that?" Then I had to suggest ideas, show them how to link these up with larger sociological aspects, until they began to cast into the arena legal, medical, eugenic compositions. The material on free speech continued to come in, but we did not need to print it any longer. Incidentally, we now secured second-class mailing privileges. Soon afterwards, I happened to be talking to a cousin who worked in the post office, a very young boy in his early 20s, who kept assailing me with questions about the review. I could not understand his unprecedented interest and asked, "Why are you so curious?" "Well, I'm the official reader. It'll save my having to wade through every issue if you'll tell me ahead of time just what your policy's going to be." "Do you make the decisions?" "That's my job. If any seem objectionable, I send them on to Washington." I was horrified to find this adolescent in a position which permitted him to pass judgment on such serious matters, but I was able to reassure him. The course we had adopted would in no way interfere with retaining our second-class mailing privileges. Many of the buyers of the review had been disappointed because it contained no practical information. "I have your magazine. All in there is true, but what I want to know is how not to have another baby next year." Thousands of letters were sent out explaining that the review could not print birth control information. Nevertheless, some of the appeals, particularly from women who lived on lonely, remote farms, were so heartrending that I simply had to furnish them copies of Family Limitation, though urging them to go to their physicians. Every once in a while, I had a telephone message to come down to the post office at an appointed hour. I did so, wondering and uncertain. Was the interview to be about the review, Family Limitation, or what? The official in the legal department, whom I always saw, fatherly though not old, used to say, "Now, Mrs. Sanger, you're still violating the law by sending your pamphlet through the mails. If you keep this up, they'll put you in jail again." I objected. The government and I had this out years ago. The federal case was dismissed. It can never be settled while we get these protests." To prove the post office was not having such an easy time of it, he pulled open a drawer, and inside was a little pile of pamphlets and letters from religious fanatics, self-constituted moralists of one kind or another, women as well as men, who had received their copies and then complained. He showed me envelopes addressed to the Governor of New York, to the President of the United States. I studied the handwriting to see whether I could recognize it as identical with any that had come to me. Perhaps the postmark was Wichita, Kansas. There could not be many from a town of that size, and presently I remembered the request. It was a shattering thing to see that drawer. I had been earnestly trying to aid despairing mothers, and had been betrayed. "Here's this proof against you, Mrs. Sanger. What are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. As long as these women ask me to help them, I'm going to do so." I intended to continue to the limit of my resources, whether or not I had help from those whom I had originally counted upon. In order to make women's clubs feel the need as I did, I had often gone miles at my own expense to present a topic that had taken me years to prepare, and then had to express it to the accompaniment of the clatter of dishes or the stirring of spoons in after-dinner coffees. The members had seemed to have their minds on hot rolls, or had been fidgeting to get on to the bridge tables. Sometimes a few, who had come to dabble in sentimentality, had experienced a pleasant emotional response. Oh, the poor things! But that had been as far as it had gone. The continued apathy of such organizations disappointed me intensely. The desire to build up a structure appeared to dominate them all. I had lost faith in their sincerity, respect for their courage, and at this time had no reason to anticipate assistance from them. To upbraid, accuse, or censure them for not doing what I had hoped was useless, but I resolved that I was never again going to talk to them, and, when it seemed necessary that they be addressed, I sent others to do it. My nervousness ahead of lectures continued to be akin to illness. All through the years it has been like a nightmare even to think of a pending speech. I promised enthusiastically to go here or there, and then tried to forget it. The morning it was to be delivered, I awakened with a panicky feeling, which grew into a sort of terror if I allowed myself to dwell on it. It was fatal to eat before a meeting. Some people can keep an audience rocking with laughter and yet get over a message, but I cannot. Seldom do my hearers have anything merry from me. Advisers often say, "Lighten up your subject." I have always resented this. I am the protagonist of women who have nothing to laugh at. Heywood Brown once remarked that I had no sense of humor. I was surprised at him, but I could understand his statement in a way. He had been at only a few meetings as chairman, and I had been serious to the point of deadliness, purposely bringing forth laborious facts and dramatic statistics. I was grasping at an opportunity to reach his audience because, whenever he was moved by anything deeply, he wrote a story in his column which, by reason of its effective irony and smooth prose, swayed others to the same extent. I have had much fun, although it may have penetrated only to the intimate circle of friends. Once, after giving what I thought was a very up-to-date, spirited talk at the Waldorf Astoria, a dear old lady, at least in her middle 80s, tottered towards me with the aid of a cane, and in trembling voice quavered, "I have traveled across the country to hear you speak, Miss Sangster." My mother used to read your poems to me when I was a little girl, and I feel this is a great day for me to be able to clasp your hand." She had confused me with the poetess, Margaret Sangster, who in the mid-19th century had been a regular contributor to religious magazines. Inevitably, I have been constantly torn between my compulsion to do this work and a haunting feeling that I was robbing my children of time to which they were entitled. Back in 1913, I had some vague notion of being able to spend all my summers with them at Provincetown. That visionary hope had been immediately dissipated because too many painters began to discover it, and the place became littered with easels and smocks. Jean O'Neill's plays were being produced on the wharf opposite Mary Heaton Vorse's house, and these brought many more people. I wanted to get away even further, and so did Jack Reed, who had also sought sanctuary there. A real estate agent took him to nearby Truro, where the feet of New Yorkers had not yet trod, and I was invited to come along. We saw a little house on a little hill, one of the most ancient in the village. Below it, the Pamet River wound like a silver ribbon to the ocean. An old sea captain had squared and smoothed and fitted the timbers, brought them up from the Carolinas in a sailing vessel, and fastened them tightly together with wooden pegs. The kitchen was bright and warm, and seemed as though many cookies and pies had been baked in it. Jack bought the cottage, but he was never able to live there. As a staff correspondent of the Metropolitan magazine, he was dashing from the Colorado fuel and iron strike to the European War and back again to New York. In 1917, knowing I, too, had looked at it with longing eyes, he asked whether I would like to buy it. He was starting for Russia the next day and had to have ready money. By a lucky chance, I had just received a check for $1,000 in payment for some Chicago lectures. We exchanged check and deed. He left the next day for the land of promise, whither Bill Haywood, his friend, had already gone, and whence neither was to return. Big Bill, who had steadily advocated resistance to conscription, had been arrested and freed on bail, furnished by Jessie Ashley. She had forfeited it gladly to have him safely out of the country. I had had a long talk with him before he had made up his mind definitely to leave. The conversation brought back to me the picture of the times he and I had walked up and down the Cape Cod sands, and he had given me such good counsel about not jeopardizing the happiness of the children. Those who had opposed Bill for his hands-in-the-pocket advice at the Patterson strike were the same who were opposing his jumping his bail. Since the day we had together visited the CGT meetings in Paris, Bill had come to see the virtues of expediency. That, rather than languish in jail, where he could accomplish no useful purpose, a revolutionary should, if he could, exile himself. He who fights and runs away will live to fight another day. This, according to the American idea, was cowardice. You should stay and be a martyr. But to Bill it was now merely short-sighted. He had concluded that the average worker, when he went in for rioting and hand-to-hand combat, was beaten before he had begun. He realized the workers had been split by the war. They had not united and stood up against conscription with any backbone. They could not as yet be depended upon as a force, but some day he hoped to return and reorganize them. Truro provided the children with 3 carefree months every summer and what still seems to me one of the most beautiful spots in the world. For several years I hung on to this dream of being with them constantly, but it was only a dream. I used to go down to open the house, and perhaps snatch a week or so there before being obliged to hurry back, but father and my sister Nan were good foster parents. This house was eventually to burn, as had the one in Hastings. Fate seemed to decree I should not be tempted to slip back into peaceful domesticity. Nor did I have all those hoped-for years of watching the boys grow from one stage to another. I had had to analyze the situation, either to keep them at home under the supervision of servants who might perhaps be incompetent, and to have no more than the pleasure of seeing them safely to bed, or else to sacrifice my maternal feelings and put them in country schools directed by capable masters where they could lead a healthy, regular life. Having come to this latter decision, I sent them off fairly young, and thereafter could only visit them over weekends or on the rare occasions when I was speaking in the vicinity. If the desire to see them grew beyond control, I took the first train and received the shock of finding them thoroughly contented in the companionship they had made for themselves. After the initial excitement of greeting had passed, away they ran off again to their games. At times, the homesickness for them seemed too much to bear. Especially was this true in the 14th Street studio. When I came in late at night, the fire was dead in the grate, the book open on the table, the glove dropped on the floor, the pillow rumpled on the sofa, all the same, just as I had left them a day, a week, or a month before. That first chill of loneliness was always appalling. I wanted, as a child does, to be like other people. I wanted to be able to sink gratefully into the warmth and glow of a loving family welcome. The winter of 1917 to 1918 was particularly hard. The snow drifted high and lasted long, and it took forced cheer to keep your spirits up. Dr. Mary Halton assured me that with ceaseless financial worry, inadequate rest, incessant traveling, improper nourishment, I could not survive long. When, therefore, a publisher asked me for a book on labor problems, I snatched 10-year-old Grant out of school and set off for California, taking a small place at Coronado where I sat myself down for 3 months to write and to get acquainted with my son. I loved the sunshine. It was a pleasure to be out of doors, to have peace and quiet and the leisure to arrange my thoughts and put them on paper. I had no inclination towards a labor book, but thoroughly enjoyed letting loose my pent-up feelings on woman and the new race. It was good to classify reasons and set them in order. My opinions did emerge, and it was a great release. I was vividly reminded of prison one day when Grant came home from the school he was attending, both his eyes pretty dirty looking. I asked him why he had been fighting. "I don't want to tell you." "I'd like to know." "Well, this boy told all the fellows my mother'd been in jail." "What did you do?" "I hit him, and he hit me back. He said, 'Your mother's a jailbird,' and I said, 'She's not.' Then another fellow said, 'My mother said your mother went to jail too.'" Grant had replied, "That wasn't my mother. That was another Margaret Sanger." "How could you say that, Grant? You know it wasn't true." "Mother," he replied profoundly, "you could never make those fellows understand." End of Chapter 20, Part 2. Chapter 21 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Thus to Revisit. The event of my visit to London
in 1920 was the beginning of my friendship with H.G. Wells. There was no aloofness or coldness in approaching him, no barriers to break down, as with most Englishmen. His twinkling eyes were like those of a mischievous boy. I was pleased to find he had no beard and no white hair, because it seemed to me I had heard of him since I had begun to think at all. Wells had ranged every field of knowledge, had dared to invade the sacrosanct precincts of the historian, the economist, and the scientist, and though a layman in these fields, had used his extraordinary gifts to interpret the past and present, and even prophesy the future. In novel after novel, he had shocked England by championing women's right to a freer life. We in the United States were just beginning to be affected by sociological concepts. Only Henry George and Edward Bellamy had previously opened up this new world of the imagination. Now here was Wells giving a fresh picture of what could be if man had an ideal system of society that was workable. At Columbia Colony, he had been quoted repeatedly. On my lecture tour in 1916, his name had been on everybody's lips, and he had signed the letter to President Wilson protesting against the federal indictment. I believed he had influenced the American intelligentsia more than any other one man. For good reason, countless faithful friends had attached themselves to Wells, and he included in his varied, intricate, and unpredictable personality a capacity for loyally loving both individuals and humanity. People who had never met Wells always thought they knew him best, especially Londoners. I was stopping with 3 maiden sisters in Hampstead Gardens, and a great furor arose as soon as it was known in the household that Mrs. Wells had sent me an invitation for what was to be my first week-end at Easton Glebe in Essex. What was I to wear? Was I going to take the blue net or the flowered chiffon? They were greatly disappointed when I carried only a small bag in which there was no room for fluffy evening gowns. Wells himself was waiting on the platform at Dunmow Station, and we drove in his little car, called the Pumpkin, to Easton Glebe, a part of the Warwick estate on which he held a life lease. The former rectory was built of old stone, ivy-covered. Lovely lawns were spread around it. Early morning tea was served in your room. Shoes put out at night were properly polished. Hot water was plentiful for your bath, and extra pitchers were brought with towels wrapped around carefully to keep in the steam. During the course of the next 2 days, I realized more than ever before how sensitive H.G. was to the slightest intonation. To be with him meant you had to be on the alert every second lest you miss something of him. He could be amusing, witty, sarcastic, brilliant, flirtatious, and yet profound at once, all in his thin, small voice, speaking high up into the roof of his mouth, as do many English, instead of back in the throat, as we do. I returned Monday evening about midnight to my room at Hampstead, having spent the day in town seeing people. But no sooner had I closed the door than steps pattered in the hallway and a soft hand tapped. In came the 3 ladies, hair in braids, warmly and most modestly swathed in voluminous white cotton nighties, long-sleeved and tight around the neck. They had stayed wide awake to hear all about my weekend. I told them as much as I could remember of the place, and the stimulating fellow guests, one in particular with whom I had been having an interesting discussion.
When I had finished, the eldest leaned forward and hesitatingly but loudly whispered, "Did he try to kiss you?" "What? Who?" I asked, having in mind the man I had just been praising. Why, don't you know?" "Know what?" She looked a little abashed at this, and another voice explained apologetically, "Sister means that Wells has a magnetic influence over women." "Was he fascinating?" The youngest eagerly took up the catechism. For 2 solid hours I was bombarded with questions. H.G. was the Don Juan of spinsterhood in England. That there was a Mrs. Wells, for whom Mr. Wells cared deeply, did not matter in the least to them. I wish I could do justice to Jane, as Catherine Wells was affectionately called. This devoted mother, perfect companion, was the complete helpmate, managing H.G.'s finances, reading the proofs of his book, seeing that all editions were up to date, letting no publisher be delinquent in his royalties. She did not pretend to be a feminist. She was there to protect him, performing the duties of an English wife towards her husband, and appearing with him so that they might make a united front to the world. The relationship between them was on a fine plane. Although H.G. had told me once the sun would set if anything ever happened to Jane, I felt that he had never put her adequately into his books as the great woman she really was. He was too close to her. After she died, his touching introduction to the Book of Catherine Wells proved that he realized what she had been in his life. Jane was always mothering people and looking after their comfort. At a later time, when I happened to be at Easton Glebe, she was distressed and anxious that I was taking it for granted I had to have an ice pack on my neck every night because my tubercular glands were bothering me. She insisted and insisted something must be done, until finally my tonsils were removed, the true source of my trouble. I owed this tremendous relief to Jane's interest, which would not let me go on being sick. The gay wit and gift for mimicry were not confined to H.G. alone. On one of my visits, I was shown a new bathroom, and we viewed solemnly the tiny, almost microscopic tub. Jane was slight and small, and I was quite sure it was meant for her and not for H.G.'s rotund frame. She maintained, however, it had been installed for his convenience, and made funny suction noises as though a large and deep well were being pumped dry. I was hilarious, but he, pretending to be irritated, yet laughing too, growled at her, "What are you trying to do? Make my bathing an international joke?" The little things H.G. said, many of them jibes at himself, were always amusing. Even more so were the drawings with which he decorated his letters. If he did not want to go somewhere, he might perhaps illustrate his reluctance by picturing himself being dragged off, or, if he desired the absence rather than the presence of a person at a meeting, he would portray him being pushed out unceremoniously. These ingenious caricatures allowed many subtleties which even he would not like to put into words over his own signature. Jane was unsurpassed when it came to charades, and never minded having the house turned upside down in the search for properties. But the Wells family did not have to depend upon orthodox pastimes. They often made up their own. H.G. had invented a ball game which was played Sunday mornings in a barn made over into a sort of indoor court. Unlike tennis, many could take part at once, and the sport was so exhausting that when they finished they were usually dripping with perspiration. I did not play. Other novices seemed to be doing badly enough without me. If you did not feel up to anything so strenuous, you could take a short walk through the charming garden which Jane had so lovingly arranged, or a long one through the woods, by the lakes, or bordering the streams of the Warwick estate, of which H.G. had free use. Every season had its different aspects of beauty. Sunday afternoons and evenings were especially merry. The atmosphere at Easton Glebe was like nothing else, something that does not exist here, where the elders have their bridge and their conversation, and the young go dancing or to the movies. There all ages mixed together in fun and laughter. The two sons, Frank and Gyp, who were then at Cambridge, might bring from 10 to 15 friends home for tea, a great function over which Jane so graciously presided. The maids went out after setting the table for supper and preparing cold meats on the buffet, and the party then took care of itself, everybody serving everybody else. The boys were full of devilment, and it was most uproarious. I often wondered how the unexpected arrivals were provided for, but Jane was a remarkable hostess. I have known her to have a houseful at Easton Glebe for lunch, and give a brilliant dinner in London that same evening. Every guest was planned for. No one was ever huddled with another. Appropriate games were produced, or friends invited who might be interesting or helpful. When they were ready to leave, all were put on the most convenient trains and returned to town with as little trouble to themselves as possible. From 1920 on, I never went to England without spending part of the time with H.G., and many of the most attractive people I met were at Easton Glebe. I always came away enriched by these contacts and the talks we had together. Conversation was a combination of current topics, science, philosophy, history. The English might not have had the same light flippancy or such a scattered fund of information as the average American, who usually qualified his statements with, "I read that," or "I know someone who," but they did not speak out of their own experience. Furthermore, they could toss the ball of repartee back and forth objectively, and not become irritated or let creep into their voices that personal note which implied they had now settled the whole thing. Each one at Easton Glebe had his turn in the spotlight. It was never a monologue, which a man in H.G.'s position might have made it. No subject could be mentioned that he did not have its complete history and a definite opinion on it as well, including neo-Malthusianism in all its implications. These weekends were inspiration and recreation. The serious duty which called me to England was lecturing. The Neo-Malthusian League had few speakers at that time to address woman audiences, and wished me to test out the response to their propaganda. English public sentiment on birth control had vastly changed since I had been there in 1915, largely because Marie Stopes' book had had such wide circulation during the after-war period. Her voice had made articulate the feelings of the millions of unemployed. That people now knew what birth control meant was due in part also to Harold Cox, one of the finest orators of his generation, who had been the first to point out that its condemnation by medical men and Anglican clergy should carry little weight, because the birth rates among them were lower than those of almost any other classes. Notable exceptions who had come out favorably were Sir James Barr, ex-president of the British Medical Association, Dr. C. Killick Millard, health officer of Leicester in the north, Dean Inge of St. Paul's, and the Bishop of Birmingham, who was chairman of the English National Birth Rate Commission. England was accustomed to clarifying new and controversial subjects by such bodies, summoning experts to testify. Dr. Alice Vickery arranged for me to give a series of talks, many before lower middle-class workers' wives who belonged to the Women's Cooperative Guild. In different districts of London they came together, paying their little bit, perhaps 6 pence a month, to listen to speakers, afterwards serving tea and conversing in a friendly way among themselves. Though their economic uncertainty made them resigned to having 10 or 12 children, the fact that the Guild had just brought out a book describing some of the tragic cases of its own members and the deaths from over-childbearing helped to pave the way. Of all the slums I visited in trams, on buses, via the Underground, the one of worst repute at the time was the Dockyards section of Rotherhithe. I held a small demonstration clinic there, in a sense the first of its kind in England. The eager women who came, amazingly ignorant of any possible beauty in marriage, were envious of a few in the community who, though the fathers were receiving no higher wages than their own husbands, had only 2 or 3 children, and consequently could afford to send them to the trade school. They themselves were, if not sliding backward, at least no more than holding their own. But those few families were definitely on the way up in the social scale. And it had all come to pass because Dr. Vickery and Anne Martin, a friend of hers who had labored there for 2 decades as a social worker, had given some contraceptive information about 10 years earlier. Although Dr. Vickery had on numerous occasions raised the question of birth control before gatherings bent on other matters, it fell to my lot to discuss it first as a public health issue. I was told I might have 3 minutes to address a national health conference on maternal and infant welfare to be held at Brighton. Considering the 4 hours required in transit, this might seem a short time, but I was happy to have even as much as that. So I went. With the prospect of reaching university students, I traveled to Cambridge. In the midst of the weathered spires, the ivied halls, and the storied dignity of Trinity and King's, Noel Porter and his wife Bevan had converted an old public house, the Half Moon, into a home, yet had managed to keep its original atmosphere of convivial hospitality. The tap room had once opened directly on Little St. Mary's Lane. Now the bar had been removed, but the ancient sign still swung back and forth, and the smoky ceilings and mildewed paneling were the same as when former generations had congregated there over mugs of ale. Opposite was a tiny old-fashioned graveyard, no longer used, and I went out there and let the sun beat against my aching back. It was amusing to have to resort to a cemetery for privacy, but the house was constantly filled with hatless students coming and going through the enormous downstairs room which served as rendezvous for all. In the afternoons, these youths on the threshold of manhood came to talk over the questions which were perplexing them. In the evenings, they had little meetings, at one of which I spoke. Guy Aldred, who was in Scotland, had planned my schedule there, and I had 3 weeks of a Scottish summer. Bluebells so thick in spots that the ground was azure, long twilights when the lavender heather faded the hills into purple. When I had been in Glasgow before, I had encountered only officials, but on this occasion I met the people in their homes and found them quite opposite to the stingy, tight-fisted, middle-class stereotype. They were hospitable, generous, mentally alert, just as witty as the Irish, and in much the same way, which rather surprised me. 4th of July, Sunday, we had a noon meeting on the Glasgow Green. Nearly 2,000 shipyard workers in caps and baggy corduroys stood close together, listening in utter, dead stillness, without cough or whisper. That evening I spoke in a hall under socialist auspices, Guy Aldred acting as chairman. One old-timer said he had been a party member for 11 years, attending Sunday night lectures regularly, but never before had he been able to induce his wife to come. Tonight he could not keep her home. "Look!" he cried in amazement. "The women have crowded the men out of this hall. I never saw so many wives of comrades before." The men were there, partly through curiosity to hear the American, and partly through interest in the subject, ready to fight the ancient battle of Marx against Malthus. Efforts of the English neo-Malthusians to introduce birth control to the masses had been hampered not only by the opposition of the upper classes, but more especially by the persistent hostility of the orthodox socialists. Marx, dealing with problems after they had arisen, had taught that any reform likely to dull the edge of poverty was bad for socialism, because it made labor less dissatisfied. It followed that if a man had to fight for the hungers and necessities of 10 or 12 children, he made a better revolutionary. "Let 'em have as many as they can," was the cry. On the other hand, if birth control were practiced by the working classes, the wage earner who could support 2 children and knew how not to have more was going to be content and would not struggle against conditions of economic insecurity. Hence, he was likely to forget the revolution. Knowing that the Scotch took mental notes of items on which to debate, I had tried to prepare myself well, and I produced the unanswerable argument to this theory. "Why do you demand higher wages, then," I asked, "when what you really want is privation? If misery is your weapon, you should not insist on an 8-hour day, but on a 12 or 14-hour one. You should pile up your grievances and pile them up higher. However, in spite of your best efforts, I believe your hunger revolution will, as it has always done, capitulate to whatever force or government will fill your stomachs." Socialists, like anarchists and syndicalists, were used to contesting Malthusianism on economic grounds. But unlike the others, they had as a part of their platform the freedom of woman. I pointed out that she could have the sort of freedom they desired for her right here and now through birth control. When I ended, Guy Aldred asked, "Now, are there any questions?" After a few somewhat irrelevant ones, silence fell. Confronted by their own philosophy, they could see it. One man finally rose. "We'd like to hear what the chairman thinks of all this. Does he believe birth control will do what the lady speaker claims for it?" Apparently they were waiting for their cue. But Guy Aldrin was not to be drawn. After giving him an opportunity to express himself, they plunged in and said their say. Even some women who had never been on their feet before got up to tell dramatic, vivid, personal stories. The next day, I was on my way to a town not far from Dunfermline, Andrew Carnegie's birthplace. I arrived about 4 o'clock in a driving storm, lacking both umbrella and raincoat. No taxi had ever graced the railroad station, and we trudged through the rain to the cottage of one of the most advanced friends of labor. I was soaking wet up to the knees. A hurry call was sent to neighbors for dry clothing, but among that population of 5,000, not a single woman had an extra skirt to lend, and only after a long search was a new pair of Sunday shoes forthcoming. Because there was not an inn within miles, I slept that night with my hostess in the one bed the house contained. The husband stretched himself out on 2 chairs in the kitchen. Since Sylvia Pankhurst had been similarly accommodated just a few months before, I knew I was having the best the village afforded. The inhabitants had been dispatched from Lancashire factory towns during the war for special munitions work, and here they had stayed and made their homes. Practically all had been apprenticed to the mills at the age of 8 or 9. Girls, because they were destined for marriage and therefore needed no education, had worked 10 or 12 hours a day throughout their adolescence. And even after their weddings, up to the time pregnancy was well advanced. As a result, the young mothers, who had never, from childhood to maturity, had a chance to become rested and get the fatigue out of their systems, had apparently transmitted their weariness to their children. The firstborn were sleepy, inert, and always tired. A doctor told me it was common for boys and girls of 5, 6, and 7 to fall asleep at their school desks and have to be awakened. When I had arrived in England, I had gone to see Havelock in the quaint old Cornwall village where he was living alone since Edith's death. Winding pathways, well trodden and embraced on either side by rambling shrubbery and verbena, led from his house to the sea hundreds of feet below. The waves dashed continuously against the crags and rocks, and thousands of gulls shrieked or sailed majestically almost in front of my eyes. We had then talked about going to Ireland, where I could make a foray into my own genealogy. Mother's ancestors at some stage had been the same as Edward Fitzgerald's, and I thought I might find some of the places from which they had sprung. I had no exact information, just tradition from childhood days. Now, after my strenuous lecturing, I needed a brief holiday, and Havelock also wanted a vacation, so we joined forces. My primary purpose was frustrated because after half a century nobody in any of the little villages seemed to know anything definite. At Glengariff they said, "Sure, and I thought it was Killarney your grandfather was born in." But at Killarney I was told, "Oh, it was Cork your family came from. My grandmother knew them very well." More difficult to surmount than the vague discursiveness of those good people was the Sinn Féin rebellion, in the thick of which we found ourselves. The night before we reached Cork, there had been a raid, and the leaders were in hiding. Everywhere we went, we could sense a subtle, surreptitious undercurrent. In the hotels, in the restaurants, among small, whispering groups which dispersed when any stranger approached. Ireland had a great natural beauty, and I was sorry to see the beginnings of ugly, modern industrialism cropping up, especially in Cork, with the Ford factory. The mustard-colored kilts of the men astonished me. I had never known the Irish wore them, but they were trying to bring back their ancestral dress along with the Gaelic language. Always their kindness and interest, and the sadness in their voices moved me deeply. They were never too sad, however, to give a quick turn to a phrase. One morning the tram in which we were riding suddenly stopped. Nobody knew why, Everybody was complaining. Then from a side street came a handful of blackened hands with bayonets fixed. I asked the Irishman sitting beside me, "What does that mean?" "You should know," he replied. "Those are Wilson's 14 pints." Havelock was a delightful companion, not loquacious, but keenly interested in everything, and forever jotting down his copious notes. We hired a 2-wheeled jaunting car, in which we sat back to back, and in this way bumped from Glengariff to Killarney. Occasionally the sun broke through for half an hour, but it was wet that year. Potatoes and hay were rotting on the ground because the sun did not shine long enough to dry them. We arrived at the inn, drenched and sopping. Havelock, with his typically English dread of a cold, went to bed, but I stayed up talking with a young woman and 3 equally young traveling priests, Sinn Feiners all. We chatted desultorily until I happened to mention I had a letter to the widow of the hero, Skeffington, who had been killed in the disturbances. The company, assuming me to be one with their cause, immediately became most friendly. The girl began discussing higher education for her sex. I asked her how she could keep on when she married and had the inevitable succession of offspring. The priests, somewhat to my surprise, fell in with my ideas by deploring 2 large families. Some of the older sons and daughters had to emigrate, and even those who were left could not care adequately for their parents. It would be better for the Catholic Church as well as for the world if they could help people to have only a few children and bring them up decently. I felt hopeful because they were speaking of birth control as solving some of their own problems. They were saying exactly what I most wanted them to say. Several happy days we spent at Killarney, exploring on foot, on horseback, and in boats. The men who drove the cart or rowed us through the lakes always knew the old myths of the mountains and poured into our ears tales of leprechauns and other little people. You heard the word divil more than any other. Here the divil, so they told us, had left his step. There he had run away. The shape of every mountain, the twist of every stream, had their stories. Wherever we went, women, lean and elderly, wearing tiny shoulder shawls and calico print dresses, fairly started out of the hillsides, bareheaded, barefooted, complexions like roses, and eyes as blue as the sky. Yet their faces were hungry and worn. Getting on in years as they were, they could and did run faster than our ponies. When we spurred forward, they came right along, flattering, cajoling, uttering prayers and God bless yous, calling on all the saints to preserve you if you would buy a drop of Mountain Dew, which was so good for your health. If you bought this Irish whiskey from one, another took her place, and quite undiscouraged, began again the flow of sales talk. One of our last days, when the wraiths of the lake dimmed the emerald hills, we walked to the red-bricked Killarney house, to which, as Havelock said, nature was adding her own wild beauty to the beauty that man had made. All of Ireland had seemed draped in mist and sadness, and lovely as it had been, I never wanted to go back. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Do ye hear the children weeping? After the Irish interlude, I was ready to go on to Germany to carry out the most important objective of my journey abroad. It had become obvious that progress depended on finding a means of contraception cheap, harmless, easily applied. Way back in 1914, Havelock had seen in some of the last medical journals to come out of Germany an advertisement of a chemical contraceptive. He had mentioned it to me, and ever since I had been eager to track it down. In pre-war Germany, every advertised product had been required to live up to the claims made for it. The public must not be misled. Thus, I was convinced that if the notice had stated it was to prevent conception, the assertion was true. No news of it had come since the war, and I wished to ascertain whether it was still being manufactured. Perhaps this formula would be the solution to our problem. I had a secondary reason also for going to Germany, to investigate the decline in the birth rate. It was said half the married women had become barren during the blockade for lack of proper food. I was always looking for evidence to support and strengthen our arguments, and consequently wanted to discover what had been learned of the relation between vitamins and fertility. Berlin was cold and dark when Rose Whitcop and I, about 11 at night, arrived at Neukölln, a special proletarian section of the city. The train was late, an unusual state of things in efficient Germany, but this was the period of her greatest disorganization. The telegram which had been sent to Rose's sister and brother-in-law, Millie and Rudolf Rocker, had apparently not been delivered. Nobody met us. There were no taxis, no carriages, no lamps, no lights in the windows to relieve the pitch blackness. A sleepy, disgruntled porter led us across the street to an insignificant hotel. He knocked at the door. A head popped out of a window above. "Two ladies want to stay overnight." The proprietress said she could give us nothing to eat, but that we could have a room. We accepted gladly, climbed up a ladder into the same bed, piled high with feathered mattresses above and below us, and settled ourselves to comforting sleep after the long and tiresome journey. In the morning, refreshed, we took a tram to the Rockers' small apartment. Rudolf was a syndicalist, a friend of Portet, and had been interned in a concentration camp near London during the war. Both Millie and Rudolf had suffered great privations after their return. But, although food was very scarce, they were more than prodigal and kind in sharing with us. Germany was still no place for casual visitors in 1920. She seemed dead, crushed, broken. Street traffic, even in a metropolis the size of Berlin, was slight. I noted particularly the grim silence everywhere. People had forgotten how to smile. They were thankful for the revolution, but it had not brought much relief, and the winter to come was dreaded. Instead of displaying food or clothing, the windows of shop after shop on street after street were decorated only with streamers of colored paper. Everybody was ravenous for fresh vegetables. Money meant nothing, food everything. I saw old peasant women coming in from the country with bags of potatoes on their backs. 15 minutes after emptying them onto pushcarts, they were sold out. The only fruit to be had were plums, and that is how I remember it was late summer in Berlin. It is curious how such memories crop up. Ordinarily, I could go without eating if I had plenty of water. But in Berlin, I found myself haunting grocery stores like a hungry animal, examining each new article avariciously. I cannot, as a rule, bear tinned milk, and will not give it to babies, yet here When I saw a can of American evaporated milk, I found myself viewing it with glowing eyes. I was disgusted with myself. Nothing satisfied my appetite except eggs, and these, along with milk, could be purchased only on prescription from a doctor. Meat was reduced to ½ pound a week for each person, but I had no ration card. A neighbor of the Rockers obtained some bread for me and gave me her potatoes, although she and her 3 lovely daughters had only rice as a substitute. I was in tears over her generosity. For months, many families had existed on nothing but turnips. They ate turnip soup, turnips raw, turnips mashed, turnip salad, turnip coffee, until their whole systems revolted physically against the sight of turnips. The contact with other persons in trams, halls, churches, even streets was nauseating. In a few minutes the fumes of turnip from their bodies was so offensive that they became almost unendurable to themselves. I went into a 2-room home, clean but overflowing with 10 children, 5 born since the war, starvation horribly stamped on their faces. The oldest was 12, still too young to work. The father, a locksmith, had no job. All were living on 100 marks received every week from government unemployment insurance. It was now Saturday, and not 1 crumb or morsel remained to tide them over until the next payment on Monday. They had eaten no breakfast, no dinner, and the father had gone to the woods to search for mushrooms to keep them alive. Even men who had employment were working only 3 days a week, averaging 150 marks for a family, and marks were 50 to the American dollar. The best food had to be given to them because they were the earners. Women were the real sufferers. They had to go without or subsist on what they could scrape together. They nursed their babies beyond 2 years to supply milk, and all their time was occupied in a constant hunt to find nourishment for the older ones. I heard countless stories from mothers who had been tortured by watching their children slowly starve to death, pinched faces growing paler, eyes more listless, heads drooping lower day by day, until finally they did not even ask for food. You saw a tiny thing playing on the street suddenly run to a tree or fence and lean against it while he coughed and had a hemorrhage. Others, like him, were dying of tuberculosis from lack of eggs, butter, and milk. So many cows had been sent to France. Yet they came up to me and offered to sell their prescriptions, thinking that I, as a foreigner, had money to buy them. They themselves had none for these luxuries. The old-fashioned warrior, who entered with the sword and killed his victims outright, had my respect after witnessing the peace conditions of Germany. The Quaker food stations admitted only children who were ill, and only mothers who were more than 7 months pregnant, or who were nursing babies less than 4 months old. The spectacle of one of these women bringing 2 or 3 of her brood, not sick enough to be regularly fed, to share her own soup was too sad and overwhelming to bear. Those in charge of the distribution wanted each mother herself to eat for the benefit of her unborn child or nursing infant, and were already crowded to capacity, feeding 300 and 400 at a time on cocoa and rolls made from white flour. But they could not bring themselves to exclude the little scarecrows with large, starry eyes, pipe-stem legs, and hands from which the flesh had fallen until they were like claws. On one of my visits, the sister had them stand up and then asked, "Where have you been?"
To America, they chorused. What have you to say? We love America. We thank America. I did not instantly comprehend, but it was explained to me that they called the station America in token of their gratitude. To account for the sorry state in which they found themselves, the Germans were groping to fix the blame either within their country or on some foreign power. All seemed of the opinion that had the United States not entered the war, none would have been victor and none vanquished. This, they said, would have meant a lasting peace. Yet they felt little animosity towards us. What there was had been largely wiped out by the aid of the Hoover Commission. Furthermore, they still hoped we might be an influence in loosening the treaty chains which kept them helpless and bound. When I asked them why they had accepted the humiliating terms at Versailles, of which they complained so bitterly, they replied they had been told that, had they not done so, vast territories which supposedly had been mined would have been blown up, and huge populations would have been annihilated. The military party accused the socialists of having stabbed them in the back and brought about defeat through the leadership of such pacifists as Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, who had paid with their lives. The socialists and workers regretted they had not united with Russia, and combining their own scientific and technical knowledge with her raw materials, conquered the world and thus molded all civilization to their ideals. Both classes sincerely believed that France wanted to destroy them utterly. I saw something of the reason for their feeling one day when a tram stopped to let off passengers, and a French automobile filled with French officers, instead of halting the prescribed number of feet away, plowed right through, knocking down 2 people and never even pausing to see what havoc it had created. The spectators gazed at the bodies lying there waiting for the ambulance. They did not dare shake their fists, but anyone could tell from the pitch of their voices, their expressions of passion and anger, how bitter was their resentment. The women broke down all the reserves of my emotion. They had been at one time the most advanced in Europe, politically, economically, and socially. And although they had had to work harder at the gymnasiums than the men, because higher marks had been required of them, they had been really on a par. But now a frightful retrogression had occurred. Working women had been forced down to a state beside the lower animals. They had become drudges in the fields in place of draft horses. I saw one who could not have been past 25, carrying a huge basket of vegetables strapped to her back, the weight of which threw her forward so that I expected any minute to see her go on all fours. An impressive and tragic poster by Kathe Kollwitz was displayed on various corners. It showed a woman with head thrown back, eyes closed, arms crossed over breast, and was captioned simply, "Waiting." The human figures you saw on the streets looked out of eyes dried by suffering and deepened by hunger. They had no faith, no hope, no philosophy. They were resigned to love or hatred, peace or war, a living death or a sudden end. Throughout Europe, governments were clamoring for bigger populations. France was offering bonuses for large families. "Our babies are dying. Give us more babies." Among European labor groups, only the syndicalists of France had recognized excessive population as detrimental to the working classes. The deficiency in Germany of 2 million lives sacrificed in the war had been made up by the thousands returned from Alsace-Lorraine, from the former province of Posen,
and the deportees from England, France, and Italy. There were not nearly enough positions to go round. Yet the nationalists, who had tried to cover the bitter pill of imperialistic ambitions with a sugar-coating of patriotism, still estimated the world in terms of numerical greatness and women as mere machines in the cradle competition of human production. Even the German socialists, following in the footsteps of Marx, opposed Malthusianism vigorously in and out of season. A neo-Malthusian Congress had been held in Dresden in 1912, but the movement then organized by Maria Stritt had practically gone out of existence, and its place taken by a more popular demand for the right to abortion. For a single year, the statistics of Berlin indicated that out of 44,000 known pregnancies, 23,000 were terminated by this means, though it was technically illegal. Women were now campaigning for a bill before the Reichstag to permit operations to be performed lawfully in hospitals, where fatalities could be reduced by proper sanitary care. Not one of those with whom I talked believed in abortion as a practice. It was the principle for which they were standing. They were resolved to have no more babies for cannon fodder, nor until they could rear them properly. Most of the doctors whom I interviewed said that what Germany needed was children, and lots of them. I asked one if the medical profession, as a whole, were doing anything to prevent entrance into the world of those children whose backs were so weak that they could never sit up straight, whose bones were too soft to hold the weight of their bodies. He answered abruptly, "By aborting the mothers, we are doing our best to cope with conditions as we find them. It is not our work to change them." I was hounding everybody to learn the whereabouts of the contraceptive formula for which I was searching, and was finally given the name of a gynecologist who should know, if anybody did, where it could be found. I made an appointment, and he greeted me in the most cordial way. When I questioned him about the reported sterility of German women, he agreed with the argument that, the situation being what it was in the country, the population should be checked for the next 5 years. Here is a friend indeed, I said to myself. I then gently brought up the subject of abortion. Doesn't this seem a ridiculous substitute for contraceptives? The doctor rose, his chest sticking out. He buttoned his coat, bowed formally, and inquired, "Where did you say you came from?" "New York City." "Are you sure you are not from France or Belgium?" "Certainly not." "Nobody who has the welfare of Germany at heart could talk to me as you have this morning. Only enemies could come here to give such information to our women." I wished he would sit down. He made me nervous. But I went on. Why is it such an act of enmity to advocate contraceptives rather than abortions? Abortions, as you know yourself, may be quite dangerous, whereas reliable contraceptives are harmless. Why do you oppose them? To my horror, he replied, "We will never give over the control of our numbers to the women themselves. What, let them control the future of the human race? With abortions, it is in our hands. We make the decisions, and they must come to us." That was not the tone of this doctor alone, but also that of most of his confrères. Thinking that Dr. Magnus Hirschfeld might have known about the formula, Havelock had given me a letter to him, and I presented it at the Institute of Sex Psychology, where abnormalities were being studied and treated. This most extraordinary mansion, bestowed by a prince of Bavaria, who had himself been cured of inversion by Dr. Hirschfeld, was furnished sumptuously. On the walls of the stairway were pictures of homosexuals, men decked out as women in huge hats, earrings, and feminine makeup. Also women in men's clothing and toppers. Further up the steps were photographs of the same individuals after they had been brought back to normality, some of them through adaptation of the Voronov experiments and the transplantation of sex glands. It was not a place I particularly liked, although I was interested to see how a problem which had cropped up everywhere in the post-war confusion was being attacked. Dr. Hirschfeld was kind and gave me the address of a firm in Dresden which he believed might be manufacturing the formula, so off I went to that city. It was memorable for my meeting with Maria Stritt, a darling little old lady, as quaint in her way as Dr. Vickery in hers. This tiny aristocrat, like one of the dolls for which her city was famous, had a fine, vigorous mind, and spoke English with care and a better choice of words than most Americans. Again, I made the rounds of the doctors, and again found none concerned over birth control. I went to the address where the formula was supposed to be, only to be directed on to Munich. Munich, to me, the most lovely city in Germany, seemed the most prosperous of any I had visited. I noticed a difference immediately. The streets were cleaner, the people less hungry-looking. There was more food, more clothing in the shops, and much greater activity. It had always been synonymous in my mind with music and Liebfraumilch, and I was delighted to be asked to dine at a hotel which I was told was the smartest and gayest in town. "Oh, we envy you. You'll have dancing, you'll have wine, you'll have everything." But it turned out to be a nightclub in the most blatant New York style. One table elbowing another, the people, Germans, not tourists, dancing to last year's jazz, the whole place shrieking nouveau riche. This, too, was part of post-war life. Bavarian Gemütlichkeit could not be altogether downed. On Saturdays the trams were literally jammed with men and women, young and old, who had put on their climbing clothes, donned their packs, and here hieing themselves away to nearby resorts or to the hills. With them went their guitars or accordions, and when the singing began, everybody knew all the words, no tum-de-dum-de-dum. If they did not have their own instruments, there was sure to be a wandering musician to play, and the floors of every hostelry or open-air Biergarten were literally filled with whirling, waltzing figures. Everyone seemed able to enter into the folk dances, although to me they appeared complicated. Many steps, much precision, and a great deal of dignity. Hunger and poverty existed in plenty, however, in the city. Hospitals were lacking in the simplest and most ordinary articles. No soap, no cod liver oil, no rubber sheets, insufficient clean linen. Even the babies had to lie all day in wet diapers, and consequently the poor little waifs were a sad, miserable lot. Another tragic thing which gave me nightmares for weeks was to see children's mouths covered with running sores, because the sole available meat and milk came from cattle suffering with hoof and mouth disease. Here at Munich, the birth strike was most violent. The former medical chief of the communists told me the women of Bavaria were determined to stop having babies. He himself had given information to thousands and had intended to establish clinics all over the state had the Communist Republic remained in power. Only the preceding spring the Communist red flag had for 3 weeks flown from the housetops of Munich. I met representatives from both sides of the political arena. The middle and upper-class conservatives claimed the revolutionists had not been capable of managing affairs, being good agitators but not good organizers, able to start things but not knowing how to finish them. They had not given up their guns. Money had been put aside, and peasant costumes and boots were ready for escape, because the existing bitterness made it likely the struggle was not yet settled. Communist leaders, on the other hand, claimed they had allowed their enemies to flee, and then had been tricked and fooled, and knew at last they could expect no quarter. Their ideals, their faith in humanity, their consideration had cost them their lives and liberty, and they would not forget this valuable lesson. At a meeting of the Communist Party, I was introduced to Mrs. Erich Mühsam, who, with her husband and their friend Landau, had gone to the front and distributed leaflets to call the boys back home. Landau, a gentle soul, who so believed in the goodness of man that he had pleaded with the soldiers to be brothers and not to take life, had been kicked and clubbed to death by the White Guard, which had afterwards marched to the Mühsam apartment, and when they could not find anybody there, had wrecked it with machine guns. Fortunately for the Mühsams, they were already in jail. Though the revolution was supposed to be over, Erich Mühsam was still imprisoned. In every country during such upheavals, thousands are cast into jail, and unless some other upheaval occurs to get them out, they remain there. Many pacifists in the United States were not freed until long after the armistice. In 1928, I saw Erich Mühsam, every inch a poet, an artistic and delicate organism, almost helpless-looking. In 1935, under Nazi rule, he was returned to a concentration camp, a hangover on the blacklist. The account of his fellow prisoners ran something like this. One afternoon, he had been told to report at headquarters and bring a rope. "Where can I find a rope?" "I don't know. Get it." "They're going to kill you," he was warned as he started out, still lacking a rope. "Oh, it's just one of their jokes, a form of torture." "You may be right. You've scarcely lifted a voice." But that evening his comrades discovered him dangling by the neck from a beam. They said he could never have climbed up himself, and that furthermore he had been beaten to death before he had been hung there. Nevertheless, officially, he had committed suicide. I met in Germany probably 100 thoroughgoing conservatives and only one Mühsam, and yet he it was who stood out spectacularly. My own interests were keeping me busy enough. I finally found that the formula I was seeking was made in Friedrichshafen, on Lake Constance. I initiated a correspondence with the chemist, asking him to come to Munich and enclosing stamps to make sure of his reply. He could not make the journey, but instead invited me to Friedrichshafen. All the passengers on dismounting at the station seemed to have someone to meet them, except myself. I noticed a smallish man with what appeared to be bangs under his hat, front and back, standing on the platform and holding a tight bunch of wildflowers wrapped up in a newspaper, a matching one in the buttonhole of his coat. But as far as I could see, he was serving no special purpose there. I went to a hotel, and in a very short while the little man himself arrived, having identified me as the American lady he had come to greet. His quaint bouquet was my welcome to Friedrichshafen. The chemist, with his father and brothers, ran an unpretentious factory which, in addition to other products, was making the contraceptive in the form of a jelly. It had been put out before the war, then dropped, and was just now starting up again and beginning to find a market in Germany. He feared to let me go near his establishment, suspicious that America might steal his formula. But he showed me a picture of it and gave me a few sample tubes, saying I could obtain others from his sister, who was going to act as his agent in New York. Thus was inaugurated a new phase in the movement, the use of a chemical contraceptive. I had letters of introduction to several people in Russia, and had hoped to be able to go there, but I had commenced handing out my extra dresses, underwear, stockings, shoes in Berlin. My friends had so little and were so generous that I could not endure it. And now, in the face of an approaching winter of hardship, without wardrobe and no prospect of securing one or even sufficient food, I had to abandon the Russian plan. I had talked clinic while I was in England. Having myself been convinced, I wanted the Neo-Malthusians also to believe that it was a better way than advice through literature. A few of them were assembling to meet me in the Netherlands, and thither I turned my steps. As soon as the train north was over the border, cream was brought and delicious fruit. The contrast between one side and the other was too obviously brutal and awful. It almost made me ill to see so many delicacies in the Dutch shop windows when children in Germany were starving. With the Drysdales, to Amsterdam came Dr. Norman Hare, Australian-born, a gynecologist who had settled in London, sensed the public interest in birth control, informed himself thoroughly on the subject, written a great deal about it, and become prominent in the movement, advocating contraception from his Harley Street office. As Dr. Hare and I went around visiting clinics, we found that the countless stores where contraceptives were sold had fitting rooms in back with midwives in charge. They did not maintain the old Rutgers standards. I was disappointed to see the deterioration which had taken place since 1915. During the reorganization period of Europe, the tendency, under Russian influence, was for young laborites to be in charge of things, and they aimed to turn out Dr. Rutgers and the Dutch Neo-Malthusians and put clinics, which were dedicated to the workers, on a strictly utilitarian basis. Here, as elsewhere, they could agitate and tear apart, but lacked executive ability. The new board, composed mainly of laymen, did not realize that such technical knowledge and experience was required as only a physician like Dr. Rutgers possessed. He was a sad and unhappy man, profoundly discouraged over the odds against which he had to struggle. Nonetheless, my English friends were converted to the idea of clinics, and Bessie Drysdale and Dr. Hare planned to open one soon in London. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23, Part 1, of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 1. In time, we only can begin. Quote, Enough, 'tis the word of a grand bashaw. You needn't to bother about the law. He told me they wasn't to speak at all. You don't need a warrant to clear a hall. He told me to tell them to stir their stumps. When clubs is the order, then club is trumps. What else would it be when I'm just a cop, and he is a reverend archbishop? End quote. Arthur Guiterman. In confirming my conviction in 1918, Judge Frederick E. Crane, of the Appellate Division of the Supreme Court of New York, had for the first time interpreted the section of the state law which permitted a licensed physician to give contraceptive advice for the cure or prevention of disease. And further, he had taken from Webster's dictionary the broad definition of disease as any alteration in the state of body which caused or threatened pain and sickness, thus extending the meaning of the word far beyond the original scope of syphilis and gonorrhea. But, never satisfied, I wanted women to have birth control for economic and social reasons. Therefore, in January 1921, Anne Kennedy and I went to Albany to find a sponsor for a bill which was to change the New York law. It was not only a question of amending it, but also a means of educating the public, of explaining our cause through the medium of legislation. Months of preparation were required, hours of tramping the floors of state buildings at Albany, interviewing one person after another, securing promises of help, breaking down hostility. When people said that women who would not have children were selfish and preferred lapdogs, I replied, "All right, then it is better for the children not to be born." That type of woman should die out biologically, just as did the different species that were caught in the mire and slime and could not reproduce themselves. It is a principle that applies to human beings also, that they must work through their environment in order to survive. As soon as you could get out of people's minds what birth control was not, they almost invariably said, "Why, yes, certainly, that sounds reasonable." Many of the lawmakers themselves believed that the measure might be of great benefit, but the party whip cut too deeply. Birth control was once described by Haywood Brown as dynamite from the point of view of the politician. If he supported it, he might lose votes. If he opposed it, he might lose votes. There is nothing a politician hates more than losing votes. He would much rather the subject never came up. One assemblyman from Brooklyn at first agreed to introduce our bill, and then wrote, "I very much regret, but after consulting with some of the leaders of the assembly, I've been strongly advised not to offer your bill. I am told it would do me an injury that I could not overcome for some time." Another refused on the ground of levity from his associates. But a few years later, we found a young, courageous legislator who introduced a bill and secured hearings. Although it was defeated, the atmosphere was clarified. Mrs. Hepburn, who had been in the suffrage movement early and had been one of the sponsors of Mrs. Pankhurst's tour of the United States, now lived in Hartford, Connecticut. Although the mother of 6, including the actress Catherine, she retained her youthful face and figure, being almost like a sister to her children, playmate and companion for them at tennis, golf, and swimming. Young men asked her to dinner with the same pleasure that they asked her daughters. Closely associated with her was Mrs. George H. Day, Sr., a grandmother in 1921. She always came from Hartford for every board meeting of the League, and in turn, her house was a place of refuge for poor, worn-down friends of causes. They could go there and be ministered to by a staff of servants and come back rested and rejuvenated. With 2 such seasoned campaigners to back us, we carried our legislative activities into Connecticut, the only state where to use a contraceptive was a crime, as though it were possible to have a policeman in every home. A mere 6 years had elapsed since the movement had begun. Consequently, that we were now able to get a hearing was in itself a triumph. Nevertheless, no easy task faced us. So much red tape had to be broken through. But here at Hartford we did succeed in finding an introducer who could hold his own under ridicule. Then we had to educate him, feed him with facts, medical, social, historical, so that he could defend his bill. A young priest stood forth as our chief opponent, basing his objections on the laws of nature, which he claimed were contravened by birth control. Fortunately, the committee had a sense of humor. In my 10-minute rebuttal, I was able to answer the against nature argument, as Francis Place had done 100 years earlier. I turned the priest's own words on himself by asking why he should counteract nature's decree of impaired vision by wearing eyeglasses, and why, above all, was he celibate, thus outraging nature's primary demand on the human species to propagate its kind. The laughter practically ended the unnatural thesis for some time. In New Jersey, another attempt was made. The law there allowed doctors to give information for a just cause, but they were fearful of including minor ailments under this interpretation. The bill introduced at Trenton had a hearing, but it also failed to pass. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but was part of the experience we gained. And furthermore, whenever we had hearings, the local work progressed much more rapidly as a result. Nothing was lost, however expensive the plowing and sowing. Apparent defeats were victories in the long run. It then seemed to me, from glancing over current clippings and publications, that people all over the world were discussing birth control. The English Baron Dawson of Penn had been court physician to Edward VII and had continued in this same post during the reign of George V. But he had broader interests, too. One of the great events in the history of the movement was his speech at the Church Congress at Birmingham in answer to the doctrine promulgated by the bishops at Lambeth that sexual union should take place for the purpose of procreation only. Imagine a young married couple in love with each other being expected to occupy the same room and to abstain for 2 years. The thing is preposterous. You might as well put water by the side of a man suffering from thirst and tell him not to drink it. Romance and deliberate self-restraint do not, to my mind, rhyme very well together. A touch of madness to begin with does no harm. Heaven knows life sobers it soon enough. His speech caused an immense sensation throughout England. Headlines and streamers announced, "King's physician asks church to sanction birth control." The deduction was that His Majesty was endorsing it, and stolid Britishers were all agog at the idea that Buckingham Palace was now talking about the subject. It was hinted Queen Mary was not overpleased. On this side of the Atlantic, Major General John J. O'Ryan, who had commanded the 27th National Guard Division, lectured on overpopulation as a cause for war. Frank Vanderlip, once Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, and later President of the National City Bank, had just returned from Japan, proclaiming that population must be controlled because some countries could no longer feed themselves. Here was an army man on the one hand, and a financier on the other, unprimed, uncoerced, even uninvited, speaking out of their independent experiences. They were voices in the wilderness, oases in the desert, and certainly encouraging historical landmarks. Among uneasy experts, the sentiment was growing that population pressure in Japan would soon create an inevitable explosion. Indeed, one of the familiar arguments in the United States brought forward against birth control was the menace of the Yellow Peril, by which was meant specifically Japan. What folly to reduce our birth rate when Orientals were multiplying so appallingly fast that the downfall of Western civilization might soon be looked for. India and China were teeming indiscriminately, but their peoples were feeble, inert, and diseased, whereas the Japanese were being reared under German health traditions, were 97% literate, and were technically equipped for battle. Naturally, I was eager to learn as much about the situation as possible, and welcomed the opportunity to meet the Nipponese friends of Gertrude Boyle, who had married a gentleman of Japan. They always appeared in pairs of groups of 3, 4, 5 at a time, talking busily in asides with each other, while I exchanged opinions with one. They were helpful in furnishing me with unpublished facts. The older, conservative, nationalist, militarist party advocated greater numbers, but the young, liberal intellectuals, many of whom had attended Occidental universities, could see the clouds already lowering on the horizon, and hoped the storm could be averted by controlled population growth. Atro, a reporter on a New York Japanese paper, had been supplying the last-named group, which in Tokyo called itself Kaizo, meaning reconstruction, with clippings about birth control, and several of my articles had been printed in their publication. The woman's point of view was graphically described to me by the Baroness Shizue Ishimoto, daughter of the head of the great Hirota clan and wife of Baron Kaikichi Ishimoto, a young nobleman who had put in practice his ideals of service. This charming, youthful, and gracious matron, tall for her race and equally beautiful by our standards, very smart in her American street costume, had, in 1919, come from her own land, where suffrage for women was still mentioned in awed tones. She had studied our language at a YWCA business school, and in 3 months had performed the extraordinary accomplishment of mastering it sufficiently to speak, write, and even take dictation in English. We quickly became friends, and she at once foresaw the possibilities of birth control in bringing Japanese women out of their long suppression in the family system. She said she intended to form a league immediately upon her arrival in Tokyo, and did so in 1921. During that year also clinics were started in England. That of Marie Stopes proved popular, although instruction, given by a midwife, was limited to mothers who had already had at least one child. Shortly afterwards, Dr. Hare and Bessie Drysdale, with Harold Cox as chairman of a lay group to finance the work, established Walworth Center, which had a fine gynecological thoroughness and set an example which later clinics in England followed. It was high time clinics were started in the United States as well. After the Crane decision, I had anticipated that hospitals were going to give contraceptive advice. But in 1919, under Dr. Mary Halton's direction, 2 women, the first with tuberculosis, the other with syphilis, had been taken from one to another institution on Manhattan Island. All had refused such information, although most had agreed that the patients, if pregnant, could be aborted. The officers in charge had said they were obliged to protect their charters, and the staff physicians their licenses and reputations. Anything depending on the organized medicine is hard to put over. Though individual doctors may break away, in the long run, most medical progress proceeds by group action. Since the hospitals were laggard in this matter, I decided to open a second clinic of my own. It was to be, in effect, a laboratory, dealing in human beings instead of mice, with every consideration for environment, personality, and background. I was going to suggest to women that in the 20th century they give themselves to science as they had in the past given their lives to religion. In addition to the usual rooms, I planned to have a day nursery where children could be kept amused and happy while the mothers were being instructed. A properly chosen staff could enable us to have weekly sessions on prenatal care and marital adjustment. Gynecologists were to refer patients to hospitals if pregnancy jeopardized life. A specialist was to advise women in overcoming sterility. A consultant was to deal with eugenics. And finally, since anxiety and fear of pregnancy were often the psychological causes of ill health, a psychiatrist was to be added. I intended, furthermore, that it should be a nucleus for research on scientific methods of contraception. Domestically manufactured supplies of tested efficacy could not, at that time, be procured. Because organized medical support was lacking, I tried to see what could be done with individuals, writing to various doctors to inquire whether they were willing to sponsor such an undertaking. Several asked me what methods I was recommending, but Dr. Emmett Holt, then the outstanding pediatrician of New York, whose book, The Care and Feeding of Children, was the Bible of thousands of mothers, invited me to come to his office. Before making any endorsement, he wanted to know more about it. I packed up all my European supplies and showed them and explained them to Dr. Holt, who had called in also an obstetrician and a neurologist, Dr. Frederick Peterson, for the discussion. The usual attitude of the child specialist was, "Our living depends upon babies. Why should we advocate limiting the supply? The more the merrier. If you cut down, you're taking our maintenance from us." But Dr. Holt said, "A thoroughly reliable contraceptive would be a godsend to us. If the family cannot afford a nurse, we must rely on the health and strength of the mother to keep her baby alive. If pregnancy can be postponed for a few years, not only the baby who has been born, but the baby who comes after is much more likely to survive." Dr. Holt lent us his name, one of the first important physicians to do so, thus setting an example which eventually others followed. 5 or 6 men and women doctors agreed to stand behind the clinic. But I had to have more than verbal approval. Unless the clinic were to be conducted by a doctor with a New York practicing license, it would not be there to stay. In early autumn, I brought together an interested group to discuss the possibility of a location on the east side near Stuyvesant Square, and Dr. Lydia Allen de Vilbis, whom I had met at the Indianapolis Social Workers Conference, was going to form her own medical committee behind her and build it up. On the basis of her promise, I signed a year's lease for a small suite of rooms at 317 East 10th Street, from which a dentist had just moved out, appropriately situated on the ground floor in a densely populated section. The legislative activities and planning for a clinic had taken much of my attention during the year, but the central theme was the determination to hold the first National Birth Control Conference, November 11th to the 13th, 1921, at the Plaza Hotel in New York. I timed it purposely to coincide with a meeting of the American Public Health Association, hoping that if we could only convince these officials of the need for birth control, they would use it in their own work. End of Chapter 23, Part 1. Chapter 23, Part 2 of Margaret Sanger,
by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 2. In Time, We Can Only Begin. In addition to the health aspect, we planned to treat of population and also have a doctor's meeting on methods and technique. But flaming youth was having its fling, and the great clamor of the moment was directed towards the moral issue. Opponents were constantly hurling the statement that immorality among young people was to be the inevitable fruit of our efforts. This I did not believe. I knew that neither morality nor immorality was an external factor in human behavior. Essentially, these qualities grew and emerged from within. If the youth of the post-war era were slipping away from sanctioned codes, it was not the fault of birth control knowledge any more than it was the fault of the automobile, which made transportation to the bright lights of the city quick and easy. Immorality, as a result, should not be placed at the doors of Messrs. Ford or Chrysler. In order to have a free and fair hearing, we proposed a large open meeting to wind up the conference and invited ministry and clergy of all denominations, including Archbishop Patrick J. Hayes, who was the spokesman of the Catholic Church in New York. The movement was older in England and had already established its dignity there. Consequently, the presence at the conference of such an outstanding Englishman as Harold Cox was certain to carry weight. To persuade him to take the sea voyage, I sailed for Europe. When I arrived in London, I found him unwell, and his doctors at first refused him permission to travel. Under the circumstances, it was very fine of him to promise to come. J.O.P. Bland also said he would look in on the conference, if only to give it his blessing. He was a dark-haired, witty, amusing, north of Irishman who had lived much in the Orient and become an authority on Far Eastern matters, an internationalist in all his thinking. He was one of those who always helped to hold up your right hand. My object in England having been attained, I went on to Switzerland with a definite aim. I had formed a habit in my nursing days, when I was waiting in the night to give medicine or treatment to a patient, of occupying the time putting down experiences and thoughts that came to me. The same habit continued. After lectures, while I was still sizzling with excitement, I often relieved the tenseness by writing down answers to questions I feared I had not covered adequately. Before I knew it, I had material gathered for a book, and even some chapters in rough draft. They needed pulling together and polishing off, and I went to bed in Montreux for a month to do this. I had regarded Woman and the New Race as my heart book. This, the pivot of civilization, was to be my head book. I brought it back with me to the United States, and Wells, who was reporting the Washington Disarmament Conference for the New York World, wrote an introduction. To make our conference a success, it had to be under the auspices of an organization. I had always had a dread of them. I knew their weaknesses and the stifling effect they could have. They seemed heavy and ponderous, rigid, lifeless and soulless, often caught in their own mechanism to become dead wood, thus defeating the very purposes for which they had initially been established. Even the women who were able and clever at systematizing such bodies terrified me with their rule and rote minds, their weight and measure tactics. They appeared so sure, so positive, that I felt as if I were in the way of a giant tractor which destroyed mercilessly as it went. In spite of this dread,
I had reasoned out the necessity for an organization to tie up the loose ends. Although it might be limiting and inhibiting to the individual, it had other advantages of strength and solidity which would enable it to function when the individual was gone. Therefore, I sent a questionnaire to leaders in social and professional circles, asking them whether the time had not come for such a national association. The replies almost unanimously confirmed this decision. The evening before the conference was to open, a few friends gathered together to launch the American Birth Control League. Its aims were to build up public opinion so that women should demand instruction from doctors, to assemble the findings of scientists, to remove hampering federal statutes, to send out field workers into those states where laws did not prevent clinics, to cooperate with similar bodies in studying population problems, food supplies, world peace. After the dinner, given at Mrs. George F. Rubley's home, we talked over specific plans for the year and set in motion the machinery for having the League incorporated. Juliet Barrett Rubley had been one of the pioneers, a member of the original committee of 100, and all the way through the years she has never wavered from my side. No more inspired idealist was ever initiated into a movement. The imagination of this picturesque, romantic wife of a conservative lawyer had been so fired that she dedicated to it her entire devotion, loyalty, partisanship. Others had rallied their own personal friends around the idea, but Juliet's influence brought in her husband's associates, the Kraviths, Morrows, Lamonts, Dodges, and Blisses. Juliet's parties were always gay and interesting, with an atmosphere nobody else could create. Her small, engaging dining room was as colorful as she herself. The only woman I ever knew who dared to wear bright greens, reds, yellows, all together. For lunches, teas, and dinners in behalf of the cause, she practically turned over her home in Turtle Bay Gardens. A goodly number attended the opening of our conference, which appropriately coincided with that of the Great Disarmament Conference at Washington. The medical meeting, where contraceptive technique was discussed, was so crowded that latecomers could not squeeze in. The doctors who did find places, each apparently surprised to see his confrères there, expected us to have 100% sound methods. They seemed disappointed because we had no magic up our sleeves, and told them quite frankly we had not. The best we could do was show what devices were being employed, including those from the Netherlands and the preparation I had found at Friedrichshafen, with the warning that they had not been tested for efficacy. After 2 full days, nothing remained but the Sunday evening mass meeting on Birth Control, Is It Moral? For this, we had selected the Town Hall on West 43rd Street, a new club designed as a forum for adult education. The auditorium was often used for discussion of questions of civic interest. Harold Cox was to deliver the first speech, and I was to follow. Always, when I am to speak, I attempt to visualize the hall and the audience in order to feel my way into the subject. When I cannot do so, I have invariably been met by blocked doors. Throughout Sunday, try as I would to tune in to the approaching event, I could not do it. I kept remembering a dream I had had the night before, in which I was carrying a small baby in my arms up a very steep hill, and came rather abruptly to a slope, which became a mountain side of rock and slippery shale. I had nothing to grasp to prevent me from sliding. The baby cried continually, and I wanted to comfort it, but I dared not use my right hand because it was held up like a balancing rod, which saved us both from falling. That miserable dream made me drowsy all day. My brain seemed numb. I simply could not think of what I was going to say. Anne Kennedy had gone ahead to the town hall at about 7 o'clock. Harold Cox and I had dined at Juliet's, but I could not eat. I was interested neither in the food nor the conversation. I still had an absolute blank in front of me. Juliet was congratulating me that soon, with the conference over, I could have a rest. Ordinarily, when I am approaching the end of a particular job, I begin to feel released. But this time, I could not reassure her. I was nervous, anxious, and apprehensive. Our taxi swung into West 43rd Street and crept cautiously along through a swarming aggregation. "Heavens," I said, "this is an overflow with a vengeance." We dismounted and pushed our way to the town hall doors. They were closed, and 2 policemen barred our path when Mr. Cox and I attempted to enter. "This gentleman is one of the speakers, and I am another," I said. "Why can't we go in?" "There ain't going to be no meeting, that's all I can say." I had not the faintest idea of what was happening. A newspaper man standing nearby suggested, "Why not call up Police Commissioner Enright and see what the trouble is?" Juliet and I rushed across the street to a booth, and she telephoned police headquarters. No one could say where the commissioner was. As far as they knew, no orders to forbid the meeting had been issued. Then I put through a call for Mayor Hylan. While I was waiting for the connection, I kept my eyes on the town hall entrance and saw that policemen were cautiously opening the doors to let out driblets of people. If they could get out, I could get in. So I abandoned the telephone and wove my way through the throng until I reached the doors, slipping in under the policemen's arms before they could stop me. Dignified health officers from all over the country, lawyers and judges with their families and guests were standing about, grumbling, vague, reluctant to depart, wondering what to do. I fairly flew up the aisle, but halted in front of the footlights. They were as high as my head, and another blue uniform was obstructing the steps leading to the stage. Suddenly, Lothrop Stoddard, the author, tall and strong, seized me and literally tossed me up to the platform. A messenger boy was aimlessly grasping flowers which were to be presented after my speech. Stoddard grabbed them briskly, handed them to me, and shouted, "Here's Mrs. Sanger." "Don't leave," I called to the audience. "We're going to hold the meeting." A great scramble began to get back into the seats. The hall was in a turmoil. The front doors had been stampeded, and those in the street were pressing in, only to find their places gone. The boxes and galleries were soon filled. The stage was jammed. Hundreds were crowded in the rear. I cried, "Get in out of the aisles!" I knew the meeting could be legally closed if they were blocked, and I did not want fire regulations to be used as a pretext. I still had no idea of what had gone on earlier when I commenced my lecture, but had uttered no more than 10 or 12 words when 2 policemen loomed up beside me and said, "You can't talk here." A thundering applause broke out, as though it were the only relief for angry, indignant, rebellious spirits. Why can't I? I started again, but my voice could not be heard. I then suggested to Harold Cox, "Perhaps they'll let you speak. Try it." This white-haired and pink-cheeked gentleman walked to the edge of the platform with a dignity of bearing about as distantly removed from immorality as could be imagined. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "I have come from across the Atlantic." But that was as far as he got before he was led back to his seat by a policeman. Then Mary Windsor, an ardent suffragette, sprang up, but they stopped her also. As soon as one was downed, another jumped to his or her feet. I did not know the names of some of the volunteers, who were not even allowed to finish their "ladies and gentlemen." Meanwhile, Anne Kennedy was telling me as best she could what had happened prior to my arrival. When the house had been half filled, a man had come to the platform and asked, "Who's in charge?" "I am," Anne had answered. "This meeting must be closed." "Why?" "An indecent, immoral subject is to be discussed. It cannot be held." "On what authority? Are you from the police?" "No, I'm Monsignor Deneen, the secretary of Archbishop Hayes." "What right has he to interfere?" "He has the right." Here he turned to a policeman. "Captain, speak up." "Who are you?" Anne had demanded. "I'm Captain Donahue of this district. The meeting must be stopped." Capable and cool-headed Anne had replied, "Very well. We'll write this down, and I'll read it to the audience. I, Captain Thomas Donahue, of the 26th Precinct, at the order of Monsignor Joseph P. Deneen, Secretary to Archbishop Patrick J. Hayes, have ordered this meeting closed." The listeners had sat petrified while she had read them this strange admission. No hissing or booing then. They had just sat. It was one thing to have the hall shut by a mistaken or misguided police captain, a very different thing to have it done by a high dignitary of the Roman Catholic hierarchy. Monsignor Deneen was now stationed in the back of the hall, and Anne pointed him out to me, of medium size, in plain attire, calmly directing the police by a casual nod of the head or a whisper to a man who acted as runner between him and the captain on the platform. Confusion and tumult continued for at least an hour. Newspaper men were scribbling stories. Those who could not get in were creating commotion outside. The reserves had been summoned. It was bedlam. Miss Windsor tried to speak 2 or 3 times, I at least 10. But I knew that I had to keep on until I was arrested, in order that free speech might be made the issue. To allow yourself to be sent home at the order of the police was accepting the police point of view as to what was moral. Moreover, you were bound for the principle of the thing to carry it into the court for a legal decision. If the pulpit and press were denied you, you must take it to the dock. Captain Donahue kept repeating to me, "Please get off this stage before you cause disorder." Police now began to hustle the audience towards 6 exits, and finally Miss Windsor and I were put under arrest. Robert McC. Marsh, Mrs. Delafield's son-in-law, offered to act as our counsel. Juliet said to an officer, "Why don't you arrest me, too?" "Well, you can come along if you like," he agreed. So we walked together up Broadway to the station at West 47th Street, policemen flanking us. The crowd, still jeering the reserves, who had been trying vainly to clear the way, fell in line and marched behind us. A patrol wagon then took us to Night Court, where we were arraigned before Magistrate McQuaid. Someone had telephoned J.J., and he came up later, but Mr. Marsh had already taken care of the necessary formalities. We were released on our own recognizances to appear at court the following morning. It was now some time after midnight, but we all went back to Juliet's apartment. Harold Cox was shocked not only by the roughness of the police, but also by the supineness of the audience, which had done nothing but make a noise. Had this been in London, they would never have been able to stop the meeting. We would have defended our rights, used every chair and door and window to barricade the place, even though we might have been beaten in the end. Anne Kennedy had brought the reporters, and they were waiting for us. They wanted to make out a story of police stupidity and let it go at that, unable to believe her when she told them it was the Archbishop who was responsible. A Times reporter called up the powerhouse, as St. Patrick's Cathedral was colloquially termed, reached Dineen himself, and asked for verification. "Yes," said the Monsignor, "we closed the meeting." Then and there, we decided to hold a second one as soon as possible at the same place. It was well on towards 5 o'clock when at last I fell in my bed. I sank to slumber, but it was only to find myself still carrying that same baby up the steep and sliding mountain, balancing myself with upraised hand. The sky was dark, the way unmarked. Wearily, I stumbled on. End of Chapter 23, Part 2. Chapter 24 of Margaret Sanger by Margaret Sanger. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Laws were like cobwebs. Quote, "And heard great argument about it and about, but evermore came out by the same door wherein I went." End quote. Edward Fitzgerald. Promptly at 9, the morning after the wretched town hall affair, Miss Windsor and I appeared before Magistrate Joseph E. Corrigan, and the case was dismissed in 5 minutes. Neither Monsignor Dineen nor Captain Donahue was in court. Here was a ridiculous thing. The Catholic Church held such power in its hands that it could issue orders to the police, dissolve an important gathering of adult and intelligent men and women, and send them home as though they were naughty children, and then not feel called upon to give any accounting. The papers expressed the greatest indignation. Even the most conservative were placed in the trying situation of defending birth control advocates or endorsing a violation of the principle of free speech, which must always find defenders if democracy is to survive. It was to be expected that the world would be up in arms, but the Times carried a headline that Archbishop Hayes had closed the meeting, and the Tribune was spurred on by the indignation of Mrs. Ogden Reed, who had been present at the town hall. Apparently, the church had not expected to render any explanation whatsoever. Then, faced with a battery of reporters, Monsignor Dineen made a statement. The Archbishop had received an invitation from Mrs. Margaret Sanger to attend the meeting, and I went as his representative. The Archbishop is delighted and pleased at the action of the police, as am I, because I think anyone will admit that a meeting of that character is no place for growing children. The presence of these 4 children, at least, was a reason for police action. He had not improved his position. The scoffing was redoubled when it was learned that the 4 children were students of Professor Raymond Moley's class in sociology at Columbia University. Monsignor Deneen had not seen beyond their bobbed hair. Only a small section of the public had been aware of our modest little conference. Even fewer had known of the proposed town hall meeting. Now the publicity was tremendous. Many Catholics themselves condemned church tactics, and Archbishop Hayes had to defend himself. As a citizen and a churchman, deeply concerned with the moral well-being of our city, I feel it a public duty to protest, in the interest of thousands of distressed mothers who are alarmed at the daring of the advocates of birth control in bringing out into an open, unrestricted, free meeting a discussion of a subject that simple prudence and decency, if not the spirit of the law, should keep within the walls of a clinic. The law was enacted under the police power of the legislature for the benefit of the morals and health of the community. The law of God and man, science, public policy, human experience are all condemnatory of birth control as preached by a few irresponsible individuals. The seventh child has been regarded traditionally with some peoples as the most favored by nature. Benjamin Franklin was the 15th child, John Wesley the 18th, Ignatius Loyola was the 8th, Catherine of Siena, one of the greatest intellectual women who ever lived, was the 24th. It has been suggested that one of the reasons for the lack of genius in our day is that we are not getting the ends of the families. This statement appeared synchronously with our second meeting. The town hall had been booked ahead for several weeks. Consequently, we had engaged the big Park Theater in Columbus Circle. It was packed 15 minutes after a single door was opened. Dr. Carl Ryland of St. George's Church was a new recruit on the platform. Otherwise, our program was the same as before, and a balanced and poised discussion proceeded without acrimony or excitement. Outside, however, 2,000 people were clamoring to get in, even climbing up the fire escapes. Orators were haranguing from soapboxes, men were pounding each other with their fists, Paulist fathers were selling pamphlets against birth control. In my open letter of reply to Archbishop Hayes, I said, "I agree with the Archbishop that a clinic is the proper place to give information on birth control. I wish, however, to point out the fact that there are two sides to the subject under consideration. The practical information as distinct from the theoretical discussion. The latter rightly may be discussed on the public platform and in the press, as the Archbishop himself has taken the opportunity to do." And then, citing Scripture, "If the Archbishop will recall his Bible history, he will find that some of the more remarkable characters were the first children, and often the only child as well. For instance, Isaac was an only child, born after long years of preparation. Isaac's only children were twins, Jacob, the father of all Israel, and Esau. Samuel, who judged Israel for 40 years, was an only child. John the Baptist was an only child, and his parents were well along in years when he was born." Archbishop Hayes delivered his final pronunciamento in his Christmas pastoral. "Children troop down from heaven because God wills it. He alone has the right to stay their coming, while he blesses at will some homes with many, others with but few, or with none at all. Even though some little angels in the flesh, through moral, mental, or physical deformity of parents, may appear to humanize hideous, misshapen, a blot on civilized society, we must not lose sight of this Christian thought that under and within such visible malformation there lives an immortal soul to be saved and glorified for all eternity among the blessed in heaven. Heinous is the sin committed against the creative act of God, who through the marriage contract invites man and woman to cooperate with him in the propagation of the human family. To take life after its inception is a horrible crime, but to prevent human life that the Creator is about to bring into being is satanic. In the first instance, the body is killed, while the soul lives on. In the latter, not only a body, but an immortal soul is denied existence in time and in eternity. It has been reserved to our day to see advocated shamelessly the legalizing of such a diabolical thing. A monstrous doctrine, and one abhorrent to every civilized instinct, that children, misshapen, deformed, hideous to the eye, either mentally or constitutionally unequipped for life, should continue to be born in the hope that heaven might be filled. General opinion was that controversy gave us free publicity, and it did, column after column, but to my mind it was of the negative kind. The truths falsified and motives aspersed had to be debated, corrected, and argued away, and this took time from constructive work. The press wanted to keep up the excitement and manufacture news, but I did not. As a matter of fact, the hullabaloo was usually done for me. The blundering of the opposition often saved my voice. The correspondence through the press was dropped, but meanwhile the American Civil Liberties Union, spurred on by Albert D. Silver, from whom we had previously sought advice and who had helped us raise funds, had urged me to institute action for false arrest. This I knew would be a fruitless task, but I did consent to the demand for an investigation. Commissioner Enright was said to be out of the city, but Chief Inspector Leahy, acting in his place, was to determine whether charges should be preferred against Captain Donahue for having stopped the meeting. On December 2nd, in a small room closed to the press, Mr. Leahy sat at the head of a long table. On his right was a chair, to which I was called. On his left, opposite me, was a heavy man with a big bulldog head, wearing a black alpaca coat. He fixed his eyes straight on mine, as though he wanted to hypnotize me and influence by sheer terror what I was to say. His features were so set, his expression so immobile, that I sensed animus. I refused to return his gaze, but faced the inspector instead. The interrogation, prompted by this sinister individual, who bent over occasionally to murmur into Mr. Leahy's ear, held bitter malice. Nevertheless, I answered every query as completely and as honestly as I was able. I had nothing to hide, and still believed that my interlocutor could arrive at no decision unless he heard the truth in its entirety. I was all for telling it. But never throughout any of the hearings could either the examiners or police be kept to the point. They were not genuinely trying to find out who had given the orders and why, but attempting to justify the illegal proceedings, and always they went off into vague irrelevancies extraneous to the issue, such as trying to embarrass dignified elderly witnesses by asking, "What are you doing with birth control?" Chiefly, the investigation focused around the Brownsville clinic raid. I denied emphatically that certain contraceptives for use by men only had ever been there. They were of a type which I did not recommend, and had been brought in by the police themselves. "Do you mean to say, Mrs. Sanger," went on Mr. Leahy, "that this statement of the police officer as written into the records was untrue?"
"I do."
Mr. Leahy lifted an official finger to an attendant. The door of the anteroom opened, and Mrs. Whitehurst, who had been the leader of the raid, was dramatically framed before us. "Do you say that if she," he waved to her, "made the statement referred to in the police records, she lied?" "She did," I affirmed. This was the first time in all my life that I had ever called a person a liar. I felt as though I had stepped down into the lower brackets of common decency, but the police are accustomed to such words, and I had to meet the circumstances. Mrs. Whitehurst was instantly dismissed. I, too, was dismissed, and Juliet took my place. She had learned from her husband and other lawyers how witnesses could protect themselves, and tossed off her answers readily, now and then returning, "I don't know," and frequently, "I don't remember." The black-coated gentleman, who had hoped to trip her up, but was getting nowhere, became exasperated and said roughly to Mr. Leahy, "Oh, stop this. Ask her if she's read the law." Juliet admitted she had read Section 1142, but to further questioning replied she did not recall when. She had not read it in my presence. She might or might not have talked it over with me. Mr. Leahy rose and left the room. Then the unknown shouted to a young Irishman who had been busily taking notes, "Arrest that woman." We could not have been more astonished if a thunderbolt had struck the place. For a few seconds, which seemed longer, everyone was paralyzed. At last, Mr. Marsh asked, "On what grounds is Mrs. Rubley arrested?" "She has violated Section 1142. "She said she had read the law. Is that a crime?" No answer. Mr. Marsh then inquired, "On whose authority is Mrs. Rubley arrested?" Dead silence. No reply while the unknown and the stenographer muttered together. Finally, when Mr. Marsh repeated the question, the latter replied, "I do. I arrest her on my own authority, Patrolman Thomas J. Murphy." Mr. Marsh said to the unknown, "It's customary for brothers of the law to give each other their names. Mine is Robert Marsh, practicing attorney. May I not know with whom I am speaking?" "I'm just a bystander." "Well, Mr. Bystander, won't you instruct the police officer to be more explicit in his statement of facts?" "Look here, Marsh. I'm telling you the officer is arresting this witness on his own initiative." He, too, left the room. Juliet, Mr. Marsh, and I entered her car, and young stenographer Patrolman Murphy, obviously ill at ease, sat beside the chauffeur. At the Elizabeth Street Court, Magistrate Peter A. Hadding smiled cheerfully at us from behind his desk. "Well, where's the prisoner?" Murphy made a feeble gesture in Juliet's direction and said in a whisper which we could overhear, "It's a birth control case." "Oh, I see. Well, what was she selling? Where are the articles?" Murphy could produce none. Well, where is the evidence?" Murphy looked even more embarrassed, mumbled that he didn't have any. "Well, the court is adjourned anyway, and we'll have to wait until this afternoon." I was turning my back on Murphy, very cross at him, but Juliet asked him to lunch with us. "He didn't want to arrest me, did you, Mr. Murphy?" And Mr. Murphy shook his head most decidedly. While we ate, he explained that our unknown was Assistant Corporation Counsel Martin W. Dolphin, with offices in the police department, that he himself was Mr. Dolphin's private secretary, that he had been brought to the inquiry merely to take dictation, that he had only been 10 months on the force, that he had never arrested anybody before, and that when Mr. Dolphin had said to arrest Mrs. Rubley, he had protested, "Why, I can't arrest her. I haven't seen her do anything to be arrested for." "I'm awfully sorry," he went on, addressing Juliet, "but I had to obey orders. If I didn't, I'd be in an awful mess. Gee, why didn't they get some of the old fellows down there to do it?" When we returned to court, Assistant District Attorney Wilson said to Magistrate Hatting, "Your Honor, I have no evidence in this case. The police have furnished nothing to the District Attorney's office. If I have not sufficient evidence by 3:30, I'll dismiss the whole thing." Then we waited. Eventually the expected minutes and statement arrived. Murphy swore that they were true, to Juliet's wholehearted disgust. Her faith in human nature had been betrayed. She did not see why he preferred to keep his job rather than his self-respect. Magistrate Hatting seemed anxious to make everybody comfortable: Juliet, the Catholics, the police, and the public, and to convey the impression nobody was really to blame. Since the wife of a prominent lawyer had been involved, people in high places in New York had an obligation to protect their own. Publicity had been great before; now it was multiplied tenfold. A letter was addressed to Mayor Hylan. "The action of the police department constitutes such a willful violation of the right of free speech as to cause grave alarm to the citizens of New York, who have a right to know why such outrages have taken place, what motives and influences are behind them, and whether any conspiracy exists in the police department to deny the right of free speech and the equal protection of the law to citizens of New York. This obviously is a matter of the gravest concern. We, therefore, ask an immediate and full investigation to be followed, if the evidence warrants, by such disciplinary measures against the officials found to be guilty as will discourage similar offenses hereafter." This demand was signed by Henry Morgenthau, Sr., Herbert L. Satterlee, Paul D. Cravath, Louis L. Delafield, Charles C. Burlingham, Samuel H. Ordway, Pierre J., Paul M. Warburg, Charles Strauss, Montgomery Hare. As a result, Major Hylan delegated David F. Hirschfield, Commissioner of Accounts, to supervise an investigation into the previous investigation. The first session was diverted into a discussion of the merits of birth control. The commissioner was facetious, and when Mr. Marsh kept after him for interrupting witnesses and getting off the subject, finally said he had been insulted and refused to continue as long as Mr. Marsh represented us. At the 3 subsequent hearings, Emory R. Buckner took charge of our interests. Dolphin, although summoned, did not appear at any of them. Captain Donahue testified that Desk Lieutenant Joseph Courtney had received the information over the telephone and had passed it on to him. So far as he knew, it was the telephone operator who had given the orders to close the meeting, but he would, he said, have done so anyhow. "What law did Mrs. Sanger violate?" asked Mr. Buckner. "She was disorderly. I requested her several times to leave the platform, and she defied me and said she would not do it. She caused quite a commotion, and people were all hollering and yelling, a general commotion." "You think it was a crime for her to commence to speak after a captain of police had told her not to?" "Yes." "Was Miss Windsor also arrested because she attempted to speak after being told to keep quiet?" She said she knew a woman who had 9 children, and the audience commenced to holler and try to pull the policeman off the stage." Even the commissioner was becoming annoyed at Donahue's inanities. He said to Mr. Buckner, "You do not have to put any witnesses on to show the intelligence and the lack of sight or foresight of the captain. You and I think, will agree on that point." And then he turned to Donahue. "Now, Captain, will you tell me the reason for acting in the hall as you did to prevent that meeting? You see, I do not know whether you understand me or not. You policemen, you do not usually understand ordinary language. I want to know what was in your mind. Why did you act as you did? That is all." "Because I had orders to do so." But he would not admit they came from any further back than the desk lieutenant. Officer Murphy was put on the stand next, and the commissioner gave him a chance to explain what had prompted him to make the arrest. "I figured this way. If it would be a crime to run such a meeting, or hold such a meeting in the city of New York according to the penal law, if Mrs. Rubley was an assistant with Mrs. Sanger or anybody else in running such a meeting, and there were distributed circulars regarding prevention of conception, Mrs. Rubley was just as much responsible for the distribution of these circulars as anybody else." "The circulars stated there would be a public mass meeting at Town Hall on birth control," said Mr. Buckner promptly. "Is that a crime?" The commissioner interrupted. "Mr. Buckner, you do not expect this young man to be interested in that. He is too young to know about birth control. The old bald-headed ones are the only ones that are interested in it." And late in the afternoon he said, "I'm too busy and have too much work to do, so we won't have any summing up." At the concluding session, Desk Lieutenant Courtney disclaimed all liability, saying the only order given to Captain Donahue was to take a number of policemen to the meeting and see that the law was not violated. Thereafter, the captain had acted on his own responsibility. As far as I was concerned, the final scene in the farce took place before the elderly and firm Judge John W. Goff, one of the official referees of the Supreme Court, who was to hear the charges before the New York Bar Association as to whether Dolphin should be disbarred. He was summoned again in vain until Judge Goff said angrily, "Unless he comes within the hour, I'll subpoena him." And at last, still in his alpaca coat, he put in an appearance. I was on the stand almost an entire afternoon, during which the attorney representing Dolphin was attacking me personally instead of inquiring into Juliet's arrest. "Do you know Carlo Tresca?" "Yes." "Do you know Alexander Berkman?" "Yes." I could now see what was coming. Radicals were always made the whipping boys, and in lieu of specific charges, any acquaintance with them was made to seem incriminating. "Do you know Emma Goldman?" Here the attorney's voice rose in outrage, and he looked at Judge Goff as though to say, "There you have it." "Yes," I reiterated. "But I also know Mrs. Andrew Carnegie and Mr. John D. Rockefeller, Jr. My social relations are with people of varying ideas and opinions." The next attempt was a subtle sort of third degree, aiming to confuse me and imply I was an inaccurate witness. "What was the precise time you entered the room where Mrs. Rubley was arrested? How large was it? How long? How wide? How high? How many windows were there? Who was called first? Where were you sitting? How far was Inspector Leahy from your chair? Were you second, third, or fourth, on the right side or left side? How wide was the table? How long? Where was the door located relative to the table?" Usually, I could not have remembered one such immaterial and unnecessary detail. But that afternoon I was given second sight. I could visualize the room. My mind seemed to be projected into it so that every particular stood out with the utmost clarity. It was an excellent lesson to me. Thereafter I observed much more carefully. After hours of this cross-examination, I was physically exhausted, as though I had been flung back and forth, beaten and pounded from the bottom of my feet to the top of my head. I almost looked at my arms to see whether they were black and blue, they ached so. It was all useless. The police went unreprimanded. Donahue was promoted when things had quieted down, and Dolphin, though Judge Goff recommended prosecution and the Court of Appeals stated that his conduct was arbitrary and unlawful, was not disbarred, because he had not been acting in an official capacity when he had ordered the arrest. In spite of the inconvenience, the humiliation of halls closed, covenants broken, exactly nothing happened. End of chapter 24.